Keela Elliott, Alison Gordon, Trishan Holder,
Right, they say, lovely day for cricket. The stumps are up, brilliant sunshine, and the pitch looks a good one. And batting first, I think it's a good choice because the sun is out in all its glory. So from the preparation and the covering of the surface, whatsoever moisture would have left there, I don't think that element would be very dominant, even in the first hour, as it usually presents itself. Well, we'll have to wait and see for that moment. But the team batting first usually has a very good opportunity to set a total and defend it. Well, that will all be in the making. What would be a good total batting first? Well, it would be left to be seen. But I would like to believe anything close to 200 or over might just be a good first innings total, but Carlisle Powell might have different ideas, Carl.
And this is a matchup between two semi-finalists from last year, 2022. And I can tell you that Barbados came away the winner last time around and went on to win the championship. And so they would be looking to start the tournament on a very good note. We have cricket around the island today, so not just at Warner Park. If you're in the area of Connery, Windward Islands and Guyana are playing starting at 10 o'clock as we are. And if you are in the country in St. Paul's, the Leeward Islands come up against Jamaica. All games starting at 10 o'clock. And as I speak to you, we see the umpires taking the field now for the start of the City United game, Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. And the umpires in this game, Carl Tuckett from Nevis and Maria Abbott from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, making their way out to the middle and, of course, having a nice little chat along the way. And Victor, cricket is back at the lovely Warner Park.
Yes, and lovely cricket, the game we all love, not just in the West Indies, but throughout the world. But lots of listeners, obviously, would be following this broadcast and all the matches, not just as Warner Park, as Carlisle noted. There will be also matches which would be played at the Connery Cricket Centre and the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. But we are right here at Warner Park. Both umpires are now out into the middle. They are doing their respective gardening, making sure that the stumps and the bails are in order, and obviously, we are all anticipating a very good day's play, very competitive. And the defending champions, Barbados, obviously, they would be on the verge of trying to do a repeat, which they did in 2022 by the winners. And they are now taking their field. And Carlisle, we must obviously say that these uniforms are quite colorful and delightful that the women are wearing on all the teams, obviously.
Not dissimilar to what their male counterparts would wear. And so we see Barbados Pride out in the field. And of course, they lost the toss, were asked to field first. And they'd be looking to restrict the side to as low a score as possible. The umpires will be starting from the far end, popularly known as the Lozak Road end. And there is umpire Maria Abbott signaling to the scores, making sure that they know that she's out there and that they're ready to start the game. And of course, we will be bringing you all of these matches, commentary in position at all of the games, And so wherever you are, get the link, go to the West Indies board site, log in, and make sure that you follow the cricket. And so Barbados out in the field, Trinidad and Tobago, the batsmen now taking the field as well. And the opening bats women are Shania Abdul and Chanel Saw.
And sporting the numbers on the back of the jerseys, that will be a very good help for us here too in the commentary position. And we will identify the numbers and also associate that too with the players, which is a very valuable help to us here in the commentary position.
Abdul, which is the shorter of the two, is a left-hander, and she'll be taking strike. And so the field was set initially for a right-hander, and so they're switching over. Umpire Tuckett making his way to square leg. And we'll soon see the start of this game. A little bit delayed from the 10 o'clock start, but Victor, I notice nowadays that the teams tend to come out a little bit late. And so it's incumbent on the umpires to have a little chat with the teams before the start of the game and say to them, listen, we are going to go out 5 minutes early. We want to start the game on time, so we expect you to follow right behind us. So it's ball number 1 in this CG United ladies tournament. And she plays inside the line of that one, allows it to go through to the keeper. And so we are on the way.
Yes, on the way we are. And it's not a usual thing that happens here at Warner Park in that the first over coming from the southern or Lozak Road end, but in any event, all teams have various strategies in going forward.
And we're on the way here at Warner Park. This one is on the stumps, thudding into the pads, and the umpire is immediately making a way across on the onside, not affirming the appeal, and it seemed to have been sliding down, Victor. And,
yes, indeed, and really.
On the way here at
we will
Warner Park.
also
this one is on the stumps, thudding into the
Joel
pads.
Manning of Barbados. He will be part of the commentary panel here in St. Kitts for this CG tournament. And the action continues here at Warner Park.
And she's having a switch at this one outside the off stump. Is the batsman there and missing. Abdul yet to get on the mark. And Connell has been good so far in her opening balls.
Yeah, a good line and length, which is very important, and quite nicely to see that there are 2 slips and a gully and a point waiting there.
Here comes Connell once again to bowl to Abdul, and this delivery is wide, but just inside the tram lines. Wide of the batsman, but fair delivery. No chance of a run. As a matter of fact, the batsman didn't play and allowed it to go through to the keeper. And we remain on no runs after 4 deliveries of the first over. Connell on her way, coming up now to bowl to Abdul. And for this delivery, she's again playing inside the line of this one. Allows it to go through to the keeper, who fumbles but recovers nicely, and still no chance of a run. Yeah. Over number 1 of 50.
Yeah, and fairly good line and length by the bowler. Connell, is it? Yeah. Coming from that southern end. So no runs on the board as yet for Trinidad and Tobago. Let us see what this last legal delivery will present.
And for this delivery, she's getting behind it, steers it down to the fielder there in the gully position. No chance of a run, end of an over. First one bowled, maiden over by Connell. And the score, Trinidad and Tobago batting first.
Last legal delivery will present. Yes, and very good
for this
over
delivery,
by
she's
Connell,
getting behind it,
from
steers
the
it down to the
Road
fielder
end,
there
which
in the gully
ended
position.
as
No chance.
a maiden. So a good way for the defending champions Barbados to get off here at Warner Park in this CG Women's Regional Cricket Tournament. And for a reminder that matches will also are in progress at Connery and St. Paul's. So get your link, as Carla quite rightly say, and tune in to the broadcast where we will have commentary at all the venues for all the matches of this CG tournament 2023 being played here in St. Kitts. But here at Warner Park is Barbados, the defending champions. They are up against Trinidad and Tobago.
And this looks like Bruce, who will be picking up the attack from the commentary end. And she will be bowling to Saw, the slimmer and taller of the opening batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago. And so maiden first over. Let's see what Bruce can do to follow up. There is just one slip, third man. There is a backward point cover, extra cover, and the mid-off on the offside. As here comes Bruce to bowl now, and for this delivery, she's bowling it wide, and it's not taken cleanly by the keeper. Can't blame her though. She had to go some distance down the leg side, and it's signaled wide by Carl Tuckett. They also run, and so there are 2 runs on the board, and so Trinidad and Tobago open the account with 2.
Yes, and what an interesting way to open that account by a wide delivery. Well, with the left and right hander at the crease to Carl, it is usually a big proposition for the bowlers to really get their lines and length quite on par, especially if the batsmen keep getting 1s and 2s.
Bruce it is now to bowl to bowls this delivery, which is driven down to mid-off, no chance of a run. And so Abdul remains on no score. For Abdul, there are 2 slips, third man, point, cover, and a mid-off. And in the onside, there is a fielder down at long leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Here is Bruce once more. And for this delivery, she's fishing at it outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't make contact, beaten through to the keeper. Well collected, no chance of a run. Still remain 2 for the loss of none in over number 2.
Yes, and a very good delivery there. It had the batter really fishing at it, and really probably a little uncertainty as to where her off stump would be. And the wicketkeeper is doing a very good thing now, Carlisle, coming right up under the stumps.
Bruce, with the big 52 on her back, goes in over the wicket, bowls this one full and wide, and it's again signal wide by umpire Carl Tuckett as that one slipped down the leg side, and the keeper was able to knock it down and recover nicely, and so the score moves on to 3 for the loss of none in over number 2.
Well, she'll have to try and really get that line and length in very early, which is a little difficult when there is a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease.
Bruce again to Abdul, and for this delivery, better line, pitched to just about the off stump, goes back on the back foot, forces out into the offside to extra cover, and there is no chance of a run. So 3 balls gone in the over, 3 legal balls that is, and the score here at Warner Park, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first, 3 for the loss. And for this delivery, better line, pitched to just about Bruce the off stump, again goes from the pavilion end, goes in over the wicket, and for this delivery, it's pitched just inside the tram line. Well collected by the keeper, and no chance of a run.
Yes, and that delivery, it had a little bounce on it, but it was well gathered by the keeper. 2 slips there waiting, so she will have to try and bring them into action.
As Bruce continues from the pavilion end, and for this delivery, it's short on the leg side, and it's helped on its way down to long leg, and so she will get her first run. Does Abdul, and she goes on to 1, and the score 4 for the loss of no wickets in over number 2.
Yes, and still a little guilty of bowling a few wide deliveries, but it's understandable. It's the first over, operating from the northern end.
Goes past the stumps now, and this one is again pitched wide down the leg side, and she's having her angles wrong. That would have been a good delivery to the left-handed batsman, but to the right-hander, it's always going to be called wide. So the score moves on to 5. All 5 runs being scored in this over, 3 of them being wides, and it's Trinidad and Tobago batting first. Here is Bruce to bowl to Saw. Again, it's wide, very wide down the leg side, and this time it is running across the outfield, goes into the boundary now for 4 wides, plus the 1 for the wide, so that's 5 extra runs, and the score moves on to 9. She's struggling with her directions, Victor.
Yes, and obviously, captain might be having some different ideas about really trying someone else from this the other end because she's not getting her line and length appropriate. And here now is the captain coming up to her and sharing a few words of advice, obviously. So we will just have to, captain it is. Is that the captain at number 4?
No, it isn't. Captain is number 1, Haley Matthews. Here is a delivery, which is driven up into the offside, 2 extra cover, end of the over. And at the end of that over, batting first, Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss against
The captain at
Barbados.
number 4?
They are 10 for no loss. Captain is number 1. Sydney United Women's Cricket Tournament driven up into the offside, 2 extra
Yes,
cover.
and really guilty on that occasion in her first over by bowling a few wides and actually bonuses to the batting team of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, they're off to a good start so far. After 2 overs, just 10 runs on the board, but more so coming from wide deliveries. Play has been held up momentarily because we can see the wicket keeper getting some tape probably around her fingers there. No doubt for added protection. But we greet our listeners with the news that here at Warner Park, the CG Women's Tournament Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago batting first. They are 10 without loss. You are not missing any cricket at this particular moment, as the wicketkeeper is getting some gardenings of plasters to her fingers for added protection. So until all that is rectified, we will have back the action here at Warner Park. But Carlisle, so far, not a very good start for the bowlers. Well, not more so for Collins, coming from the southern end. But with this tournament is a 50 overs tournament, so quite a lot of legal deliveries to be bowled. So you can count it, first of all, of 300 legal deliveries if the team is not bowled out.
Connell bowled a good over first up. She bowled a maiden over and forced the batsman to play on a number of occasions. Abdul it is, who is left-handed on strike, has Connell over the wicket, and this delivery again she's playing, again she's beaten. Outside the line of the off stump, the appeal goes up. Umpire Maria Abbott at the far end remains unmoved. It is. But again, a good delivery. Testing the batsman, left-handed on strike. Has Connell over the wicket.
She's getting it right because she has the wicketkeeper standing back. There is a first and second slip and a gully, and just putting it in the area of the corridor of uncertainty, just on about the off stump.
Connell again from the far end. This one is angling down the leg side, takes the batsman on the pad, and we see the signal of leg by coming now, and so that's an extra run to take the score up now to 11, weighing over number 3. And we remind you that Trinidad and Tobago are batting first, having won the toss, and they're 11 for no loss in over number 3.
Yes, and these two openers for Trinidad and Tobago, they are trying their very best to give their team a very good start, which is very essential to whatever total they may finally end with. But the opening partnership so far looking steady. We have not seen any deliveries that has posed great difficulty, but Collins is bowling a good line and length.
As Connell, it is from the far end with the big side screen behind her. Comes up to bowl to Saw, who is behind this one and plays it quietly down on the offside, fielded by Connell on a follow through, and there is no chance of a run. So we're 11 for no loss, and we're in over at number 3 being bowled from the far end. In the old days, Vic, before the stands were there, you would have been able to see the police station.
Yes, indeed. And sometimes 1 or 2 balls went in that area too.
Here is Connell to bowl to Saw. Good delivery, just about middle and off. She's solidly in behind it. Plays it away into the offside, goes down to point, and there is no chance of a run.
But Carlisle, though, to my observation, the outfield here at Warner Park, it's a lot different from what I know, it usually looks like. But anyway, we will get to that conversation as the game progresses.
As Connell, tall figure, comes running up, goes wide of the crease, bowls it wide of the stumps as well. And it's left alone there by Saw, no chance of a run. And the score remains on 11 for no loss. And we remind you that it's the CG United Women's 50-over competition, which started today with games at Warner Park, at St. Paul's, and at Connery. Connell, right arm fast bowler from the far end, comes up now to bowl, and for this delivery she's chasing a wider delivery, attempted to play it across, a cut shot into the offside, misses, and it goes through for the keeper to take. And so after 3 overs, it's 11 for no loss. Barbados in the field, Trinidad and Tobago batting.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago, the two batsmen, they having a mid-pitch conversation, and obviously, no doubt, saying what should be done or what could be done and how should they go about giving their team a good start. Well, Barbados, they will have other ideas. It's a left and right-hander at the crease too, so that also will make the bowlers think more consistently of bowling a good line and length.
Good dot delivery, and the score remains an 11 for no loss. We're in over number 4.
And it is good when bowlers in practice bowl from over the wicket and around the wicket, because it would be interesting if she went around the wicket to see what she will look like.
Bruce to bowl to Abdul, and for this delivery, well, this one is way wider of the off stump. Actually, would have been a wide in a 40 game, and duly called by umpire Carl Tuckett, and so the score moves on now to 12 for no loss.
Yes,
and we're in
and
over
Bruce,
number 4.
Yeah, Bruce is having some challenges, some difficulty in finding the good and appropriate areas, which is line and length, but getting it wide on many occasions.
Bowls once again to Abdul. Good delivery, just about on the midland leg, and plays it quietly back down the track for Bruce to field and a follow through.
Well, it is good too when bowlers practice from bowling both sides of the wicket, also over and around, whatsoever type of bowler you are, so you can make those necessary adjustments.
Bruce again to bowl to Abdul, and she's cutting this one hard, firmly into the offside. Mid-off runs across to the right, does a little bit of a slide, gathers. They'll have the chance for a run. And so Abdul gets another run. She moves on to 2. And the score now moves on to 13 for no loss. As the field changes over for the right-handed batter, who is Chanel Saw. Bruce at the top of the mark, goes away from us once more, and bowls to Saw. And for this delivery, it's Fuller. And she's tentatively going at it, misses it, goes through for the keeper, who is standing up, Victor, so she must back herself with confidence.
Yes, indeed, and it also adds pressure to the batsman too, or the batter at the crease, recognizing that the keeper is up, so her feet movement will be restricted to some extent.
As Bruce bowls once again to Saw, and this one is driven into the onside. Good work by the fielder at mid-wicket, who moves quickly to her left, knocks it down, and there is no chance of a run. So it's still 13 for no loss in over number 4.
Yes, and how important and relevant it is for the fielders inside the 30-yard circle to keep pressure on the batters, that they don't get easy singles.
As Bruce bowls once again, this one is down the leg side. Again, it will be called and signaled wide by umpire Carl Tuckett. And so the score moves on to 14. 14 for no loss in over number 4. And she is yet to get it right, Bruce. In every over, she has bowled at least a couple of wides. She's at the top of the mark once more and goes running away from us to bowl to Saw. And for this delivery, she's driving firmly out to cover. No chance of a run. And so at the end of the over then, it's 4 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first, a 14 for no loss.
Yes, and Bruce a little guilty by bowling a few wide deliveries. Probably the captain might be contemplating of bringing a change here at this northern end, but it's still going to be a continuation from the southern end. And really, both batters, quite interestingly, Carl, having mid-pitch conferences, which is a good sign, no doubt, obviously, trying to work out how and where they can get runs on the board.
So we're in over number 5 now. Connell from the far end will be coming up to bowl once more. And she's bowling to Abdul, who is on 2. And for this delivery, she's working it into the onside, finds mid-wicket, no chance of a run. And so the score remains on 14 for the loss of no wicket. And we are in over number 5.
And Connell is such a difference, such a big difference to Bruce, that she is getting most of her deliveries just in areas where the batsman will have to play, and defended well that previous delivery. Let us see what will happen on this occasion.
Halfway through her run, bowls now, and she's driven firmly into the offside, but finds a fielder at extra cover, no chance of a run. And so she remains on 2. And the score is 14 for no loss win. Over number 5, Trinidad and Tobago opening with Shania Abdul, the left-hander, and Chanel Saw, the right-hander. Connell from the far end comes up now, and for this delivery to Abdul, good delivery, just about back of her length on middle and off, and she strokes it down to mid-off. Gets no runs, and it remains on 2 she does, and the score on 14 for the loss of no wicket, Trinidad and Tobago. Connell has been good, Victor.
Yes, and very good, finding a very good line and length. And it's a good sign, because with the left-hander now on strike, the right-hander the non-striker.
Here is she once again, and for this delivery, she's going back, and it comes off the outside edge. Good work by the fielder there, moving from the gully position, and there is no chance of a run. And so most of the runs have come by way of extras. That's 11 of the 14. 3 runs have come from the bat so far.
Well, quite an interesting period of play so far. But Connell, she's doing a good job coming from the southern Lozak Road end.
Comes up now, and for this delivery to Abdul, she's fishing at it outside the off stump. She has shown the inclination to do that on a few occasions, Victor. Again, she misses, and it goes through for the keeper. No chance of a run.
Well, Connell too, she is bowling to the field that is set for her, because there is the keeper standing back, and there are the 2 slips and the gully. So very appropriate, good line and length. She has been consistent too, coming from that southern end.
Comes up once again, and for this delivery, she's behind it, plays it quietly down to mid-off. No chance of a run, end of an over, end of a very good over, and the score remains on 14 for the loss of no wickets, Trinidad and Tobago. The openers, we have 2 runs and 1 run to the accounts. And so Barbados, you can safely say, have been on target but for Bruce. And we are seeing a change in bowling. Bruce has been relieved after 2 overs where she didn't quite find her length or her line.
Well, and good thinking by the captain too on this occasion, by making that change from the northern end, because Bruce, she did not find her line and length. She was guilty of carrying the total, which is top score right now at the moment, which is extras. But we will have to wait and see what will happen now, as there is a change of bowling. But not much a difference, Carl, in terms of the field placements. But you will be giving our listeners now the new bowler coming into the attack from the northern end.
Alison Gordon with number 77 on her back is over the wicket and bowls to Saw. Good delivery. She's in line, plays it back down on the onside of the track, and there is no chance of a run.
Well, what a good start to the contrast of Bruce right away. Alison Gordon finding a good line and length, which she would hope, and the captain would hope, that the extras would be curtailed and the bowlers keep on.
Here is she, bowling a delivery which is pitched up and driven firmly for the first boundary of the inning. Was coming forward nicely, was Saw, and had the front foot to the pitch of the delivery. It straight drove it just on the onside of the track. And even though you had fielders at mid-on and mid-off, it was hit too firmly and too well, and neither were able to get across to it. And so 4 runs to Saw. That will move her total on to 5, and the total will move on now to 18. First boundary of the inning.
Yes, and a good one. Straight drive, straight down the ground. Benitez here at the northern end.
As we see Gordon once more, and this delivery is worked into the onside, just backward of square. They'll get a single, and so that will take the total on to 19, and Saw will move on to 6. 19 for no loss, as we're in over number 6.
Yes, and runs now coming from the bat, so catching up to the extras. That is still leading in the total, but in any event, it is still 19 to the total for Trinidad and Tobago. And with that boundary that was scored, that was struck straight, it was good to see that the batter placed emphasis on timing and not so much power, and it was good looking for.
Gordon will bowl to the left-handed Abdul. Goes away from us. And for this delivery, it's on the onside. Work just forward of square. No chance of a run. Well, we also have the company of Joel Manning. And he'll be taking over at the end of the over. So you'll hear a new voice. And we'll, of course, welcome him to Warner Park in beautiful Basti in St. Kitts. As Gordon, it is, who goes away from us over the wicket. And for this delivery, again, she's fishing. Loud appeal. She's out caught at the wicket. Abdul had been fishing at those deliveries very often. And Gordon, despite the fact that she was struck for 4, she persevered, was right up there, just about off stump or outside the line of the off stump, took the edge, and she didn't wait. Carl Tuckett was coming up with the finger, but Abdul was on her bicycle, walking back to the pavilion very quickly. Good wicket, good change by the captain, and so wicket number 1 goes down for Trinidad and Tobago. They are 19 for 1. Having lost Abdul for 2.
Yes, and good thinking by the captain, really, by making that change and getting the very valuable result of the first wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago. So the defending champions, Barbados, right into the mix now. And we can see that there is a new batter going to the crease, sporting the number 30, it looks like, on the back of her jersey. But we will greet our listeners with the news that in this CG Women's Regional Tournament, and the match being played here at Warner Park, Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago batting first. They are now 19 for 1, as it gives me the special privilege and opportunity to welcome Joel Manning of Barbados here with us, and by extension to the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. Welcome to Warner Park, Joel Manning, and how are you this morning?
Good morning, Victor. I'm definitely wonderful, certainly wonderful and lovely to be back here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, the new batter to the crease is Renice Boyce, coming at the fall of that wicket. A successful over comes to an end. It's a 19 for 1.
Yes, and very good thinking, as I was saying to Carlisle, there by the captain, by ringing the change of bringing on Gordon, because Bruce, in her opening overs, did not get her line and length right. So it brought also a result and success for Barbados getting their first wicket. And no doubt we're going to see too, it looks like, another bowling change, this time from the southern end. So Connell, who had a good start from that southern or Lozak Road end, would be replaced. But Trinidad and Tobago, for our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast, they are 19 for the loss of 1. 1 wicket.
Well, it's going to be skipper Haley Matthews that is going to come into the attack now. And we certainly know the type of experience that she brings Also the skipper of the West Indies senior women's side.
Yes, and so far you can see that the keeper is standing up. There's a solitary slip, there is a point, there is a cover, an extra fielder coming out of the offside, there's a mid-off, there is a mid-on, a mid-wicket on the boundary, a fielder just to the left of the square leg umpire and Carl Tuckett, and a fielder right down on the long leg boundary.
And she starts in expected fashion in terms of being quite tight. Obviously still here in the power play over is the first 10 of this Super 50 encounter.
Yes, indeed, and really an experienced competitor in Matthews, Haley Matthews, is it, coming from the Southern or Lozak Road end. A delivery just pitch on or about off stump, which is quietly played into the offside, and there is no run. So the keeper standing up. There is a solitary slip. There is a point. Joel, there is a cover, a mid off, and here is Haley Matthews from the Southern Olozak Road end. Now bowls, and the batter number 17, who is
Chanel So. I actually had to ask the pronunciation.
Chanel.
I had to ask that one. At first I thought it was Saw, but in fact Chanel So is the pronunciation of her last name.
Yeah. Well, we will get acquainted. And here is Haley Matthews now. One delivery, striking the batsman on the pad. There's a loud appeal. And the umpire not interested in. And no, said the umpire. Total remains 19 for 1. Haley Matthews operating from the Southern Olozak Road end. Keeper standing up, solitary slip. She's moving in now to bowl. In now to Shaw, and coming forward, out to cover. No run. There is a fielder approaching the ball now. So after some 7 overs, this is about the 8th over now into action here at Warner Park, or it is 6.5, pardon me, 6.5. And here is Haley Matthews, a very good competitor from the southern end. The ball coming off the outside edge. It goes down to short third man. The fielder moving sharply to her left, prevented any possibility of a run. So after some, 7 overs, it is 19 for 1. Your thoughts?
Certainly a lovely start, you'd have to say, on the part of Barbados. Just 1 wicket to fall for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, and they would obviously have hoped that that wasn't the case. But it's really about ensuring that a partnership can build for them, especially when you think about these early overs. It's quite a long contest. People look at it in terms of 50 overs and thinking that, you must get off to a flyer. But we certainly do know that it's really about having wickets as you progress through the innings. And if they can just build a partnership here, this pair, Boyce and So, well, things will certainly go well for them.
Alison Gordon is in, bowl to Boyce, and Boyce is coming forward, played it quietly on the onside. There is no run. The wicketkeeper is standing up. There is 2 slips, a first slip and a second slip. A fielder on the third man boundary. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Well, one of the slips is coming out now and just going to the right of the square leg umpire, and there is a fielder on the long leg boundary. Here is another delivery, full toss being struck to that fielder who came out of the second slip region by Boyce, and there is no run. So a good over so far by Alison Gordon. Well, in the first over, she got the only wicket going down so far for Trinidad and Tobago. And operating from the northern end here at Warner Park is Alison Gordon, is in, bowls down the leg side, and did not get a touch. Well, we have not seen a signal from the umpire, so it had to be that Joel, it might have just brushed her pad on the way through.
Probably looked as if that might have been the case, or the umpire probably just maybe being slightly lenient as well, given that it appears as if Boyce probably just stepped inside the line of that one ever so slightly as well.
Alison Gordon once more into ball to Boyce. She's in balls to Boyce. Boyce is playing it quietly back down on the onside, but Alison Gordon moves smartly to her right. She fielded well, prevented any possibility of a run. There is a mid-on, a mid-wicket. A fielder just to the right of the square leg umpire. Fielder on the long leg boundary. Keeper standing up, solitary slip. A point, a cover, a mid-off, and a fielder on the third man boundary. Here is Alison Gordon from the northern end. In out, ball to Boyce. Boyce is coming forward, playing it quietly back down the track for Alison Gordon to field to her own bowling. So Gordon coming into the attack, replacing Bruce. Joel has been doing a good job so far.
It's certainly been a fantastic job, and what it's really been is just a case of bowling wicket to wicket here in terms of the length and lengths that she's been bowling so far.
Let us see what will happen on this occasion. Alison Gordon is in, bowls to Bruce. A very good delivery. That completes over number 8. And after 8 overs, Trinidad and Tobago batting first. They are 19 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, another follow-up over there. A very nice one, you would have to say, on the part of Alison Gordon. 4 debutants in this side for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, and I do believe that Chanel So is one of them. She was actually a member of the under-19 side, and it's nice to see them progressing through the ranks, as you would say, getting an opportunity here at the senior level. She's 5 from 17 so far, but more importantly, she's still out there at the crease.
Well, we're seeing another bowling change. Is it the first bowler who came on? Is it?
Yes, so Connell, yes, is actually.
Connell is back into the attack. Good move. Let us see what will happen on this occasion. Connell from the Southern Olozak Road and in now bowls to the batter who quietly plays it down to point. There is no run. The wicketkeeper on this occasion, though, is standing back. There is a first slip. There is about a gully and a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary just beneath us here at the northern end here at Warner Park. 19 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago batting first in the CG Women Regional Cricket Tournament. Here is Connell. In now bowls to Shaw and play that missed venture to the keeper. Shaw, she has faced some 19 deliveries for her 5 runs. So after 8.2 overs, the total here at Warner Park, Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 19 for 1. Here is Connell from the southern end. In now to bowl to Shaw. Up bowls to Shaw. She's on the back foot, playing it quietly down to point. Short point. There is no run. So Barbados keeping things relatively tight so far, Joel.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's obviously because of the experience of the bowlers that have been used so far. Also, there's a bit of moisture in the surface this morning. You expected maybe that things could have started a little slower for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas.
Well, here is Connell from the southern end for next delivery. Now outside the off stump, slash down to third man. There is a fielder down on the third man boundary, but in the event, could not prevent Shaw from getting another run, and the total advances now to 20. 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. We are into over number 9, 8.4 deliveries have been bowled. This is a 50 over tournament, regionally women's CG tournament being played here in St. Kitts. And at St. Paul's, we have the Leeward Islands up against Jamaica. And at the Connery Cricket Center, the Windward Islands versus Guyana. So 3 matches are in progress right now in this CG tournament around the island. Well, boys, shorter and tick off the 2, right-hander also 2, will be facing Connell. Connell from the southern or Lozak Road end. In now bowls to Boyce. Boyce is getting one right up in the block hole. Came down on it quite nicely and got it out to a short gully area where the fielder, she moved smartly to her right, prevented any possibility of a run. Well, what would be a good total Trinidad and Tobago will feel comfortable with? That is still far away. Connell is bowling well, coming from the southern or Lozak Road end. Passes the umpire now, bowls outside the off stump, and the batsman is having a go at it. It was making height, and luckily for her, it went to the keeper, did not get an edge. And that has completed the over. So after 9 overs, Trinidad and Tobago batting first here at Warner Park in the CG Women Regional Tournament. Well, they are coming from the 20 for the loss of 1. Passes the umpire.
It's just interesting in terms of maybe the thoughts of Hayley Matthews, the captain, because just the 1 over that she bowled, you just wonder if it was a case of maybe she introduced herself to kind of, I guess, take the wicket, because a case of maybe she saw something that she could exploit. Just 1 over her, and then Gordon picked up the wicket. Then she immediately brought Connell back into the attack.
Well, here is the first delivery, good, right on the target, right on about center stump. From our vantage point, it appears like that delivery was pitched, but played quietly into the offside, and there is no run. Total remains 20 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago batting first in this CG tournament up against Red Force of Trinidad and Tobago. 20 for 1. We are into over number 10 now. Here is the second delivery, and played out to cover. There is going to be a quick run, and well run in the end there by boys, and the fielders in that 30-yard circle will have to be more alert, but they, on that occasion, Trinidad and Tobago getting another run.
Yeah, this was going to be very important, especially when the boundaries are not coming in terms of the rotation of the strike. So at the moment, it's just a case of they're allowing Barbados to build up that pressure on them. It's just a case of maybe if they could find 1 or 2 more singles, just relieve the strike, cause Barbados to have to think in terms of how they go about their bowling plans, and that certainly would work for them.
Well, what also too would work for them if the fielders within the 30-yard circle just keep that pressure on the batters at the crease. That is very essential. And here is Gordon away from us. A good delivery, allowed appeal, and the finger goes up by Carl Tuckett. So the second wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago, and the prize wicket again of Gordon for Barbados. She having taken both wickets going down. It is now 21 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, just looking back at that one, there was really just about the length of delivery. It was absolutely perfect. Brought boys forward, and there was just a bit of movement away from the bat. A very smart catch being taken behind by the keeper. Wicket number 2. It goes down. Boys, she goes without scoring. It's a 21 for 2.
Yes, and really it was a good take by the wicket keeper too, and her name is the wicket keeper for Barbados. A good catch because she was standing up to the medium pacer. The ball was moving away from the batter, which was right-handed, boys, and it also made a little height. So that also made it probably a little more challenging for the keeper, but she did a very good job in gathering it. And the second wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago with the total 21 for 2.
Yeah, Kaisia Knight, the one doing the glove work.
And a very good work indeed. So we have a new batter at the crease. We will get her name for you. It looked like she's sporting the number. Well, we'll get that in moments. But we can tell you, our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast, that Trinidad and Tobago here at Warner Park up against Barbados, the defending champions. They are now 21 for 2. And Gordon, who is operating from the northern end as she moves away from us, the successful bowler so far, pitches that one up on the center stump, plays down to mid-on, and the fielder coming across from mid-on, sporting the number 23 on the back of her jersey, move elegantly and dive nicely to her left. And the batters in that time, they only could have gotten a single, so it's now 22.
Janaba Joseph is the batter that came out to the crease, and she's off the mark immediately. Good early call there for that single.
And she's on strike, Joseph? No. And here is, Shaw. Driving at one outside the off stump. It looks like the wicket keeper is in a little pain, and she's bending over after trying to gather that delivery. Let us hope that it is nothing too serious, but she seems to be all right. No players are gathering close to her. Probably the ball might have just struck her above the gloves where there is no protection. But she appears to be all right. She's coming back into her position now. But how well Alison Gordon continues to bowl here from the northern end of the ground here at Warner Park in brilliant sunshine. Moves away from us now, striking the batter on the pad. Umpire Carl Tuckett will have none of it. Probably there might have just been a slight inside edge, but that was just speculation on my behalf. That has completed over number 10. And so after 10 overs, it is 22 for the loss of 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago batting first in this CG Women's Regional Cricket Tournament right here at Warner Park and in St. Kitts at other venues, the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yeah, on that particular occasion, the ball actually just heading down leg, and that's where you saw the call there of umpire Carl Tuckett, as you would have seen on that replay. But certainly you would have to say that in terms of the power play, it was won by Barbados in terms of one, applying the pressure, and two, picking up some early wickets as well. It's just into that period now where Trinidad once again have to look to build a partnership as we head in now to the second phase. I don't expect Barbados to really ease off the pressure in terms of putting any more fielders outside of the circle, even though they have that option. But it's just a case now of just looking to build here, looking to put something together. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas.
Well, here is Cornell doing that for Barbados, coming from the southern end, played out to point. There is no run. The wicketkeeper standing back. There is a first slip, a second slip, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid on a mid-wicket, and the fielder just beneath us here on the long leg boundary at this other end. But Cornell, she is bringing her attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. The sun has left us momentarily, but no immediate threat of rain. Cool and more pleasant environment out there in the middle for the players. One being struck off the outside edge. It's going down to third man. It dropped one bounce before the second slip, who made a valiant attack to try and bring it in for a catch. But in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run, 23 for 2.
Yeah, that one coming off the edge. A bit of additional bounce as well. And we probably expected that, as I mentioned, in terms of the early exchanges on this surface. A bit more moisture in it as well. And that one probably just falling just short of Hayley Matthews standing at first slip.
Well, here is Cornell again. Let us see what will happen on this occasion for this delivery. Pitches that one right on the stumps and played down to cover. There is no run. So Cornell really putting in a very good spell so far for her team, Barbados, operating from the southern or Lozak Road end where she started. But you made a very valuable point there, Joel, whereby there is no need in terms for what is coming from the bat, that even though you have that option to put more feelers outside the 30-yard circle, still keeping on that pressure. Here's Cornell now, a delivery that is pushing her on the back foot, which she quietly plays out to mid-off. So good strategy here by the experienced Hayley Matthew by keeping the feelers within the 30-yard circle and keeping that pressure on both batters.
Yeah, certainly. This is also the start that she would have expected from Cornell, especially given the type of experience that she has. Played 58 ODIs, 63 T20s as well. Probably one of the more experienced, if not.
Well, that is a big incentive here. But here is Cornell outside the off stump, being played by Shaw out to cover, and there is no run. Such an illustrious record that Hayley Matthews has. That wealth of experience is what she also brings to her team, and this Barbados team is the defending champions, and really they have a lot to defend in this tournament, but we have just started all the matches. Here is Cornell from the southern end, into bowl now to Shaw, a good delivery, making some height, and as Joel has been saying, that little bit of moisture adding that extra bounce there. But luckily for Shaw, did not get an edge. Another good over completed by Shaw. So after 11 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 23 for 2.
Yeah, this is 2 runs coming from the 5 overs for Shamilia Connell. Certainly a fantastic start to what will be her second, in fact, her second spell in this encounter. Just keeping that pressure on, as I mentioned, is just really about that experience that she brings. And that's really what Hayley Matthews is looking to lean on. But just going back towards the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, it's just really about navigating this early period as the wicket starts to dry out. The ball will certainly come onto the bat a lot better, making it maybe a little easier for stroke play. And just in this period where it's about looking to just maybe rotate that strike. And I think that is where the additional pressure is coming from, because they're not really relieving that pressure being placed on them. So batters are facing 6 balls from the same bowler, whereby the bowler is able to then start to kind of work them out as well in terms of maybe like a 1 or 2 technical flaws as well.
Alison Gordon, again, another delivery operating from the northern end here at Warner Park, outside the off stump, went through to the keeper, who gathered well. There's a solitary slip with the keeper standing up, and there's a third man. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a fielder just to the right of the square leg umpire, and one on the long leg boundary. Well, the sun is back with us in all its glory here at Warner Park, and we are looking at Alison Gordon moving away from us now from the northern end bowls. And here is a delivery pitch just on our about leg stump being played down to mid-on, and in the meantime there is no run. So this exchange of strike is very important, and what it can also provide too, it can just make the bowlers have to think a little different in bowling different deliveries to various batsmen. But here is Gordon in now bowls, and one struck straight down the ground for 4. Immediately as it got past the fielder at mid-on, straight down the ground here, and just beneath us here at the northern end, another valuable 4 to the total coming off the bat on this occasion, and carries the Trinidad and Tobago total now on to 27 for 2.
Certainly a fantastic shot, and probably first signs of aggression from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Janaba Joseph on that particular occasion, the length was what allowed her to just play through that one, all timing, and it makes its way towards the boundary. Her first boundary of the day.
Alison Gordon once again bowls short on the back foot, striking her, and the finger goes up, and she's out like before wicket. So after being struck for a good looking 4 down the ground, straight the ground, she came back, Alison Gordon, that is, with a delivery that was pitched just on or about centre stump, caught the batter on the back foot, and was adjudged like before by umpire Carl Tuckett. So wicket number 3 going down for Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. They are in large and in command here at Warner Park in this CG tournament of regional women cricket here at Warner Park. Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago, and Joel, another valuable wicket for Barbados.
Yeah, certainly what was key there was the adjustment in length. I made the comment with regards to why she was able to just play that ball back down the ground. It's probably just a bit fuller, and that's what allowed her to do that. On this particular occasion, she made the adjustment. It was wonderful to see from her in terms of drawing that length back a bit, and that's what allowed her to then wrap her on the pads. I think also the fact that the keeper is up is what's really adding that additional pressure as well, because usually, especially to the medium pace, or batters like to take maybe 1 or 2 steps down the wicket to bat out their crease to negate any type of movement, throw bowlers off their lengths. But with Kaisia Knight up to the stump, it means that there's no real movement outside the crease. So anytime you're hit in front of the stumps, there certainly it becomes a relatively easy decision for the umpire. She picks up her 3rd. It's 27 for 3.
Yes, and very good observation on your behalf there, Joel. Quite rightly so, in that added pressure, and whereby the batter's not getting the 1s and 2s, and Gordon is spot on here at Warner Park, and she looks a very, very good medium pace bowler. And what also is the incentive, as you alluded to, is the keeper standing up, and that's also provides and places pressure on batters. And there is no difference in situation here for the Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first, 27 for 3. Here is Alison Gordon, the most successful bowler so far for Barbados, down the leg side. Oh my, and the keeper again getting struck on a wide being signal. So one more to the total, and Trinidad and Tobago will accept these bonuses as they come. 27, 28 now it is for the loss of 3 wickets. And Alison Gordon, what a lovely spell this young lady is operating here for Barbados. Here is she in now bowls, and one being played down to mid-off, and there is no run. And sporting her, and that has completed the over. So after the total is 28 for 3, and Trinidad No, sorry, I'm sorry. The over is not being completed. I pardon to our listeners. For a moment after I saw the bowler Alison Gordon was taking her hat from umpire Tuckett, but probably he just said one more delivery to be bowled. Alison, here is she now moving away from us from the northern end. Bowls outside the off stump. And the wicketkeeper not taken cleanly. And it looks like she is experiencing some difficulties. But after 12 overs, 28 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago batting first.
Yeah, it's certainly never an easy task with the keeper up to the stump as well. With the ball going down the leg side, obviously being blindsided a bit, not getting her hands up as high as she probably wanted. And that's the one that took her on the wrist. But that occasion, in terms of the last delivery, just a bit more movement that was probably expected or anticipated from Gordon.
Yes, and this is good captaincy by Hayley Matthews, and understandably so, with her experience that she has coming into this tournament, using her bowlers quite appropriately, ringing the changes quite nicely, and we're going to see another change of bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. So far, the keeper is standing up. There's a solitary slip. There's a point. There is a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, on the boundary, a mid-wicket short, a square leg just to the left of the square leg umpire, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. Well, in coming on now to bowl, Hayley Matthews herself, losing her cap in the process and did not deliver. She is coming in at a very crucial moment of this encounter. 28 runs on the board, 3 wickets down. Here is the experienced Matthews. Hayley coming from the southern end, captain for Barbados, on a length. Played down to short mid-wicket. There is no run. So Barbados would be very pleased so far, Joel, with the start that they have gotten.
Yeah, certainly any team would be happy with this type of start, especially having lost the toss.
Yes, indeed. And here is the experienced Hayley Matthews coming from the southern end. Right arm over the wicket. Outside the off stump being struck to cover. It's going to go close to the cover boundary. They run one. A fielder is going valiantly after it. They run one. They run two. They're thinking about 3. But in the end, I think Shaw was settling all the time for 2 runs. And this is an area too where teams throughout this tournament would have to be looking for all the available runs when they present themselves. Well, Hayley Matthews, she's back at the top of her mark. She is moving in now from the southern end of the ground, coming in now to bowl to Shaw. Over the wicket, bowls to Shaw. Shaw is fishing at one outside the off stump. Luckily for her, she did not get the outside edge there. The keeper standing up, doing a good job, took it cleanly. First slip also in place. There is a point, a cover, and a mid-off. That's the outside field. A fielder at mid-on, a mid-wicket short, and one just at square leg, and a mid-wicket inside the boundary about 15 yards. Here is Shaw on the back foot. They're going to be a quick single. Some hesitation on the part of Shaw, but in the end, getting to the non-strikers end safely and getting a run, advancing the total for Trinidad and Tobago 30 for 3 up against Barbados here at Warner Park.
Yeah, just recognizing that the fielders on the offside were sitting back on the ring, and especially I think that's because of the shot that was played a couple of deliveries earlier. And obviously, it was just really because of the width of Hayley Matthews that afforded so to play that particular shot through the offside. But since then, they've been sitting back on the ring in the offside, and noticing that came through for the quick single in the end. It brings the experienced Brittany Cooper into strike now.
Well, and these two will have to try and provide a valuable partnership for Trinidad and Tobago, but at the same time, Hayley Matthews, knowing that 3 wickets is down, bringing herself into the attack from the southern end, in now bowls to the batter, and the keeper not taking it well, but beat on that occasion. Delivery went through the right-handed batsman, the keeper not taking it cleanly, but there was not any sort of excitement or jubilation from the first slipper or the keeper. So no doubt the batter did not get a touch. Here is Matthews once again. What would she do on this occasion? Right arm over the wicket, bowls. And the batter is looking for another single, some sort of hesitation. The ball is going to the non-strikers end. And really, Brittany Cooper, I think on that occasion, diving in to make sure, but the ball did not hit the wicket. That has completed the over. And after some 13 overs, Trinidad and Tobago in the CG Women's Regional Cricket Tournament right here at Warner Park, after 13 overs, the total is 32 for 3.
Yeah, just nice to see the running in that over. Picked up 2 and going wide of cover, then 2 in quick singles, and that's what we've been talking about in terms of the rotation of the strike, recognizing that the fielders haven't necessarily been as alert as they should been, and a desperate dive in the end by Brittany Cooper.
Well, with the fielders on the 30-yard circle too, if the batters would be playing with soft hands and drawing the fielders to come to the ball instead of hitting it straight to the fielders, that can be a different proposition. But here is Alison Gordon from the northern end in the bowls. One outside the off stump, played into the ground, but well fielded at second slip and prevented any possibility of a run. Good morning to all our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast here at Warner Park and at all the other 2 venues, which is at the Connery Cricket Centre and the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Here is Alison Gordon, though, at Warner Park for Barbados, bowling now to Brittany Cooper, who played it out to mid-off. But a good dive by the mid-off fielder. And in the meantime, the batters, though, they were able to get another run, which advances the total on to 33 for the loss of 3 wickets. We are into over number 14, 13.2 deliveries being bowled. Here is Alison Gordon, brilliant sunshine from the northern end. In now right arm over the wicket, one being played down to the left of point, and in the meantime, well, the batters now, they are exchanging the strike and picking up more 1s and 2s, and that is a good sign from Trinidad and Tobago's point of view. Well, for our listeners who might just be joining us, we greet you with the news here at Warner Park. The total is 34 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago batting first. Brittany Cooper is not out on 2, and Shaw is on 11. Here is a delivery outside the off stump, and Brittany having a cut at that one, misses and through to the keeper, and luckily for her, she did not get an edge. And how good a spell is this one from Alison Gordon, operating from the northern our media center end here at Warner Park. Moves away from us now, sporting the number 77 on the back of her jersey. Plays it out to point. There is no run. There is a fielder moving in sharp from point. Prevented any possibility of a run. So once the fielders, Joel, in the 30-yard circle are on the alert, that puts more pressure on the batters at the crease.
Yeah, certainly it does. And just still that bit of movement, especially away from the bat. For Gordon, that's what really was posing the extra challenge, coupled with the fact that the keeper is still up to the stuff.
Here is Alison Gordon now and being struck over the mid-wicket area. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the mid-wicket area for 4. So Brittany Cooper getting a very valuable 4 for her team, advances her tally on to 8, but the total for Trinidad and Tobago is 34 for 3. We can now see umpire Tuckett now signaling to the refreshment cart. So for our listeners who might just be joining us, we can greet you with the news here from Warner Park in this CG Regionals Women Tournament being played here at Warner Park, of the 2 other encounters, which is played at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and Connery Cricket Centre here in St. Kitts. At St. Paul's, the Leeward Islands, they are up against Jamaica, and at Connery, the Windward Islands versus Guyana. So the first refreshment cart approaches the field. It's a little overcast, not any immediate threat of rain, but providing a little more cooler environment for the players and umpires out in the middle. But I will make way now for Carlisle Powell, and he will be joining you, Joel. So we welcome back our good friend Carlisle to pick up the ball by ball. And Carlisle, a very interesting moments, and no doubt you will update our listeners more specifically as to what has transpired so far. But Joel, you will stay there, and we will also like to tell our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast, the refreshment cart is on the field. Trinidad and Tobago batting first, and after some 14 overs, they are 38 for 3. And it is my pleasure again to welcome back Carlisle Powell to bring you up to date. But at this present moment, the refreshment cart and players are refreshing themselves. But he will go more in depth as to what he has seen so far this morning.
Toss won by Trinidad and Tobago. Invited Barbados to bat. Sorry, correction. They decided to bat. And Barbados would probably right now be saying thank you to Trinidad and Tobago because they've bowled well. Gordon has gone for a few boundaries, but the wickets are the important cause.
Certainly the wickets being key, and especially after being invited to have a bowl first. I do think Barbados will be happy with how things have proceeded for them. At the same time, I think that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas can take heart in terms of what the last 2 overs have looked like for them. I think it's really because of the experience of Brittany Cooper that we've started to see 1 or 2 more singles being run. We've started to see probably the capitalization in terms of the bad balls. Just 1 bad ball there being delivered at the end of that over by Alison Gordon, whereby it was the first delivery that was really down the leg side from her, and also the length of it was a bit full as well, allowing Brittany Cooper just whip it off of her pads. But I think that this here is where I guess Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas can say, okay, we have the experience there of Brittany Cooper. We have the youth of Chanel So, who is looking to obviously showcase her skills here, because I mentioned the fact that she was a member of the Women West Indies under-19 side that went across to what was the first under-19 Women's World Cup as well, and she would have a point to prove in terms of saying, well, hey, I would like to start knocking at that senior door. So it's going to be a very interesting period here after we've completed the first hour of play with the skipper Hayley Matthews to continue.
Shaw is playing and missing outside the line of the off stump. So good experience from Hayley Matthews from the far end and testing the youngster.
Certainly. You obviously expect that, given that she's really been the one that's been around the world playing cricket.
For this delivery, she's trying to turn it into the onside. And there's an appreciable amount of bounce that Matthew has been able to extract. Again, the experience factor coming into play.
Yeah, certainly. It's just a case of Trinidad and Tobago having just weather what will be, I guess, the first hour, hour and a half into 2 hours maybe.
Matthews, and she's trying to turn it into the onside. Wants a single. Cooper says no need for that. And the middle overs obviously are the important overs.
Yeah, certainly in terms of the movement, or what you consider that moving phase of the game, and looking to set up things for the latter half. And certainly this partnership is one that we'll be hoping that can set up things for them.
Matthew again, and she's pitching this one up, and here is Shaw showing good common sense. Get into the pitch of it and driving into the offside. It's going to run close to the boundary, but not across the boundary. And so she'll get 3 runs. And the youngster showing good common sense is Chanel Shaw. She's moving on now to 14 from 37. So, Chanel So, 14 from 38 deliveries, but she's still batting. That's the important thing. Here is Matthews again, bringing Cooper forward. Cooper is 6 from 9. And the score is 41 for 3 and weighing over number 15 of 50. Trying to get scores from the other venues haven't been successful so far. As here is Matthews once again. Gives this one some flight. Firmly driven there by the experienced Cooper. And that's extremely good work in the offside at mid-off by, that's Connell, limiting the scoring to 1. And so Cooper goes on to 7 from her 11 deliveries. And the score at the end of that over now, it is 42 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, I just mentioned the fact that things just started to just, I guess, increase in terms of that run rate. And Hayley Matthews so far has been slightly guilty, and not really guilty if you really consider her bowling figures at the moment. 3 overs for just 8, but just occasionally over pitching. And it's been nice to see in terms of the partnership of So and Cooper at the crease at the moment, just capitalizing on those over pitch deliveries, especially given that the field is still in, obviously because of the pressure, but still looking to go over the top, looking to apply a bit more pressure, get that scoreboard ticking over. And what it might do is force Hayley Matthews to probably just push one or two fielders back, and that then allows for the scoring of runs to become a bit easier. It's going to be Shakira Selman that's going to come into the attack now. Another experienced campaigner, not just at the national level, but also in terms of the West Indies women's setup here.
And she's bowling from the pavilion end, taking over from Gordon, who has been the successful wicket taker for Barbados. And this one is striking on the pad, seems to be angling down a little bit. Umpire Carl Tuckett says not out, and there is a throw at the stumps which misses, and so it will allow a run in the form of a leg by, and the score will move on now to 43 for the loss of 3. Every single run welcomed by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, certainly. Skipper Hayley Matthews sensing maybe that there was an opportunity for the run out there, but with nobody backing up, what it did was allow Cooper to get off straight. That particular occasion, probably height coming into question with that delivery, and maybe also just sliding down the leg side as well. That angle just a bit. Obviously, is the right-hand bowler bowling from over the wicket.
Selman from the pavilion end. And the bowls now to Sau, who is driving nicely into the offside. Firmly though, and mid-off makes good ground to her left. No chance of a run. 43 for 3, weighing over number 16 of 50.
And it's just looking at that shot, sometimes considering maybe just what we consider to be that weighted type of shot, in the sense of maybe looking to maybe drop it in the offside. Because I mentioned the fact that in terms of the offside ring, especially the fielders are back on the 30-yard circle. So obviously looking for the runs, and that's understandable with that ball being pitched up. But occasionally just dropping it into the offside, as it's done in the overs before this.
Selman once more, and she's driving again firmly, finds the field at extra cover. And you notice a change. The captain is thinking all the time. She has moved from slip and is now at cover, and so offering some more protection, as Sau seems to be getting into her work, understanding her role, and with the experience of Cooper at the other end, speaking to her all the time, she seems to be blossoming just a little bit more. Selman once more, and for this delivery, she's driving into the offside, waits on it a little bit, but guides it exactly where the skipper Matthew has placed herself. And so there is no chance of a run. Still remains on 43 for 3 in the 16th over.
It is certainly what you consider bowling to plan Hayley Matthews, making that slight adjustment. And you can certainly see it, especially in terms of the lengths that Shakira Selman is bowling, relatively full and outside of that off stump as well.
Here is she once more. This one is down the leg side, and it's called and signaled wide. It was full down the onside, and the batsman Sau tried to go a little bit too square, might have been looking to go a little bit straighter, missed it completely, but there was a run resulting from the wide. 44 for 3.
Yeah, the reaction of Selman probably tells you that that was probably the wicket-taking delivery that she was searching for, and it appears as if she was just going for that leg stump Yorker on that occasion, just getting the line slightly wrong, but you can see the thinking process going on here.
Goes away from us once more, does Selman. And she's going back, is Sau, steers it out to gully. No chance of a run, more of a backward point really. And so it has been a good containing over so far.
Yeah, you just hope that with just a bit more pressure being applied in this over, that Sau doesn't necessarily look for that big grand scoring shot and gives it away, because you expect things like this to happen in terms of bowler bowling a good over. She's just looking slightly frustrated after that one.
Here is Selman, and she's going back, gets a no ball, and plays it out to cover. And there's a run resulting from the no ball, which is 45 for 3 now, and it means that we'll have a free hit.
Yeah, the first free hit of this game, and this is now what allows her to ease that pressure, because I mentioned the fact that after working it to backward point, the delivery before this, she looked a little frustrated, looked up to the heavens in terms of where can I find that next run, what will my scoring shot be. But now she's been gifted that free hit, which allows her to free the arms. What will Shakira Selman bowl is the question.
Selman, for this free hit delivery, is getting straight driven down the ground. Good shot by Sao, that's 4. And she has looked absolutely brilliant when she's playing straight down the ground.
Yeah, that is certainly the reward that you get for spending time at the crease. 16 bowled, it's 49 for 3, but that is exactly what you want to see happening, because I mentioned, you just don't hope that she just, gets under the pressure and gives it away. But no, she was given the free hit and capitalized on it beautifully and was still able to get 6 runs out of the over in the end. So wonderful cricket, you would have to say, from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas at the moment.
18 from 44 is Chanel Sao, but she's still at the crease, has looked good, and Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that she can capitalize on this start. 16 overs completed, 49 for 3, having won the toss and batted, and they have the experience of Cooper at the crease with the youngster Sao.
Yeah, one thing that you're noticing is just the incremental increases in the current run rate at the moment. At one point, it was about 2 or just below 2, and ever so often, I guess across the last maybe 5 or so overs, it's beginning to creep up to the point whereby is at 3.06, and that's because of the fact that, as I mentioned, that experience factor maybe of Brittany Cooper capitalizing on 1 or 2 more moments to get a chance to get a single.
Matthew has decided to go around the wicket to Cooper. And for this delivery, she's clearing the front leg and playing it down to backward square. There's a fielder coming off the boundary, and they managed to come back for 2 runs.
I mean, interesting approach here. Probably questioning maybe why Hayley Matthews has opted to come around the crease, around the wicket. The umpire signals 1 short is there. And Cooper is asking for a bit of replay.
And she's the guilty party.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting here because obviously with this one now, you're in a question in terms of the lines that Hayley Matthews opts to bowl here. Pretty much takes LBW almost out of the contest entirely, and that is why you can see Cooper instantly going for that sweep shot.
Matthew again, and for this delivery, she's solidly in line, plays it down on the onside, and there's a fielder at short leg. Who collects. The 50 has come up for Trinidad and Tobago, taking them 16 overs and 1 ball.
Yeah, you do expect maybe that Hayley Matthews will look to be extremely tight in terms of probably starting just outside leg, maybe just on leg.
She bowls again. Short delivery, which is pulled into the onside by Cooper. She didn't get a hold of it very well. It comes chasing back for the 2nd run. And this time she made a ground at the far end successfully. And so she will get the 2 runs to push the score on to 52 for the loss of 3. Current run rate of 3.06, so you're looking at just over 150. 158 projected.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time left for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas to push that even higher.
Matthew again to Cooper, who is behind it, and plays it back down the track. And there is a signal from umpire Abbott to umpire Tuckett to square leg to say that, listen, there are 2 balls left in the over. 2 balls left in the over, in fact. As Hayley Matthew, with the 2 fielders out being backward square and mid-wicket. And bowls to Cooper, who is coming forward, looking to find the deep mid-wicket, but ends it and finds straight mid-wicket instead. And so in over number 17, the score is still 52 for 3.
Just 1 delivery left for skipper Hayley Matthews. Here it's been an interesting over in terms of how she's mixed it up.
Bowls to Cooper, and she's again behind it, plays it out on the offside. And so an interesting over. Hayley Matthews has now picked up none for 11, and the score is 52 for 3, 17 overs completed.
Yeah, she might probably feel that she got away maybe 1 or 2 in that over, especially I guess what looked like the effort ball for her, which was fractionally short, and Cooper was not able to fully capitalize on it. The fielder that was on the deep backward square leg boundary getting around to it. We had some interesting lengths in that over from Hayley Matthews, opting to go around, and some 3 runs in the end coming out of it. Selman will continue.
Her first over went for 6, and so she'll be looking to be tighter. Comes up to bowl to Sau, who is flashing at this outside the off stump. Didn't get across, and it went through luckily for her. No chance of any catch at the wicket because she missed it.
Yeah, and just a bit of movement still on offer. And obviously, these days playing with the 2 new balls, you do expect the ball to swing a lot longer into the innings. Still a bit of a wave movement.
Sau is 18 from 45 on strike. And for this delivery, she's steering it down to backward point. No run.
Yeah, once again, just bowling to that offside ring. So there's a fielder at point coming around towards Hayley Matthews. She now actually makes a switch in terms of the positioning. So there's a cover to the extra cover as well as the mid-off. And as Selman, you could probably say for the majority of the overs that she's going to be bowling, is probably going to be looking to just be touched, starting maybe on that off stump, going away from majority deliveries, and then we saw the effort delivery, the ball looking to come back in.
This delivery is back of a length, and there is Sau getting tucked up, trying to shape into plate into the onside, and it takes the outer portion of the bat, falls away into the offside, no runs.
Probably just maybe closing the bat face a little too early there, and watched again just because of that away movement that's still on offer here.
Selman in a second over from the pavilion end, and goes up now to bowl to Sau, who is getting one on the onside, tucks it down to just forward of square, and they run through for a single. That's a good running, and that single takes her on to 19 Sau, and the score moves on to 52 for the loss of 3 in the 18th over.
Yeah, nice little single to rotate the strike from them there, brings Brittany Cooper back on to face what will be the final 2 of this over. But it looks as if the plans are still the same to Cooper as she looks around the field. Quite a bit of space in the leg side.
Here is Selman, and Cooper is getting a good delivery, which brings the batter forward, plays it out into the offside, no chance of a run. And you get this sense that Trinidad and Tobago would be wishing that Cooper would bat for a long time.
Yeah, certainly. It's really about getting down into what we might probably say is the business end of this game, looking at these middle overs and saying, okay.
Selman again goes away from us, bowls to Cooper, and Cooper is getting a no ball, which she drives down to mid-wicket, brings the fielder off the boundary, and so they'll get a single. And Carl Tuckett, the umpire, stretches out that hand to signal no ball, and then we'll see the signal for the free hit. And so the score moves on by 2 to 54 for 3 in over number 18.
Yeah, the fact that the batters changed allows skipper Hayley Matthews to make some adjustments in the field. And we talked about the fact that they've not really been utilizing the amount of players that they could put on the boundary in terms of 4 in this period. They've actually opted for that now. And we've seen the long on and long off come back. You've seen somebody go back onto the cover boundary.
Sau is getting the ball for the free hit and cuts. Rather drags it down to the fielder at short third. And there is no chance of a run. So a dot ball for the free hit. End of over number 18, 54 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, couldn't capitalize on that one. The previous free hit, she was able to drive back down the ground, got 4 for it. This occasion, maybe either right or left of the short third man fielder, and it would have been runs for them. But just to get back to your point in terms of the expectation, or the hopes maybe for Brittany Cooper especially, is just really maybe a case of, yes, looking at and say, okay, we're 18 overs into the encounter. We're looking at maybe Brittany Cooper batting down to maybe over number 35, over number 40, and then making an assessment in terms of where they are when they're there. If she can still be out there, and even better for them, if this partnership can get them down into the 30th over, into over number 35, it certainly sets up the ability to have a bit of a swing in the back end and certainly apply a lot more pressure to Barbados. But if they are to lose 1 or 2 wickets in these middle overs, they then have to go back to the process of rebuilding the innings all over again and restarting, and that's certainly not what they want.
We're seeing a change at the far end, and I'll tell you who that bowler is in just a little while. Right arm wrist spinner, and this one is swept. It's chased by the fielder from backward square. That looks like Gordon, makes good ground across to her right, and so there will be 2 runs to Cooper, and that will take her on to 13. Right arm wrist spinner, and Elliott is into the attack for the first time. Brittany Cooper has now pushed on to 13. Here is Elliott again. This one is wide of the off stump, and here is Cooper playing loosely, flashing at it, missing, no chance of a run. 57 for 3.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a leg spinner in cricket.
She's giving this one generous flight, played from the inner portion of the bat, just forward of square. And so Cooper will get run number 14 and make it 58 for 3 in over number 19.
Yeah, the challenge for the leg spinners is always ensuring that they start well, because sometimes you get maybe a full toss here, sometimes maybe you get a drag down in terms of the length as well. So for Keela Elliott, it's really just to get through this first over, keep things tight, probably get into a slight rhythm.
She bowls again given generous flight, and this one is hit just short of the fielder at mid-wicket, as Sau just stayed a little bit too upright, didn't get over it and didn't place it well either. But she survives. Good fielding by the fielder at mid-wicket, as Elliott bowls once again given generous flight, a full toss in fact, and hit down to just backward square, splits the fielders and gets a boundary. And so she takes advantage of that. So moves up to 23, and the total goes into the 60s. 62 for 3 in over number 19.
Well, I did mention that in terms of what you could probably expect, especially at the start of a spell from the leg spinner. And a full toss certainly is one of those things that comes into play. Taking full advantage of it was Chanel So, and she moves up into the 20s.
Here is Elliott once more and brings Sau forward, plays it down to mid-wicket, and there is no chance of a run. Cooper at the other end must be saying to herself, listen, I'll just bat and bat, as this one is bringing the batsman forward. That's a good delivery to end the over. Just pitched just about on the off stump and turning away. Was a little flatter, a little faster. Very good delivery to end the over.
Certainly a fantastic way to end it. 7 runs nonetheless come from it. 62 for 3 after 19. But I was probably maybe expecting a few more of those types of deliveries, especially at the start for Elliott, just in terms of getting settled and getting into a rhythm and just putting a couple on a spot, looking to maybe build a bit of pressure. And then as she goes through the spell, then looking to go towards the variations then in terms of maybe a bit more flight here and there, adjusting in terms of maybe the pace of delivery as well. But she'll be happy with how she's ended it. I would want to kind of build on that.
Selman bowls delivery which is outside the off stump to Cooper, and she just allows it to go through to the keeper. No chance of a run, as we are in over number 20. We're looking to go for 50 overs. Cutoff point is at 110. And I'm told that if the overs are not bowled, they'll continue to bowl until they're completed. And 3 wickets are down. So if the side is not bowled out earlier, we shall continue past the cutoff point. Selman it is. Goes past umpire Tuckett. And Cooper is again flashing and missing. Playing a little bit loosely this time, Cooper. And you have to give the credit to Selman, the bowler, though, because she is again placing that ball just back of a length outside the off stump and saying, come get me if you want.
Certainly. And I think this is where, for Cooper, it might just be a case of just looking to access what is that third man area, looking to work the ball down towards third man to get the single and to rotate the strike. Something that we've seen quite often, especially across the 50 over formats of cricket.
She bowls once more to Selman. Short, and again it's a no ball. So being a little bit naughty there, Selman. This is, in fact, a third no ball. And so it will occasion an extra run to take the score to 63 for 3. And it will be a free hit to Cooper.
Yeah, the first time that Cooper will be getting free hit, the other two free hits. Chanel So was the one on strike. No opportunity to change the field here, Shakira Selman. So once again, be interesting to see what type of adjustment she looks to make for this delivery.
Cooper has a delivery which is again a no ball, and it was a little bit wide of the off stump. Apparently Cooper heard the call early, didn't have the opportunity to score, and didn't try, because she'll have another free hit, and this will be, and she's over by a distance.
Yeah, quite some way over Shakira Selman, so not getting that run up right. And the extras certainly have helped Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas.
Back-to-back no balls, and so another free hit. And here is she now to bowl to Cooper, who is getting one on the legs, comes down and flicks it down backward of square for 4. And saw her just making some room, followed her, pitch it on the legs. And there was Cooper experienced enough to say, okay, this is what you have given me. Let me just play what I see. Backward of square, picked up 4 to take the score into 68 for 3 in over number 20.
Yeah, just coming down the wicket was Cooper, throwing Selman probably just off the length that she wanted to bowl at that point in time. Clipped it away quite nicely.
So Selman, again, is going past us, bowling from over the wicket, and bowling a good delivery, just back of a length. And there is Cooper standing tall, playing it away into the onside. And there is no chance of a run, 68 for 3. We have had 4 fours hit and no 6s yet in this inning.
The good thing about this over so far, especially for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, is that they've not really had to do much to get the runs. They've been helped by the 2 no balls. The fact that there was a free hit as well meant that so far 6 runs have come off of the over. So they really don't need to do much from here. Probably if they get another single, it would probably be the perfect over for them.
If they don't lose a wicket. And here's a delivery which is worked into the onside. They're taking on the arms of the fielder at straight mid-wicket. But it was a very well-executed run. They were so moving off quickly on the call of Cooper. And so they got that single to make it on now to 69 for 3.
They're really alert this pair, and they've run well since they've come together at the crease. I mentioned the fact that could they probably get another single, become the perfect over for them. 7 off of it, and just the 1 delivery to come for So.
And Cooper is moving away from us to bowl to So. Short delivery. She's back in the crease and just drops it on the offside to bring up the end of over number 20. Chanel So is 23 from 53. Brittany Cooper is 19 from 30. And Gordon is a successful wicket taker. She has picked up 3 for 18 from her 5 overs completed, as we welcome back Victor Eddy.
Thank you very much, Sir Carlisle. And these two put in a partnership for Trinidad and Tobago, which is critical, which is crucial, which is needed at this particular moment. And if they can just carry it deep into these overs, they can end up with a good total. Projected total from here on now is 173, going at 3.45. But quite an interesting moment of play, Carla.
As we see the first delivery, pitch outside the leg stump by the wrist spinner. They have had one, and there is a bit of a fumble, and it allows the experienced Cooper to come charging back and seizing the opportunity for a second run. And so the score moves on now to 71 for the loss of 3. Current run rate is at 3.45. They have been increasing steadily without taking too many chances.
Well, at this particular moment, too, there is no need for that with the field widely spread once they can get those loose deliveries.
And here comes Elliott once more, gives it generous flight, just about middle and leg. It's played away into the onside. And the keeper moves from behind the stumps to collect. No chance of a run.
Well, Elliott, the right-arm spinner, is not afraid to flight the ball, and that's a very good sign. Well, the captain just making some adjustments to her field placement. Well, we will see what will happen for these remaining deliveries that to be bowled.
Here is
Full
Elliott
toss.
again. Full toss. Played down backward square. They have crossed for one. And mid-wicket has to come charging across to the right. And so they'll get 2 runs. And we'll push the score on now to 73 for the loss of 3 in the 21st over. As there's just a little trickling of spectators here at Warner Park. Hopefully, we'll see more people come into the ground to look at these ladies' matches. Here is Elliott. Bowls a good delivery, which is spinning across Cooper. Lots of shouts and so on, but the keeper doesn't seem too excited.
Well, the appeal more so came from a good delivery being bowled, but the umpire immediately is warning the bowler Elliott to please stay out of that danger area.
I don't think it's so much the danger area, but saying, listen, when you deliver and you follow through, you're right in front of me and I can't see. Here is Elliott from wide off the crease this time, and again Cooper is trying to force it into the offside, and again she misses.
Yes, and that can more so be the case in that instance, because if the umpire is unsighted, she cannot make a decision.
Elliott, right arm wrist spinner, and pitching this one just about leg stump. Again the shouts go up, no chance of a run, and so at the end of over number 21, the score Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting against Barbados, 73 for 3. And the projected score at this point is 174.
Yes, and 174. But these two, for how they are batting right now, and going along and getting the ones and the twos and the boundaries, that if they can keep this partnership going deep into the overs, they can end up with over 200 runs. But it all depends a lot on this partnership specifically. And the wrist spinner who bowls leg breaks and googlies in Elliott, it is usually the more difficult of the art of spinners to get your length and line immediately on par. But she has done well so far, and it is not an easy task as a right arm and leg break and googly bowler back of the arm.
And we're seeing a change, Victor. The captain has decided, listen, my wicket taker has been Gordon. Let me bring you back into the attack. And so she's back, having bowled 5 overs and picked up 3 for 18. And she's tucking up the batsman first off, who plays it away into the onside, finds mid-wicket, no runs.
Well, and for those persons who subscribe that experience is a great teacher, Hayley Matthews is demonstrating that here today because she has a wealth of experience, Carlisle, and quite rightly so. Why not bring back your chief wicket taker in Garden?
Who is bowling to Sow, who is trying to be fancy, looking to play it into the offside, just drags it down to extra cover where the bowler feels on the follow through, no runs.
What Alison Garden is suggesting to me, Carlisle, and obviously to you, that she has done a lot of network because she has not really given away loose deliveries, so to speak.
Here's a delivery which is sliced away down to third man, brings the fielder off the boundary. And so she'll get an extra run. So she's now 24 from 55 deliveries faced. Score moves up to 74 for 3. And it will bring Brittany Cooper, who is on 23 from 36, to take strike.
Well, Carlisle, we both share the same sentiment of running between the wickets, because actually the batters was just strolling for one. Even though it obviously might have been one, just put some pressure on the fielder. Run the first one quickly, and once they see you doing that, sometimes you overrun the ball. So that can be an area that the coaches could be looking at closely.
Gordon is looking for some more success. And there's a short third man, fielder at point, cover deep on the boundary, extra cover. And the mid-off, that's on the offside. as Gordon bowls a delivery which is angling down leg. It hits the pads, and as Cooper was trying to play it into the onside, the shouts go up. Cal Tuckett said no, and from my position, clearly angling down the leg side.
Yes, and sometimes some umpires get a little, not saying that they depend on it, but seeing the wicketkeeper actually moving a little too going down the leg side, it is a little more convincing for the presiding umpire to uphold their decision, and Tuckett did it right on that occasion.
Here is Gordon again. This one is pulled down to just backward of square by Cooper. They'll get a single. And so that will take Cooper up to 24 from her 38 deliveries faced and 76 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and batted, and we're in over number 22. Cal Tuckett, of course, an experienced player, played one-day international for the West Indies and played for the Leeward Islands at first-class level. Here is Gordon once more to bowl to Sau, who is playing it into the offside. End of the over. And after 22 overs, Victor, the score at Warner Park is 75 for 3. Chanel Sau is on 24 from 57. And with her is Brittany Cooper, is 24 from 38.
Yes, and since Brittany Cooper came to the crease to join Saul, she has really accelerated the scoring rate, not just in boundaries, but in the ones and the twos, which is quite appropriate and ongoing. But Cal Tuckett, with that wealth of experience as a player, a lot of times it's an added incentive as former players go into the umpiring positions, because they know a lot of times that the tricks that a lot of cricketers will try that they'll be aware of. So it's not some of those tricks would not work under Cal Tuckett. But here is Elliott from the southern end.
As she bowls a delivery back of her length, is pushing Cooper back, and she strokes it up to extra cover. No run. Elliott, given this one, generous flight taken on the full by Cooper. They are trying to get 2 runs. Good decision not to attempt the second run, because the throw coming in from the boundary was a good one. And so Cooper just gets a single, and that takes her on now to 25. It's 76 for 3.
Yes, and Elliott continues to give the ball generous flight. She is not afraid to flight it, make the batsman look up and try to really score. Well, we will see what she will do for these remaining deliveries.
In her third over is Elliott, brings Sau forward. And she has been there for quite a while, Sau, but she has played well so far. She has put in the time, and she will want to be there even longer. Here is Elliott again, and again given generous flight and hit back down the pitch. And that was a chance, Victor.
Yeah,
I don't think that she expected it. Elliott.
It seems a bit unexpected to Elliott at that time. It was struck firmly too, but then she only stuck out the one arm, and it was not really out of her reach. So probably captain might suggest it to her that she should have gone with both hands. But anyway, in the end, the batters, they got a run.
And she's now bowling to Cooper, who is back and punching firmly past his extra cover. And mid-off comes around to her left, gets a single. And so the score moves on to 78 for 3. We're in over number 23.
And Cooper getting that delivery, which was the googly, she read it well and earned herself a nice single.
Elliott again, and here is she pushing the batter back, takes the inner portion of the bat onto the pad. Again, the shouts go up, but the answer will always be no for LBW when it has hit the bat. And so at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force women, they're 78 for 3. And the current run rate is at 3.39. Which means that the projected score is taking us to 171.
Well, The players are getting, some players getting a little refreshment. It is very hot here at Warner Park, out there in the middle, that is. And with a cool breeze coming across the ground, though, should not be that heated for the players. But this is where not just West Indies cricket started playing in the natural sunlight, but more so it has started in that area. But the chief wicket taker, Alison Gordon, she's going to continue from the Northern or Media Centre end here at Warner Park. And 78 for 3 is the total. Trinidad and Tobago batting first in the CG Regional Women Cricket Tournament right here at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium. And we are looking at Alison Gordon, who will be continuing from the northern end. And to tell you more about what's going on in the middle, it's none other than Carlisle Powell.
As we see Barbados continuing in their search for wickets, and it will be the wicket taker of Gordon, number 77 on the back. This one is driven firmly down to mid-off by Cooper. No chance of a run. She has now gone past Chanel Sow, who opened the batting. And you expect this from the experienced Cooper. What is important here in this partnership, Victor, has been the running. Here is Gordon once again, and Cooper is back and punching into the offside, brings cover from 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and so she'll get a run, does Cooper, and that takes her up to 27, and the score is now on 79 for 3, and we're almost at the halfway point in the 24th over. Gordon to bowl to Sow, who is back and punching, and finds extra cover in the captain, and there is no chance of a run.
Well, even though Shaw has faced some 60 deliveries and just 25 runs, the more important thing is here that she has the experience. Brittany Cooper with her, who is not out on 27. Here is Gordon.
Down the leg side, and she's playing around it is Sow, and it goes down to just about on the 45. It's a leg by, and so the score will move on now to 79 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and I was saying there, Carlisle, that even though Shaw has facing some 61 deliveries, the more important thing is the partnership. But here is Gordon, who has been bowling very good.
And for this delivery, it's a slower one, and Cooper is playing it down into the offside, brings the fielder from off the cover boundary, and she'll get another run, does Cooper. That will take the score on to 81 for 3, and she goes on to 28 from 44, does Brittany Cooper. Here is Gordon again, and for this delivery, it's worked fine. They'll have the chance to get a couple, as it brings the Connell from off the backward square boundary. And so 2 more runs then to the youngster Sow. That will take on to 27. And the score at the end of over number 24, 83 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and batted.
Yes, and Alison Gordon, the medium pacer, who has been the most successful of the bowlers so far for Barbados. She has 3 wickets, 24 runs, 7 overs. She's actually trying things too there, Carlisle, because one delivery in that over that she did complete just a while ago, she bowled one from the back of her hand. So she is going into variety, and no doubt having that level of confidence, she can try other deliveries. But continuing from the southern end, it will be Elliott, the right arm leg break googly bowler.
And she bowls a short delivery to Cooper, who is placing this one down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Short, and you expect this every now and again from the wrist spinner. She dragged it down, and Cooper took great advantage of that, picked up another boundary. They have not been coming fast and furious.
Well, and Cooper is accelerating in the boundary rate, though, and understandably so. She has a wealth of experience, and Elliott guilty of pulling that one down short and being hammered into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
and it's short again, but this time it tucks up Cooper, who can only drag it down to mid-on. No chance of a run. Cooper is 32 from 46, as Trinidad and Tobago are 87 for 3 in the 25th over. Here is Elliott once more. Good delivery, bringing Cooper forward, and she just plays it quietly back down on the onside of the track. And so the score remains an 87 for 3. Elliott to bowl to Cooper. Again, given this one generous flight. She is looking to sweep. This one is straight and it's full enough, and my word, played right across it does Cooper, loses a wicket, and so she's gone LBW for 32. Look at that. Yes, she was in front. And that's a delivery which she would have been better advised to play back down the ground. Went across it, lost a wicket, and so the wrist spinner Keela Elliott getting her first wicket in her 4th over, 1 for 18 so far. And another wicket goes down for Trinidad and Tobago, 4 wickets down now, 87 on the board, and they have lost the experience of Cooper for 32.
Well, and that is the prize wicket there by Elliott, really. Not afraid to flight her deliveries as she came on from that sudden end. Well, all the players are now refreshing themselves to some well-deserved water in this heat here at Warner Park. It's very hot out in the middle. Ideal conditions for cricket, though. The fielders are now going back into their respective positions. And we greet our listeners with the news here from Warner Park of this CG Women Regional Cricket Tournament. It's Trinidad and Tobago up against Barbados, the defending champions, right here at Warner Park. And after some, 25 overs?
24.4.
24.4, sorry. 87 for 4. And Carlisle, 3.53 projected total from here on in, 177. Would that be enough? One could never tell.
Important 60-run partnership between those two batters. We didn't see a lot of fireworks, but they ran the singles well. They got some extras, and so that's an important partnership there. The new batter at the crease now, it's number 13. Looking hard on my page to see who is number 13, and that's Leanne Kirby, who gets off the mark immediately with a single to take the score on to 88 for 4. 1 ball left in the over. A successful one by Elliott, and she's bringing in the fielder from the long-on boundary for Sow. She comes up now to bowl her final delivery, and the shot outside the off stump, dab down to fine leg. Excellent work there by the fielder, making good ground to her left. Make sure that there is not a run scored. And so at the end of the over, 88 for 4, we're halfway there. 25 overs completed. Brittany Cooper gone for 32 in that over. Chanel Sow, who opened the batting, is on 27 from 64. Leanne Kirby has just come to the crease, and she's 1 for 1 at a current run rate of 3.52. We're projecting a score of 176.
Yes, and Shaw will have to stay there because she been there from beginning, and now we are at the halfway stage. It gives her an opportunity to excel her scoring rate, and how important, even more so, to go very close, if not right to the end of the remaining 25 overs to come. But Barbados, they will have other ideas in terms of getting more wickets, but that was a very valuable partnership between Cooper and Shaw, some 60 odd runs. Well, here again now, these two need another partnership for Trinidad and Tobago, but here is a bowling change from this to northern end, and the batter is playing it quietly back down to the bowler to field to her own bowling. There is no run.
No chance of a run. And it's another change in bowling, Victor. Don't know if you realize that this is a skipper. She's been ringing the changes, and she's now bowling from the pavilion end. Matthew to Kirby, who is pulling this one into the onside, goes down to long on, and she'll get a single to take a total on to 2 and make the score 89 for 4. We're in the 26th over.
But Carlisle, what I've seen here with the outfield here at Warner Park, it's a lot on the slow side. Not to my recollection of thoughts, but we'll get back to that concern.
And here is a good shot by Sau, just playing it down to extra cover, past the fielder there at extra cover, brings mid-off across to her right, to her left, and so she gets another single to take her on now to 28. 90 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago. Matthew bowls, and this one is driven back down the track by Leon Kirby. No chance of a run.
Yes, and really, Barbados, at this particular moment, they will no doubt try to make further inroads. But from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, they need another valuable partnership here.
Absolutely. Here is Matthew bowling flatter, faster, played out into the offside. No chance of a run. That 60-run partnership was an important one. And Trinidad and Tobago would be saying thank you for the partnership. But Barbados would be saying we thank you too, because they got the important wicket of Cooper. Here is a delivery, well bowled by the skipper Haley Matthews. That slowed it up a little bit. And there is no chance of a run at the end of the over. It's 90 for 4, 26 gone. And so Brittany Cooper made 32. That's the highest score so far. Chanel Sau, who opened the batting, is on 28 from 65. And you'll hear from Victor Eddy next. And then after that, you'll hear the voice of Joel Manning.
Yeah, and at the same time, we are here at Warner Park. And for those of our listeners just joining the broadcast, is the CG Women's Tournament, Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. Here is Elliott, right arm wrist spinner, getting a leg break that had lots of bounce on it, and it carried through to the keeper, no run. Right arm and leg break, googly bowler operating from the southern end. Here is Elliott over the wicket, bowls a good delivery, beating the batter outside the off stump, the keeper taking it. Luckily for the batter, did not get a touch. Solitary slip, there is a point, a cover deep on the boundary. There is also a short extra cover and a mid-off. Right arm leg break and googly from the southern end. That is the leg break, but slow enough, whereby Shaw had enough time to just quietly play to short third man, and there is no run. Total 90. It is on the board, 4 wickets down. We are into over number 27. It is 26.3 at the moment. Here is Elliott, right arm wrist spinner from the southern end. Bowls, that's the googly, and one that comes back to the right hander. Seeing the left shoulder dropping a bit and the right arm coming closer to the bowling, to the ear. Here is she again, right arm wrist spin short and being struck down to mid-on. There's going to be a close one if it had struck, but luckily for Shaw, the fielder at mid-on did not hit the non-striker's end wicket, and the batters in the end, they got another run, taking the total on to 91 for 4. Elliott is continuing from the southern or Lozak Road in, right arm wrist spin, right arm leg break and googlies. Comes in now, misses a run. Umpire signals dead ball, goes back. There's the keeper standing up. There's a solitary slip, a point, a cover deep on the boundary, extra cover mid-off. A long on, now on the boundary, mid-wicket. Right on the boundary, also on a short mid-wicket. Here is one again, outside the off stump. That's the leg break on that occasion. Well bowled by Elliott from the southern end. And we greet our listeners, especially those who might just be joining the broadcast. The latest score here at Warner Park is Trinidad and Tobago, 91 for 4. Is it afternoon as yet? Joel? Okay, so good afternoon to you and welcome back.
Certainly a lovely over there from Elliott, and the fact that she picked up the over is what capped it off as well. But she's really gone into a very nice groove. A case whereby a couple deliveries were a couple full tosses, dragged down 1 or 2, but since then she's really gone into her work, and that over certainly is where she would love to be for the remainder of her spell.
Well, Shaw, who is on 29 off 70 deliveries, is on strike, settles, Strikes that one down to mid-off, straight to the fielder. There is no run on the offside. The keeper is standing up. There is a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short fine leg, a square leg on the boundary, and a mid-wicket also on the boundary deep. Here is Matthews, Haley Matthews, one played out to cover. The fielder fall into the ground in the process, but could not prevent the batters from getting another run. Advances the total now on to 92 for the loss of 4 wickets. 27.2, 3.37, 169. Current our projected run rate, a single to the Trinidad and Tobago team. Kirby getting another run, advances the total now on to 93. So some 7 runs away from the 100. And we are into over number 28. It is actually 27.3 overs.
Yeah, lovely little single there by Leanne Kirby. And she's another one who's been around the setup for quite some time. Very experienced in terms of, especially the numbers in terms of age, Leanne Kirby.
Well, here is Haley Matthew in out bowls, and one being driven through mid-off. The run one, it's going to get close to the wide long off boundary. They turn for 2. There is a fielder in pursuit quite urgently, and in the end, throwing it to Haley Matthews, the bowler, who did not retrieve well, but backed up well and prevented any further runs. 2 runs they got in the process. Advances the total now closer to the 100. And here is Haley Matthew now. He now bowls to Shaw. Shaw is playing it down to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 95 for 4. 27.5 overs being bowled. Projected total, or projected score, 171. Here is Haley Matthews. Away from the northern end, bowls flighted down the leg side, being struck down to fine leg. It's going to go into the long leg boundary for 4.
Missed both the line and length to close out that over. 28 bowled. It's 99 for 4 they are, but guilty, Haley Matthews, on that particular occasion of just straying down the leg side. Quite an easy shot in the end for
and a good boundary there, and Shaw will have to try and bat through the remaining overs, even though some 75 deliveries she has received, and thus 36. It is even more important that she and Kirby now, Joel, compile a partnership together.
It certainly will be very important for them once again, especially as we go into getting closer towards the back end of this encounter.
Here is Elliott. A delivery outside the off stump being played past point. There is a fielder from short, third man or point area running it down. But in the meantime, the batters were able to get just another run. So Kirby has gotten her 4th run. 100 is on the board now for Trinidad and Tobago. 4 wickets are down. For those of our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast, we greet you with the news here from Warner Park International Cricket Stadium. Here is the delivery short from Elliott, the wrist spinner, being hammered out to deep mid-wicket. And in the meantime, the batters were only able to run 1. So, Joel, what I've been saying, though, that when the ball being struck into the deep areas, it would be very good if we can see that the batters are looking for every available run instead of just strolling and accepting 1 run. But here is Elliott on this occasion. What does she do? Bring it down short. And being a beautiful catch at a point there. The fielder having to run spaces to her right. We will get that name for you. The ball was airborne, and she made about 6 paces or 6 yards to her right, dived and brought in a very good catch. And the 5th wicket going down now for Trinidad and Tobago. 101 it is now for the loss of 5 wickets.
Certainly a very fantastic catch there by Gordon. She's done the work with the ball, now backing it up in the field, and that's what you call an absolutely spectacular grab from her. One to definitely make the highlight reel, but what it also does is bring about the wicket of what was that experienced batter in the form of Leanne Kirby. So another breakthrough for Barbados. It's 101 for 5.
Yes, and a valuable breakthrough for Barbados there, 101 for 5. So I think overall, though, apart from Bruce, the Barbados bowlers have held, all who have bowled outside of Bruce, have held a very good line and length. And very impressive is the wrist spinner in Elliott, that is one, if not, and in my view, the more difficult of the art of spinners to control of leg break and googlies bowling from the back of the hand, and how well she has demonstrated that here so far. And no doubt she has lots of room for improvement. And as time goes on in this tournament, no doubt she too will be amongst the wickets, as we can see, because usually spinners are now the dominant factor in all facets of the game around the world. And this CG Women's Tournament, it's poised to be a very interesting, entertaining, and competitive one. So far, you're not missing any cricket. Those of you who might just be joining the broadcast, the players are refreshing themselves. With me here is Joel Manning of Barbados. And Joel, what you have seen so far, and what do you think Trinidad and Tobago would believe is a good total to challenge Barbados?
Yeah, I just think in terms of the totals right now, they probably aren't necessarily looking at that factor. More so looking at the overs on the board. 28.3 have been bowled, 5 wickets down. They certainly want to ensure that they don't lose another, especially as we talked about getting down to overs number 35, over number 40. And then from there, assessing and saying, okay, this is the type of total that we can put on the board. But certainly this far out, not looking to, I guess, cloud the decision-making of the batters out there in terms of applying any additional pressure in terms of numbers. I remember thinking back to the toss with the skipper, Anissa Mohammed, and she said that, winning the toss is just a case of allowing the girls to express themselves, go out there and bat well. And so far, they've done that in small periods. I'm looking in terms of the comparisons we go through the overs at 10. It was 22 for 2, and then into over number 20, it was at 69 for 3, which told me that there was that acceleration and the fact that just one less wicket as well. So 47 runs for that one wicket. They've now lost 2 coming on to overs between 20 and 30, and that's certainly probably what might be more so of the concern versus the actual runs factor, because slowly but surely the runs have been coming for them. So just a case of once again assessing and saying, okay, this is the stage that we're at, and looking to ensure that they can get down into what will be 35 and 40 without losing another wicket, and if at most just one, so that then they can begin to then think of, okay, maybe 180 might be something that we can target, maybe 190, maybe 200, just above that, depending on the position that they find themselves down at overs 35 and 40.
Oh yeah, I'm totally in agreement there with you, Joel Manning, in that try not to be bowled out and just try to access whatever runs you can get, and especially trying to capitalize on anything loose. Well, Elliott does not really, have not really so far presented a lot of, or a high percentage of loose deliveries, and that is very good to see. Her in this art form being right arm leg break and googly bowler, which is very challenging to control, and here she's in good control now. Flights that one, it's a full toss being played down to short square leg, some 15 meters away from the boundary, but in the meantime the batter was able to get another run, advances the total now on to 102. So Trinidad and Tobago, with 5 wickets in hand, must make certain that they face all the deliveries and not be bowled out. And here is another delivery, trying to googly at that occasion, but the batter had enough time to recognize it because it was pitched short enough, not onto the length that Elliott would have liked, played it out to cover, and there is no run. 102 it is for 5. Here is Elliott, right arm wrist spinner from the southern end, one that is full, being driven back. I'm not too certain if that was a catch or hit into the ground, but that was the final delivery, and 102 it is for 5 after 29 overs.
Well, the skipper Anissa Mohammed is who has strode out to the middle, and certainly if someone that you want to be out there at a time like this is exactly that, the skipper. And she's actually been away from cricket for some time. I'm not certain of the exact amount of months, but probably more than 6 months she's actually spent away from the cricket. So it's nice to see that she's come back, and it'd be wonderful to see how she can go about things here. Obviously, she's going to be having a lot of conversation with Chanel So, who's been batting perfectly from the time things started here. And it's just about, as I mentioned before, just forming that partnership and steering the ship down towards the business end of these overs. Well, there's going to be a change from this media center, and it's Shamelia Connell coming back into the attack.
Yes, and welcome sight here by Shamelia Connell for her first time bowling from the northern end. She opened the bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. Now she's operating for her first stint at the northern end. The wicketkeeper standing back. There's a first slip of field on the third man boundary. There's a pointer cover, a mid-off, extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-wicket deep on the boundary, and a long leg. Here is Connell moving away from us now into bowls and meeting the full face of the bat of Anisa Mohammed, and very good cricketer, and more known so for her bowling expertise, and has obviously very, very high and outstanding international performances as a right arm off spinner for the West Indies senior team. But here is she now representing Trinidad and Tobago in this CG regional cricket tournament. Connell is on her way in. Bowls, right arm over the wicket, being played quietly into a short mid-wicket area, and we can see the difference there with Anisa Mohammed running the first one quickly, even though it was played quietly and the fielder was going to be approaching the ball. But this is an obvious good ploy if we can see overall a lot more consistency in looking for every available run.
Yeah, just obviously assessing the field, and there's actually a change to that field now with Hayley Matthews coming to short. Maybe but that previous delivery, Anisa Mohammed recognizing the space in the leg side and gave herself a bit more room in terms of shuffling across to the off stump to allow her to access that leg side, allowing her to pick up that single.
Here is Connell in now to bowl to Shaw, who has been there, getting on the back foot and asking for a run, and quite rightly so, because it was played softly enough for the fielder at short cover to really come into it. It was not struck with power. So with taking pace off the ball and playing with soft hands, was able to get another run. But this innings of Shaw, even though the high percentage of deliveries that she has faced is a very important one, because what is more important is that she's still there, but she's the non-striker at the moment, as Connell is moving away from us now from the northern end. Right arm over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. It's going fine down into the fine leg boundary area. There's a fielder coming across to her right, diving and making a good valiant save, cutting off actually 2 runs. And in the meantime, the batters, they were able to get 2. Well, we did not see any signal from the umpire, Carl Tuckett, from the northern end, so it came off the bat of Anisa Mohammed, getting 2 runs, advancing the total for Trinidad and Tobago, 106 for 5. And we are into over number 29.5 deliveries being bowled, 1 being struck down to mid-wicket by Anisa Mohammed. There is no run. The mid-wicket fielder coming nicely. She came nicely to her left, fielded, prevented any possibility of a run. The wicket-keeper is standing back. There is a solitary slip. There is a fielder on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a fielder on the long leg boundary. And here is Connell missing her run, and quite rightly so, deciding to go back to her mark because not comfortable in approaching. Quite rightly, her coaches would be pleased with that example by not releasing if your run up to the wicket is not comfortable. But here she's going to try again. Moving away from the northern end is Connell. She gets it right on this occasion. Outside the off stump, being struck down to the third man area. There's a fielder coming around to her right. They run 1, they're thinking about 2. But in the meantime, the fielder from the third man boundary got around to her right quite smartly. That concludes, and that ends over number 30. So after 30 overs being bowled, Trinidad and Tobago batting first in CG Regional Women Cricket Tournament right here at Warner Park and throughout the island. At St. Paul's, we have the Leeward Islands up against Jamaica at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and at the Connery Cricket Center, we have the Guyanese up against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands. So, Joel, Anisa Mohammed is there. And important too is Shaw, who has been there from the beginning, has faced some 79 balls, 38 runs, but more importantly so, she is still there, pardon me, and here is Elliott, right-hand wrist spinner from the southern end. Balls to Mohammed. Mohammed is looking to hit that one through the offside, got on the portion of the bat, and it just trickled out to a short third man, and there is no run. Keeper standing up, solitary slip. There is a point, a cover, extra cover, and here is Elliott, right arm, googly, and being swept down to square leg, but there is a feeler, some 15 yards or so inside of the square leg boundary. But in the meantime, Anicia Mohammed, she gets another run. She's on 6. 108 total, 5 wickets down. Here is Elliott, the wrist spinner. Use of the feet, being struck out to cover, 1 bounce, eluded the fielder at short cover. The fielder from deep extra cover boundary came in, but in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run. Advances the total now on to 109 for 5. Elliott, the wrist spinner, is going to continue. And Anissa Mohammed facing, sporting the number 14 on the back of her jersey, uses her feet well and struck that one over mid-wicket out to the long on boundary wide. They run 1, they run 2, and the ones and the twos, they're coming more fluent now. Anissa Mohammed, she advances on to 8, 111 for 5. And the late David Shepherd as an umpire would have been skipping and hopping around. He was famously known for that. But here is Nisa Mohammed facing up to Elliott, right arm wrist spinner. Short, being hammered out to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. There is a fielder in the way, prevented any possibility of a run. 111 for 5. 30.5 overs have been bowled so far. Here is the final legal delivery. Short. Mohammed is pulling it into the square leg area. The run 1. They're going to try for 2. No, because the throw is good from Gordon coming off the square leg boundary. That has concluded over number 31. And after 31 overs, Trinidad and Tobago batting first here at Warner Park in the CG Regional Women Cricket Tournament, 112 for 5.
What's really nice to see is the intent from Anissa Mohammed in terms of looking to impose herself currently on this game. Obviously, it's at that stage where, yes, you also want to ensure you keep wickets, but it's still about ensuring you rotate the strike and put a bit of pressure back on to Barbados to ensure that they can't necessarily just string together dot deliveries at you. So using the feet, using the creases well, shuffling around, it's wonderful to see from Anissa Mohammed.
Yes, and once they are looking to try and get every available run possible, especially when the ball played out into the deep areas of the field, because the outfielder here at Warner Park is much more so on the slow side, and there are many reasons contributing to that. But here is the delivery pitch just on or about center stump, being played quietly back down to the bowler, and there is no run. The wicketkeeper is standing up, which is putting some suggesting to Anissa Mohammed that you cannot get around or get out of that crease easily, so putting some pressure on her. Here is another delivery, back of the arm, being played fine. They run 1. The wicketkeeper is going down, and they're going to settle for 1. We'll wait and see if there's any signal from umpire Carl Turkett. And getting in position, no. So there is a bit of bat. So Anissa Mohammed, she gets another run. Advances the total now onto 113 for 5. 5 wickets are down. 113 is the total. Here is another delivery. Moving in, back of the hand. That one looks like. So mixing up her deliveries here is Bruce. And starting off far much better than she did in her first spell. But we will get Joel Manning thoughts of this over by Bruce, and her captain will hope that it is nothing close to her first spell. Here is she. What would she do on this occasion? Flights it, being struck out to cover. They run 1. There is a fielder moving to her left. You demonstrating some of her football skills also too. I'm not certain if she emulates the great Messi or Ronaldo in that category. But here at Warner Park, you're not missing any cricket. 113 it is for 5. Trinidad and Tobago batting first against Barbados. Outside the off stump, the batter trying to cut it, and umpire Carl Tuckett probably just indicating to his square leg umpire, one legal delivery left in the over. That's my interpretation. I hope I did not get it wrong on that occasion. But here is Bruce. A much better over. And a much better over indeed by Bruce. Joel, and it's good to see Bruce coming back after her first spell was not on par, but this first over has given her, no doubt, some confidence.
Yeah, 32 overs bowled is 114 for 5 here at Warner Park, but certainly a better comeback in the second spell from Bruce, and probably the pressure of having to open the bowling. I'm not going to say that is probably the reason, but there's always a bit of pressure, especially at the top, looking to use the new ball. So she was guilty of bowling a lot of wides at the start, and that's because the ball was new, it was swinging. Coming on to the back end of things, the ball is a bit older, the game has progressed, and she got a chance to really get into the game. And in terms of what she's looking to bowl is a lot different here. As we saw a couple change-ups as well, so certainly effective for her. But talking about change-ups, the changes continue, and Shamilia Connell, she's going to head back up to the other end. So in terms of Hayley Matthews and how she's using her ball, is very interesting in terms of a couple short spells here and there.
Well, and she's using her expertise, her experience, and really ringing the changes quite nicely. And some bowlers are sometimes better users of the older ball than the new ball, and no doubt the coaches will be looking at Bruce quite closely. This is just the first encounter, and here is Connell, who has been having a good spell so far, where she started from the southern end. A delivery pitch outside the off stump. The batter was trying to hit it through cover and did not connect, and it went through to the keeper. Keeper is standing back. There's a field on the third man boundary. There's a point. There is a cover deep on the boundary. There is a extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket on the square leg. Here is another delivery being played down to mid-on. The fielder not fielding cleanly. It's just ricocheted, shaded to her left of her feet, but the batsmen in the meantime, the batters in the meantime were able to get another run. Advances the total now on to 115 for 5, 3.56 projected score, 178, 5 wickets still in hand, 32.2 overs have been bowled, 115 is the total, 5 wickets down. Here is Connell from the southern end in now bowls, and Mohammed is showing her the full face of the bat. And if there is a maker's name on the full face, probably she could have read it, how straight the bat was held by Mohammed. And Mohammed, Anessa Mohammed, that is, more known for her off-spinning skills, and quite capable with the bat. And she is in an ideal situation to realize how important it is to put another good partnership together. One down to fine leg. We'll have to wait and see if she got bat on it. It's getting close, or a fielder just beneath us, which we are unsighted a bit. But in the meantime, though, they were able to get another run. Advances the total now on to 116 for the loss of 5 wickets. 32.4 overs have been bowled. Connell, the right arm medium pacer, continuing from the southern Lozak Road end with the keeper standing back. There is a third man a point. Here we see right arm over the wicket, ball short, being struck down to third man. There is a fielder down there, obviously the run one. But if you can see the approach by the running that one day, Joel, whereby they actually strolled when I thought there should have been more sprinting and looking for the fielder, probably recognizing that they're sprinting, might have just overrun the ball.
Yeah, the thing about it too is that Chanel So has actually been out there for quite some time, and it's also very hot as well, and the fitness aspect of things comes into play also.
Yes, that's indeed. And here is the delivery from Connell, and Shaw is interested in a run, and no, and was sent back quite rightly in the end by Mohammed, and Mohammed right immediately, using her experience, going down now, as that over from Connell has been completed. 100 and 17 for 5. 33 overs have been bowled, and 178 is the projected total from here on in, score from here on in, pardon me. And really, this partnership, Joel, very important, very vital for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's really important for them. What's interesting to note, as I'm looking at the figures of Shamili O'Connell, the 7 overs, none for 10, is that 6 of those runs came in 1 over. And that really tells you how well she's been bowling across this game.
Here is the first delivery from, that looked like Matthews, Haley Matthews, is it?
No, in fact, Shanika Bruce continuing.
Bruce, I'm sorry to our listeners. Bruce getting a delivery just on about the leg stump, and the batter was able to hit it down to mid-on wide for a single, who is within the 30-yard circle. Anessa Mohammed now comes down to strike. 118 is the total, 5 wickets down. Here is Bruce, right arm over the wicket, short. Mohammed missing out there, and she knew she missed out there, because even though there is a mid-wicket deep on the boundary and the fielder, what is between square leg or long leg boundary, if she had gotten back on that and placed it between the two fielders in the deep, who knows what she could have gotten, but in the end did not make connect. Here is Bruce in now to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is, and wide signal by umpire Carl Tuckett. So the extras have been a high percentage so far in this innings, and 119 now is the total. 5 wickets down, 33.2 overs being bowled. This tournament is of 50 overs, the CG Regional Women's Cricket Tournament. Matches being played at St. Paul's and the Connery Cricket Centre. Here is a back of the hand from Bruce. So Bruce now to Joel, in this second spell, she is using different deliveries. She looked like she's bowling from the back of the hand and getting her line and length well. But you made a very valuable point. She looks a better bowler with the older ball. Well, here is she continuing for Barbados. Quite an interesting period of play here at Warner Park. A delivery. And Mohammed is sweeping. And there is a fielder out on the long leg boundary. But there again, the batters were just settling for the one, with the fielder having to move to the right. And the ball, well, it went a bit quickly to the fielder out there into the deep, Bruce. But they have, Trinidad and Tobago, have to capitalize on every run. But Barbados really need a wicket here. And here is Bruce going to try for Barbados. Here is one struck down to mid-off. There's a fielder coming in, but could not prevent the batters from getting another run. And Shaw moves on her total now into and closer to the 50. She is actually, 44 of 87 deliveries, 3.58. And the current or projected score, 179. Here is Bruce over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Mohammed is sweeping and finding the fielder straight down on the long leg boundary. It went to the fielder, but in the meantime, Anessa Mohammed, she got a single. That has completed over number 34, 122 for 5. Your thoughts, Joel Manning?
Yeah, one thing I could probably say is that the surface probably just dried out better. You're actually seeing the ball coming onto the bat a lot better, which makes it a lot easier for stroke play. And that's, I guess, why we're seeing a couple more shots, especially from Anessa Mohammed. You're seeing how she's looking to get after the bowling. And I just suspect that the ball is starting to come onto the bat a lot better. And it's at this kind of phase that Barbados really need to pick up the wicket. Because if things are to continue, I do believe that the type of base Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are able to set, it will be a lovely one for them at this particular rate.
Yes, indeed. Well said there. And Anessa Mohammed sporting the number 14 on the back of her jersey with Cornell is going to continue from the southern end. Keeper standing back, a solitary slip, right arm over the wicket, medium fast. Pushes her on the back foot, plays it out to short extra cover. There is no run. There is also a point, a deep cover. There is also a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg on the boundary. 122 for 5. We are 34.1 overs. It is a projected total 179. Here is Connell from the southern end. Into ball to Mohammed, almost chopping it onto a stump, but chopping it into the ground and over the keeper's head. The run one, they're gonna, and Mohammed sends back Shaw, who was thinking about a second, but Mohammed, Anessa Mohammed, who would have been coming to the danger end, signaling the end to go back. And they cannot have any runouts at this particular moment, Trinidad and Tobago. That is 123, it is for 5. 34.2 overs have been bowled. Projected score 179. Connell, medium fast from the southern Lozak Road end. Coming in now to bowl to Shaw, who has been there from the beginning. Cutting at one, missing. Keeper taking it. And for those of our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast for the first time and hearing Victor Eddy in particular saying the Lozak Road end, might have wondered where that name came from, but all these lands were sugar lands, and the lands behind our back were all plantations, and it was the Lozak estate. And here is a delivery, and a shot to describe, and no doubt Joel would bring the description better than I do, but in the end, the batter Shaw got 4. It was a short delivery, and I think that she just got up the bat in time enough, and it went over directly over the keeper's head. What is your description there, Joel?
Yeah, you definitely probably consider that to be the effort delivery from Shamelia Connell, that bouncer. And I guess it kind of took us so off guard as well, because you haven't really seen it across this innings. Got, I guess, the gloves up in time. Was fortunate enough that it flew over the keeper. Takes her up to 48.
Well, and very well played 48. Here is Connell though. In now to Shaw. Shaw is looking to hit that one to the onside. Wrapped on the pad. A little stifled appeal, but not anything ferocious or confident, because the ball was going down the leg side. And for Connell, who I think has really done her team justification up to this particular moment for how she has kept her composure, kept her line and length, and she continues to do a good job for her team Barbados, operating from the southern Lozak Road end. In now passes the umpire short. Another delivery, hammering it into the pitch. That has completed the over, but Joel, Carlisle Powell will come in, obviously, for the remaining overs in this encounter. And really, you all will both continue. A very interesting period of play. And these two now would know, and Mohammed being the experienced one of the two, or the more experienced of the two, would know how important it is to continue this partnership, or even try to bat the remaining overs out.
Yeah, well, in terms of how they've been going, in terms of probably last 5 overs or so, they've actually been going just about maybe 4 runs and over. And once again, I talk about the fact that the surface probably has gotten a lot better for batting. The ball has come on a lot better as well, and a wonderful chance for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas to capitalize on that. Also, is that part of the innings where Barbados, I guess, will want to take a wicket. I mean, who doesn't want to take a wicket? But Barbados are looking to take a wicket, and because of that, we're going to see Gordon brought back into the attack now.
And it is highly likely that Barbados will not complete the overs on time. The cutoff point that we've been given by the match referee is 110, and there's still some 15 overs left, and it's already looking at 12:35. Gordon to bowl to Mohammed, and it's miss, no runs. And so we have to look to see what the penalty will be, but it is unlikely that Barbados will bowl the overs by the cutoff point. Only one partnership of note, Manning, and that is 60 for the 4th wicket. Yeah, very good. Gordon once more to Mohammed, who is edging and going fine. There's a fielder chasing around from 3rd man, and so it will just be a single. And that will put the score to 127, 128 for 5 in over number 36.
Yeah, just probably pushing away from the body ever so slightly on that occasion. Nisa Mohammed taking the outside edge to get another single. Yeah, certainly just that one partnership of 60 for them. But this one, they came together at 101. Now push it up to 28. So 27 runs so far in this partnership. And they will certainly be hoping that it can continue for them.
Chanel Sow opened the batting. She's 48 from 92. She hasn't exactly set Warner Park ablaze, but it has been a very good inning by her.
No, certainly. I believe that she's done the job that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas have asked of her, and that is probably to bat through the innings. Obviously, especially as young as her as well. I don't think she's 19 just yet.
Gordon, and stroked into the offside. She'll get at least one. Anisa Mohammed is not going to take the chance, so Sow will move on to 49, and the score to 129 for 5.
Yeah, the one thing that they will certainly take heart from is the fact that she's shown character throughout this innings, and she's not really chanced her hand either, other than when she was put down by Elliott in what was the 23rd over.
Here is Gordon, played down to third man by Anisa Mohammed, who has been very busy since she came to the crease. She's 16 from 26, 130 for 5 in the 36th over. Trinidad and Tobago batting. And Gordon has been the most successful of the bowlers, have been picked up 3 wickets. 3 for 27, and she's in over number 8.
Yeah, just one away from a half century here is Chanel Sow.
And she gets it too. Good half century by the youngster Sow, as she plays this one down to third man and gets a single to take her on to 50. And to the best of our reckoning, I haven't had scores from Connery, but this seems to be what is possibly the first half century for the tournament this year. Got some news that the Leewards were bowled out by Jamaica in over number 28 for 120.
Some interesting times at other grounds around in this CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. But certainly getting back to what was a fantastic innings thus far from Chanel Sow. I mentioned the fact that she was a part of that under-19 squad, being brought into this senior squad and instantly having an impact. And sure, when you look at it in terms of her scoring rate, it is not necessarily fastest, but I mentioned the fact that it's effective from her. Had she not been out there, this story could have been probably a lot different for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Diva. So kudos to her, and hopefully she can actually carry her bat across the remainder of this innings.
And more importantly as well, Joel, is that she lost Abdul, her opening partner, for 2. Boyce for no score. Josie for 6. It was 27 for 3. And her inexperience could have caused her to panic. She didn't. And she has played a very good inning so far. Here is Captain Haley. And she has been bowling in very short spells. And from both ends of the pitch as well. Having a nice little chat with Anisa Mohammed. They've played together for a long time. They know each other well. And here is Matthew from the far end to bowl to Sow, who is dragging this one into the onside, looking to play to the offside. Took the inner portion of the bat and went leg side instead. She has made 50. And she would want to continue batting. The partnership between these two is 30 from 46, so that's good going. Haley Matthew from the far end, and for this delivery, very well bowled, just on the off stump, going further away, flatter, faster, and no chance of a run. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting, 131 for 5. In over number 37. Matthew drags it down short, and there is Sow looking to play it into the onside. She would have had to go on the back foot and make room. She didn't, and so she doesn't score.
You just wonder if maybe because of the heat factor out there, whether or not she's just starting to tire a bit.
Matthew again. And she's driving in the air over the head of the fielder at mid-on. And it will kick on close to the boundary. They have crossed for 2. And they're coming back for the 3rd run. Just tantalizingly close to the fielder at mid-on, who backpedaled, jumped up, but missed it. 3 more runs to Sow to take on to 53. And the score is 134 for 5.
Yeah, the shot was on, especially given the length of that delivery from Hayley Matthews. The fact that the mid-on was in his circle as well. She's been out there for quite a lot of time. So just taking on the mid-on that occasion and just getting it over.
And Matthew bowls to Mohammed, who is looking to sweep, misses it entirely, was outside the line of the off stump. And so it missed the stumps, missed the keeper as well. And the score remains 134 for 5. One delivery left in over number 37. Hayley Matthew is none for 24, coming up to the end of a 7th over. And for this delivery, Mohammed is behind it, drops it away into the onside, no runs. And the projected score is 182. I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago would say thank you very much if they were to be able to get there, especially recognizing that at one point they were 27 for 3.
Yeah, in fact, I do think that they'll be hoping to go past that 200 mark, especially if this pair of Mohammed and So are able to keep things going for them. Especially given the fact that they're playing against Barbados, they might probably tell themselves that at 182 might not be enough, especially with the experience factor that Barbados have, considering Hayley Matthews at the top of that Barbados order as well. So certainly looking at this 182 currently, I know that they'll probably be pushing it, hoping to push that towards that 200 mark, just over that.
Alison Gordon is bringing the batsman forward, driving in the air down to mid-on, and they cross for a single. Here is the ball which is thrown. Mohammed is hit in the process. Just about to shoulder blades. Is 136 for 5. Win over number 38. And so Mohammed is on 16 and Sau is on 54.
Yeah, probably just need a bit of repairs there. The physio required on this occasion, as that one looks as if it hit probably close to the elbow, maybe, in terms of where I see Anisa Mohammed holding her hand. So a bit of a blow there from that
shoulder
delivery.
But
so a bit of a break, I guess, in play.
Joel, you know these players are smart. It's really, really hot on the outside. And I'm sure that they will take the opportunity to get some fluids.
Yeah, certainly. And a towel going around the neck also of Chanel So, and I'm pretty sure that there's a bit of cold water on that towel as well, just to cool things down before her. A much needed break out there, as I mentioned. It's quite hot, fact, from just as early as maybe about 9 or so. When I got to the ground, it was scorching out there, and the only thing that the sun does is get hotter. So certainly it would require them to take on a bit more fluids as well.
It's important for us to look at the inning by Sau and put it in context. She opened the batting, but she has been the steadying force in this Trinidad and Tobago inning. You would think that with the partnership between her and Cooper being the more experienced, that if Cooper had stayed, then it might have been a little bit easier in terms of the score for Trinidad and Tobago. But she didn't. She made 32, a very important inning, very good inning. Was out LBW playing across the line, and one that would have gone on to hit certainly. And the youngster, Chanel Sau has been there, 54 from 99. I'm sure that this is going to be an important start to the tournament for her, not just in terms of a young batter getting runs, but in terms of a young batter progressing from under 19, getting into the senior setup and saying, hey, listen, I belong.
Yeah, certainly. And when you come to tournaments like this, you obviously expect certain names to stand out because of experience, but at the same time, you're looking for the signs of the future. And when you're talking about signs, the signs shown currently by Chanel So have been fantastic, and you really hope that she can carry this through towards the rest of the matches as well. I do know that obviously on the field results matter, but looking on, you really just want to see the emergence of talent onto the scene, because that tells you with regards to the programs that you have at the national levels and whether or not they're actually working and whether or not they're actually scouting well. And certainly she's a talent.
Gordon has started well. She's 3 for 28. Make that 3 4 for 29 because it was pitched wide of the off stump full in length, teasing Anisa Mohammed to go at it, and she struck it in the air down to backward point, who came diving in and took a nice catch. And so Gordon has picked up wicket number 4 in her 9th over. She is now 4 for 29 and certainly having a very, very good first game.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that in terms of Barbados, they brought back their wicket taker to pick up the wicket. That on that occasion, Anisa Mohammed obviously looking to push on the score, and certainly you could tell yourself the shot technically was on, but it was just that width factor, and because of that, the extra reach that she had to go at the ball with is why it took the edge of the bat. So you would have to say that in terms of the bringing back on of Gordon, it's worked for Barbados. It's worked for Hayley Matthews. It's now 135 for 6.
And Alison Gordon has done something consistently. She has gone for a couple of boundaries, but she has consistently bowled at a fuller length, and this has given her the opportunity to take wickets.
Yeah, sure, especially at the pace that she is as well. The expectation is that she would be a lot fuller, and she's done exactly that. And beyond that, she's also bowled her field quite well. So you would have to say that in terms of the plans by Barbados, the planning has been well, and the execution has been just as good also.
Brings a new batter to the crease. I'll get the number and identify the person for you. But it's Gordon looking for number 5. And it's outside the off stump. Played off the outside of the edge of the bat down to third man. And there goes Ram Harak getting a first run and then a bit of a bubble in the field and taking the opportunity to come back for 2. And so she's off the mark on 2. And the score is now 137 for the loss of 6 wickets. And that's Trinidad and Tobago batting.
Yeah, Karishma Ramarak, the new batter to the crease, recently been named in the team of the tournament in what was the last Women's T20 World Cup, and I do know that she was filled with pride because of that honor.
Here is Gordon, and they're bringing her forward, plays it nicely down to mid-on, and there is no chance of a run. We're over number 38 of 50. Projected score at this present time is 183, and we have Sau, who is on 54, and Ramharak is on 2. Here is Gordon, 4 wickets to her name, and bowls a short delivery, which has the batter going back outside the leg stump, looking to make room, but misses, and it goes through for the keeper. 137 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago batting.
Yeah, what is also nice to see is the adjustments that she's making in terms of before having to bowl at the right-handed batter, now bowling to the left-hander in Karishma Ramarak. And spot on in terms of how she's going about it as well. Closes out a successful over, 137 for 6.
And Gordon has picked up 4 for 31 from her 9 overs. Another over left for her to try to get number 5. We're in Warner Park in Barstay in St. Kitts. Looking away to the left, that looks like the car ferry. One of those ferries that come all the way from Japan and so on, bringing cars. And in the foreground, there is a boat, which is obviously one of those fuel tankers. And then in the distance, going somewhere across, you see perhaps one of those ferries heading across to Nevis. I'll be taking one of those later at 5 o'clock or thereabout. A delivery from Hayley Matthews, played into the offside, no run. Have you been to Nevis, Joel?
Nope, I've been to St. Kitts a couple of times, but never ventured across to Nevis. I have to get there one of these days.
Just a short 30-minute ferry ride. Here is Hayley Matthews. And for this delivery, she's trying to play it into the offside, onside. Somebody will be run out. Somebody will be run out, and that will be the new batsman. They were yes, they were no, they were stranded. And so in the end, Ramharak is run out for 2.
Communication,
yeah,
being the failure
goes down
on that particular occasion. In terms of when they initially set off with the single, had they continued, they would have gotten home. But it was just that bit of indecision, that yes, no, maybe so, that has brought about the downfall of Karishma Ramarat. And she's got to go for 2. And it's now 137 for 7.
And so Barbados again will still be happy if you had told them at the toss that you would be asked to bowl first. And in over number 38, you will have Trinidad and Tobago 137 for 7. I am sure, Joel, they would have said yes.
No, absolutely. They would take it, especially in terms of that wickets column. Because for them, outside of that 60-run partnership, they've been able to pick up the wickets at regular intervals. They've been able to apply the pressure. And I'm pretty sure if there were a case of boxes that had to be ticked off that were set by the management team, Barbados have ticked off the majority of those boxes.
And so we have a new batter. And of course, if the batting side is bowled out, then Barbados don't have to worry about finishing the overs by 110. Here is Hayley Matthews, still searching for her first wicket. Flatter, faster, shorter as well. Played down to backward square. They have chased for 1. Thinking about coming for the second run. Some hesitation, but they get there because the throw was away from the stumps. And so 2 runs then to Sow. And that will take her on to 56. And she has been the standout batter for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, been what we would consider the anchor of this innings. And the reason why they're standing at 137 at the moment.
Here is Matthew to bowl to Sow. And it's drifting into the pad. She plays around it. No chance of a run. And so Hayley Matthew before this. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 22. And she's now in the 8th over as Sow settles on 54. And not just 54, but she has faced 100 balls. This one is hit firmly straight over the fielder at mid-on and across the boundary for 4 runs, showing extremely good hitting prowess. It was pitched up, and she is tall. She had this full arc of the swing and hit it over the fielder who was at mid-on and getting a boundary to take on to 58. That fielder has now gone back to long on. 139 for 7. Matthew once more, and she's going back. Plays it quietly down the track to bring up the end of the over. She remains on 60. Does Sow, and the total is 143 for 7, 39 completed.
Well, certainly what you consider picking your deliveries correctly. I mentioned 2 overs ago the fact that she took on the mid-on because of the length of delivery from Hayley Matthews, but because of the pressure that Barbados have been able to apply on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, they have not opted to push back the long on occasions, making sure that they just keep that pressure on. But then, given the length again, was so the chance to free her arms, a wonderful connection from her, and it was just nice to see the fact she's picking her deliveries, the right deliveries to go after across the majority of it. And I just mentioned without that, the 1 drop catch has been a flawless batting performance from her.
Joel, a number of the senior West Indian women are mid to late 20s, and so there is going to be room. Here is Gordon in her final over, and this one is full of length, taken on the pad. Carl Tuckett says no, and Gordon was hoping, she was telling herself, listen, number 5 should be close by, and who wouldn't want a 5-er? But on that occasion, it was sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, just seeing it there on the replay, definitely sliding down the leg side was that delivery. But in terms of the lengths, fantastic from Gordon.
She has bowled well and has had the success. 4 for 31. Goes up now to bowl a delivery which is outside the off stump, play down to short third man, and gets a single. And so that is Ramnath, who is off the mark on 1, as the score pushes to 144 for 7.
Yeah, another one of the young members of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas side. I mentioned the fact that at the toss, Anissa Mohammed mentioned that there are 4 debutants into their senior side today. I do believe that Ramnath is one of those.
Gordon once more to bowl to Sow, who is driving, drags it into the onside, goes bouncing down to backward square, and they'll get a single. And so she moves on to 61, and the score to 145 for 7. We're in over number 40. Of course, Warner Park will host CPL matches later this year. And that, of course, will be one of the high points of cricket in St. Kitts for the year. Delivery, which is flashed down to third man by Ramnath. And she'll get a second run to take on to 2. And the score will go to 146 for 7. And here is senior umpire Carl Tuckett reminding the batters, please run off of the square. And so they'll be mindful that he has already given a caution. Gordon, in her 10th over, 4 for 34 before this, bowls a delivery which is wide of the off stump. And you can see that she's trying things. She's obviously thinking about her bowling, and she has been rewarded.
Yeah, what you can say, especially in this back end in terms of this latter spell that she's bowled, she's mixed it up even more. And obviously that's because we're into the back end of the game, so sliding in maybe 1 or 2 Yorkers in terms of sometimes taking the pace off the ball as well.
Here is a delivery which is short outside the off stump, and there is a bad misfielding which will not only result in 1 but an extra run in 2. There was never going to be a run there. And now she's holding up her hand. She's saying, listen, my bad, my fault. I acknowledge that I erred. And at the end of the over, it's Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first after 40 overs, 148 for 7. Gordon finishes with 10 overs, 4 for 36. And she has earned every one of those 4 wickets. She bowled a good spell today.
It certainly was fantastic return for her across the 10 that she bowled, broken up into 3 spells across today, and at no stage did she ever really let go of the pressure. From the time she was brought in, picked up 2 wickets, in fact 3 wickets in her first spell, brought back again for 2 overs, once again was tight, on the mark, on the money, very economical, and then closing things out with a wicket in her last spell. So brilliant work across those 10 overs for her.
I told you, Joel, that at St. Paul's, the Leewards had been bowled out for 120 in 28 overs and 4 balls. I should also tell you that next door at Connery, that Guyana were bowled out for 78 in 27 overs and 1 ball. So a single as Ramnath plays it down to mid-off, and she goes to 3 from 3, and it's 148 for 7. Clearly, we're in the highest scoring of all of the 3 games that have been played so far today. So we see on strike now is Chanel Sow. She has batted well, and it's the wrist spinner who is bowling to her. And this one is shorter, dragged down a little bit, and played down to the right of mid-on, who makes good ground, fields, and they'll have a single. She'll move to 64. And perhaps Elliott has been a little bit fortunate in that some of the bad deliveries she has bowled has not been put away. But it's good for her in that she will get some confidence to go into the next game. This one is short, punch into the offside. They will run close to the boundary. They have crossed for 1, coming back for the second. That's all they'll have. And the score will move to 152 for 7 as Ramnath is striking at 100. She has scored 5 from 5. Here is Elliott once again from the far end. Again, this one is dragged down short and pulled into the onside. She won't have to pay dearly for that, though, because there'll only be a single. And Saul will move on to No, in fact, that's Ramnath who gets run number 6. 153 for 7, striking at 3.76, that the current run rate. Looking at 188 if they are to maintain that delivery, which is flighted on the offside, driven down for the sweeper to move to her right at cover. And so there's a single, and so we'll move on to 65, and it will bring Ramnath to take strike. In her 8th over is Keelia Elliott, 2 for 34 before this. Right arm wrist spin from the far end, and for this delivery, it's a good one. It's pushing the batsman back, strokes it down the track on the onside, brings up the end of the over, 154 for 7, 41 overs completed.
Yeah, just looking back across how things have progressed for Trinidad and Tobago across this match, that last 10 overs in terms of between 30 and 40, they were able to once again get above 40 runs. So in fact, got 41 runs in that 10 over period. So you would have to say it was still a very good passage of play for them. Lost the 2 wickets, yes, but they were able to keep that scoring rate up, especially given that in the period just before that it was 38 runs for the 2 wickets. So they've been able to kind of get themselves into a position for these last 10 where they can actually just start to go after things maybe slightly.
Here is Hayley Matthew bowling a delivery which is struck down to long on, and there's a fielder out of overview on the boundary, but collects, tidies up. There's only a single.
It was actually a drop catch
Okay.
on that occasion, and you can definitely see the expression of Hayley Matthews, which would have confirmed that one. Shakira Selman, the experienced Shakira Selman, doing the running around at long on. Got there, would have been a fantastic catch had she been able to take it, because it was very low to the ground as well, but just spilled it in the end.
Matthew searching for her first wicket, brings the batter forward, and it's played out on the offside. No chance of a run. 155 for 7. We're in over number 42. Ramnath is on 6 from 8, and Chanel Saw is on 66 from 111. Delivery from Hayley Matthews pushes the batter back, plays it out to extra cover, and the score remains on 155 for 7. Matthew, before this, none for 31 from 8. Here is she now from over the wicket, and it's shorter, played into the offside, finds the fielder at point, no runs.
Yeah, just keeping things tight, using all the experience that she has, Hayley Matthews, to attempt to keep the pressure on if wickets don't come, ensure that runs aren't flowing either.
Just a single from the over so far, as she bowls to Ramnath, who is quietly forward, plays it into the offside, no chance of a run, and 1 ball left in the over. So nice quiet over at this point. 41 overs completed, and at the end of over number 42, dot ball to finish the over. 155 for 7, and the wickets fell at 19, 21, 27, 87, 101, 135, and 137. It's now 155 for 7.
Just once again taking on some fluids out there. I talked about the fact that in terms of where they find themselves at 155, in terms of just that number, they would say that it's a good number to be at going in to this final phase. However, those 7 wickets, probably just a bit of the concern, and that's probably why the additional risk factor hasn't come in as yet. You just wonder when you might see Chanel Saw just maybe take it now into gear 3, because we saw her gone into gear 2 in terms of the fact that she started to take on a bit more, started to go over the top.
Elliott to bowl to Saw, and she's cutting nicely down to the sweeper position on the covers, and they come chasing back for a second run. That's excellent running. And Ramnath is the one who made the call. She said, no, we can have to, and she came chasing back. They got 2 runs, and so 68 now to Saw, and the score is 157 for 7.
Yeah, fantastic running, especially given that you would want Saw to be facing majority of the deliveries.
And here is she coming forward and driving, back down the track, and some of them appealing for a catch, and yes, it is a catch. There was Saul thinking that she had played it into the ground. She didn't, and it went looping back, and this time Elliott took the catch. She has picked up a third wicket, and the opening batsman who batted so very well, Saul, has gone for 68 from 112 balls, and I'm sure that this is not the time that she would have wanted to get out. But you have to give credit to Elliott, the wrist spinner, who stuck with it and has now reaped more success. She has now picked up 3 for 36 in her 9th over.
Yeah, so just once again giving it some air, and it's just a case of Chanel So not getting to the pitch of that delivery. Probably could have been better served going through with the shot, and probably would have allowed it to maybe just drop short of the fielder at long on. On first glance, it actually looked to be good in terms of the fact that it was a fair catch and not a bum ball, as probably so might have thought. In the end, I was hoping that we could have seen the replay on that one just to confirm. But what it was a fantastic innings by her, and not whereby she anchored the innings. 68 she got from 113 deliveries. But she's got to go, and it's now 157 for 8.
Yes, and good afternoon once again, Joel Manning, and to all our listeners. 157 for 8, 42.1 overs being bowled, and how well the wrist spinner, Kalia Elliott, 36 runs, 2 wickets, continuing from the southern or Lozak Road end, leg break and googly bowler. Have demonstrated good control. Here is she, coming from the southern end, bowls short down the leg side. The batter trying to hit it down, the keeper missing it. It's coming close to the fine leg boundary. Would it have the legs to cross? Run 1, they run 2. And the signal, dead ball, did the umpire signal?
No. It's just the wides on that factor. So 3 wides in the end to them.
3, yeah. So here is Elliott again, gonna try. She has 3 wickets to her column. 38 runs being scored off her, 8.3 overs. Here is one shot being played down to mid-off, the run 1. Fielder Connell is coming across to her left, but in the end couldn't prevent the batters from getting another run. As the total advances now to 160 for the loss of 8 wickets. 42.4 overs have been bowled so far. Projected score 188 at this particular moment. The umpire having a few words. Carl Tuckett and they are on their phone. We are not too certain what they're trying to confirm.
Yeah, probably just confirming how many deliveries might be left in the over.
All right, it's a possibility that can be. Here is Elliott. Bowling struck down to mid-off. Colonel attacked the ball well, but in the end, I think the batter was off her ground urgently for the single, and in the end got it easily. Advances the total now on to 161 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago CG Regional Women's Cricket Tournament right here in St. Kitts. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and at the Connery Cricket Centre. Here is a delivery, frighted, being struck in the air. A fielder is coming on there. It is Connell, takes the catch. The 9th wicket goes down. The 4th wicket has been taken by Elliott. And what a beautiful spell that the wrist spinner has had so far for Barbados. 9 wickets going down, 161 for 9. The players gonna have what? Some refreshment also, yes, as the last batter for Trinidad and Tobago is coming in. But the latest score at Warner Park is Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 161 for 8. Projected score, 188. Your thoughts, Joel?
Yeah, just looking to obviously advance things. Steffi Sugrim coming to the crease, just the 2 deliveries for her before looking to play that shot. You can understand in terms of the thinking and the intent of it, but given the wicket situation, probably was better off looking to play that one along the ground, because the case whereby they're now at a risk of being bowled out. So probably could have been just looking to probably just work that one on the ground. Offered up an easy catch in the end for the experienced Shamila Connell. 4 wickets now.
Yes,
to Keela Elliott.
Indeed, and really what can be good from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, if they can bat out these two, that is, if they can bat out the remaining overs, it is also would be important that they could advance their total. But Barbados, they will have other ideas. They are the defending champions of this CG Women's Regional Cricket Tournament. And here they are as the defenders. But Trinidad and Tobago finding themselves with 161 for 9. A delivery flighted, allowed appeal, but umpire Carl Tuckett is not interested. Probably might have just been thinking that the bat was too far forward or going down the leg side. Well, he is in the most appropriate position to have the final decision. And here is Matthews, once again, Haley Matthews, flighted delivery on or about off stump. No run down to short mid-on. Keeper standing up. There is a point, a cover, extra cover mid-off. A fielder at the short fine leg, a square leg right on the boundary. Haley Matthews again, flighted delivery outside the off stump. Played quietly into covers, no runs. There's a square leg on the boundary, a mid-wicket and a long on. So 161 for 9. 9 wickets down. Last pair at the crease. 43.3 overs have been bowled. And here is Haley Matthews. Flighted delivery. A little stifled appeal. But no run. That's Haley Matthews. She has 9.3 overs. 31 runs, no wickets. Projected score 185, 161 it is for 9 at the present moment as Matthew moves away from us from the northern end. It now bowls a flighted delivery, taking the batsman. There is some sort of hesitation. Throw to the bowler's end and a good direct throw and it's run out. So the innings have come to a close by a run out, but a good feeling there by a short mid-wicket area. And turning and throwing the ball to the non-striker's end and breaking the stumps. And Carl Tuckett, who is in the best position there, just side on, had no hesitation because the batter was a few yards out of her ground. That concludes the over and also the wicket, not the over completed, it was 9.4, but 161 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago scored in their first innings of the 50 overs encounter right here at Warner Park, where we are witnessing CG Regional Women Cricket Tournament. The other matches being played at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and the Connery Cricket Centre. The Leeward Islands is at St. Paul's Recreation Ground. They're up against Jamaica, and they're not doing well, but Jamaica doing very well. And Guyana up against the Windward Islands at Connery. But here at Warner Park, the first part of this encounter has been completed. Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 161 for 9 off some, all out, 161 all out, 43.4 overs. So those remaining overs can be a difference, possibly in the end, whichsoever this match may go. But we will hear more from Joel Manning. And Joel, your thoughts of what happened in the first innings overall?
You would have to say that probably after winning the toss and opting to bat first, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force might not necessarily be the happiest with the position that they find themselves in. They got to 22 for 2 after the first 10, but they've been able to, I guess what you could consider, weather the storm and progress across their innings. However, in the back end of it, things just started to fall away from them. Barbados fought their way back into this contest. So overall, you have to say that probably at this halfway stage, Barbados are the happier of the two sides. However, it's a game of 2 innings, and Barbados will now have to come out there and actually bat and knock these runs off. And they say any runs on the board is pressure. So if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas can come out and start, well, funny enough, in a similar fashion to how Barbados started, then this could actually be a very good contest on our hands.
Yes, and runs on the board is runs on the board. That is quite true. It has been made. And for Trinidad and Tobago now to come out and defend it. And just on speculation, though, that the Barbados they would need to get off to a good start. On the other hand, though, if Trinidad and Tobago make some early inroads into their batting order, that is Barbados, then it can be a different picture. But all is just speculation. All is still yet to be seen. But most likely, at this particular moment, there might just be the luncheon interval might be taken at this time. So we, from here, from our broadcasting position, when we come back, we'll be able to update our listeners with some bowling figures as to what transpired, but we will get that information out to you just before the second innings of the second part of this CG regional women's tournament being held here in St. Kitts, and the match here today at Warner Park is between Trinidad and Tobago and the Barbados, the defending champions, at St. Paul's Recreation Grounds. It is the Leeward Islands against Jamaica, and at Connery Cricket Center, it is the Windward Islands versus Guyana. So until play resume, we break for lunch now. So on behalf of Joel Manning and Carlisle Powell, this is yours truly, Victor Eddy, and you can rejoin us probably in the next, 45 minutes for rebroadcast. So back to our respective studios.
Welcome back to the replay for Barbados, needing 162. And that's going to be the first runs for Barbados via the route of wides. The openers for Barbados, Kaisia Knight, and the skipper, Hayley Matthews. Karishma Ramarak is getting things started for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. And you would have to say that the start crucial for both sides. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in pursuit of wickets. And well, Barbados in pursuit of hoping to apply themselves and get through this first 10. The power play overs where only 2 players are allowed outside of the circle. Getting quite close to that wide line is Ramarak. I would have mentioned that when she came to the crease, well, she was batting that she was named in the team of the tournament in the recently concluded Women's T20 World Cup. And she'll be hoping that that form that she had can continue here in this opening encounter of the CG United Women's Super 50. She's opted to start with a long on and a deep mid-wicket, which probably tells you that she's going to be quite straight. And also makes a slight adjustment in the leg side as well. In terms of a wide, I guess you might want to call it, mid-on. And that's going to be runs off the bat of Hayley Matthews. Her first boundary. I mentioned the fact that she'll probably want to be a lot straighter in terms of her line, Karishma Ramarak, on this occasion. Just guilty of being short and wide outside of the off stump. And with the offside field in terms of the ring on the offside, just needed to get it over the infield, Hayley Matthews, and did that quite easily, you would have to say. So once again, just looking at the field, will want, probably in terms of the length, to maybe be a touch fuller. I would also want it to be a touch straighter as well, Ramarak. Well, getting the length right there. To close out the first over, after 1, you would have to see a good start for Barbados' 8 without loss.
And they have very experienced batters. And so you'd expect that somebody like Hayley Matthews would get a grip on the situation. The target is not huge, but it will still take some getting. 162 runs to win.
Yeah, certainly this pair of Matthews and Knight would want to get the Barbados side off to a good start. Probably take advantage of the power play overs. And knowing that they need some early wickets, it's going to be the skipper for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas who is going to be bowling the second over. Known for picking up wickets, known for keeping things tight, is Anisa Mohammed. And she would want to draw on all of her experience here today. That gets Knight off the mark. An easy single into that leg side. It'll be interesting to see the type of feel that she goes to Hayley Matthews here with. Obviously the pair know each other quite well. She also knows Matthews in terms of her aggression at the start of an innings. There's going to be a long on and a deep mid wicket for Matthews. I talked about her looking to capitalize, and you see the intent there. Doesn't get to the boundary, pulled back up inside. Just inside the boundary, but there is what we're talking about in terms of what might Anisa Mohammed be looking to bowl to Hayley Matthews. Probably cannot afford to give her much room outside of the off stump. Can't get it past mid-wicket. But certainly from the start, you're seeing that intent. Hayley Matthews looking to capitalize, looking to put on that early pressure. That one flies off the outer edge of the bat. And that's going to find its way into the boundary. So runs coming for Barbados and runs coming for Hayley Matthews.
During lunch, I did say to Victor Eddy that if Hayley Matthews gets going, that it could be a short game. Because he remarked on the scores in the other two games, and I said, listen, ours can be just as short. Hayley is in good form.
Oh, this could be a chance. And the skipper Matthews, she's got to go. The early breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, and is exactly who they wanted. Hayley Matthews.
Just try to force the delivery with them. There was no need to force it as you look at it on the replay. Shortish, but cramped her. Made a little bit of height as well. And she was inside the wicket trying to force it over the infield, but only picked out mid-off. Very important wicket for Trinidad and Tobago, and an important loss for Barbados. Let's see how they recover.
Yeah, certainly mentioned the fact that Anisa Mohammed is here at the start to pick up wickets, because that's certainly the only way that they can apply pressure to this Barbados side, and she's done just that. Hayley Matthews, she goes for 10. It's 15 for 1.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You in. Middle, please. To you. By your toe. That's middle. She's coming right arm over the wicket. One to come.
Well, it's going to be the sister of Kaishana Knight, strode out to the crease now.
Yeah. Come in now, one step, please. Yeah.
This pair of sisters have done quite well for Barbados over the years. At the end of a successful over, it's 15 for 1.
2 overs gone, 1 wicket in the bag for Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, they're defending a score of 161. And so they would be quite happy that they have sent the informed Hayley Matthew back to the pavilion. And we remind you that in the other games at St. Paul's, the Leewards were bowled out by Jamaica for 120 in over number 29. And at Connery, Guyana were bowled out by the Windward Islands for 78 in the 28th over. And here in this game, Trinidad and Tobago, they were bowled out for 161 by Barbados.
It's going to be Ramarak to continue. Her first over, going for 8. 3 of which were wides, which opened the account for Barbados. I mentioned the fact that they're going to go a quick single. A direct hit is always close, but not close enough, says the umpire. Communication coming in here. Again, we saw a couple runouts in that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings, and probably could have been almost another there.
Good fielding, good pickup, and direct hit. There was yes, no, but she made it quite easily when you look at the replay because she was off and running. Her sister hesitated.
It's always about that early call. And funny enough, you would probably tell yourself that in terms of the batters to come out there, they should probably know each other the best. But no harm, no foul, no damage done to them. I was just about to make the point before that quick single that I do think that Karishma was probably the only West Indian player to be named in the team of the tournament for that T20 World Cup. And she would hope that performances that got her into that team of the tournament, that she can put it down here as well in this Women's Super 50 Cup. So far, she's pulled it back quite nicely after that first over, going for 8. Quite tight outside that off stump. Just one delivery to go and just one run from this over. You can hear the chirping going on out there, especially on the back of losing the skipper, Hayley Matthews. It closes out a wonderful over, a wonderful follow-up over for Karishma Ramarak. 3 gone, it's 16 for 1.
Excellent over. Good work in the field by Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, there is absolutely no need for Barbados to panic because it's early going. And they have already scored some 16 runs. And they know that the target in front of them is 162 to win this game. And they will be backing themselves to get there and to get there quite comfortably. But they'll have to contend with what has been good bowling so far by the Trinidad and Tobago team. The experienced Anisa Mohammed is now having, let me see there, the 2 fielders who were out during the power play are down at deep cover on the boundary and mid-wicket on the other boundary.
Yeah, in fact, they're actually asking that cover to come up now, and they're sending back the fielder at long on. So probably once again thinking that things should be relatively straight from Anisa Mohammed, not looking to give much room outside of that off stump. Right arm over the wicket she comes. And there we are in terms of where we probably expect that should bowl across the course of this over. Certainly looking to pick up another one. And rotation of the strike is probably another factor that will come into play as well. We saw it come into play in terms of the Trinidad innings. I would say probably towards the middle of it with the pair of Brittany Cooper and So at the crease. But quite early on, when I think about how things went for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, if Barbados can probably get the running going, just like that, that is how they can actually put that pressure back on to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because in fact after 10 they were 22 for 2, and it was mainly because they were unable to rotate the strike, and Barbados were able to build pressure. If they can do the opposite here, then I'm sure that they'll probably be happy with the start. On the flip side, there's a case of Trinidad and Tobago knowing that they need to be a lot more alert in the field, because there were instances where Barbados were caught sleeping at times, which afforded the opportunity for the single. A loud appeal. And almost a chance for a run out there as well. It's always harder, I guess, with the left-hand batter and the right-arm bowler coming over the wicket to get those LBW decisions. Always a question of where does it pitch, where does it hit. Probably on that occasion, striking her maybe outside of the leg stump on that occasion. In the context of it, a very nice and tidy over there to back things up again from Anisa Mohammed. Just 3 from it. It's 19 for 1.
And it took Trinidad and Tobago all of 10 overs to get to 22. And so Barbados 19 for 1. And they'll be telling themselves, okay, we don't have any need to panic. It's a nice sunny day at Warner Park. We don't have to pay for the bowling in terms of being a net session tomorrow. They can have a nice little quiet day, but first on the agenda would be to win this game today.
Yeah, certainly. It's always about getting on to the scoreboard, ensuring that you get a good start and looking for that momentum at the start of a tournament. Also at the start of a very short tournament as well, so there's not much time to get into it.
That's well played. Soft hands, just angling it away into the onside and picking up a single. That's good cricket.
Yeah, certainly fantastic cricket by this pair, who've done well for Barbados over the years, have quite often found themselves amongst the top batters in regional tournaments. Can't get that one pass point. A very tight offside ring being employed across all of the overs thus far. Well, this one was tossed up, and it was smacked back over her head for 4.
Given generous flight and a little wide of the off stump as well, and she got to the pitch of it. The field is set in because of the restrictions, and she went easily over the head of mid-off and picked up a nice boundary.
Certainly looking at the field that's set for her, probably can't afford to do that too many times. Probably just needs to draw that length back, just maybe a touch. Does Ramaraka at the moment. Yeah, just like that. A good follow-up delivery after being hit for 4. Nice to see the adjustments being made quite quickly. And Anisa Mohammed just asking that offside ring to just come a bit more to their left. But goes up again, but this time it was just a touch flatter, and because of that, Kaishona Knight could not get the elevation required on that one. You see her rehearsing that shot in terms of the fact that she couldn't necessarily get under it. 1 delivery to go in what will be her 3rd over, Ramaraka, and that delivery now prompts a change in the field. They're seeing the intent of Kaishona Knight in terms of the fact that she's willing to go over the top, and because of that, has asked the mid-wicket to come to square leg, drops mid-off back towards long off. A dot ball to close it out. 5 gone. It's 24 for 1.
With Kaishona on 5 from 12, and the KCA 5 from 9. So good going so far by Barbados. They're ahead of the strike rate which Trinidad and Tobago had at this stage. But it's early goings. They wouldn't be too worried about that, because they would know that the end goal is for them to get to 162 runs. And they have 9 wickets in hand to do that.
Yeah, just looking at it, certainly no run rate pressure for them in terms of runs to balls required. The only thing that factors in is the ability to build pressure. So whether or not that pressure comes from dot balls from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, or whether that pressure comes from wickets for them. It looks to be a change in bowling. So Anisa Mohammed, she's pulled herself out of the attack. And it's going to be Steffi Sugram being brought in now.
I think Mohammed, she did what she came on to do. She came on to get a wicket, and particularly a big wicket, and there are not many which are bigger than Matthews.
Certainly not. Obviously, in terms of this Barbados had a lot of experience in it, and Hayley Matthews touched on it at the toss in terms of that balance between youth and experience in their side, and hoping that the experience comes to the fore. a left arm over the wicket is Sugrim. A bit of a misfield, but hasn't done any damage, just that easy single for them. So we'll know that even with the fall of Hayley Matthews, who for sure is the most experienced in their side, there's still many to come that can get the job done for them. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need to make some early inroads. Another fumble at point, but this time they opt not to take that single, and actually prompts no change in the field. When you think about certain fielding positions, especially a fielding position like point, you definitely know that that is probably, if not your best fielder, one of your better fielders in the side that must be there. And it looks like they've now employed Karishma Ramarak at point. And it seems it's just persisting just outside of that off stump. A good 3 deliveries so far from her. And you can still hear that chirping going on out there. And they definitely will need that energy. This time, instead of looking for the full-blooded cut, just looks to steer it out. That probably could be the better option, because in terms of that full-blooded cut, it was just looking as if she was almost forcing it a bit and probably could have found the edge. And if not the edge, probably could have maybe offered a catch to point. Oh, nearly gets one through there. Probably kept a little low as well. And you could probably maybe see why, because of the arm action of Steffi Sugrim. Not tall by any stretch of the imagination. Doesn't necessarily get up high with that arm action either. Probably just a bit more skiddy or slidey in terms of her approach as a bowler. Four runs from that over. The score is now 27 for 1 after 6.
Getting away with a short delivery, but I think the difference there was that Kishona was trying to hit that one hard instead of trying to place it. The one before, Casey had actually kept her eyes on it, the delivery which kept a little bit low, but she kept her eyes on it and was able to play it safely into the onside and picked up a single. But 27 for the loss of 1. That's the score here. And Steffi Sugrim just 3 runs. We were thinking 4, but the scoreboard says 3 runs from that over.
Yeah, and actually, Anissa Mohammed is just going to change ends. So 2 overs for her from that to Lozak Road end. And she's now going to come in for her 3rd from the media center end. Just ensuring she gets that field right, and not just the field, but also the fielders right as well. There's a long off and a deep mid-wicket for her, operating over the wicket. Just ensuring she gets that run up right. Still working with that ring on the offside field. Worked away into that vacant space on the leg side. Could think of 2. Opt against it. But certainly a very easy start thus far for Barbados. And obviously, I guess you could say it was helped by the fact that it's not a massive total put on the board by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas.
Notice that they're now filling the gap just backward of square by bringing a fielder from the offside. So thinking all the time, this Trinidad side.
Yeah, sorry, just a case of looking to plug those gaps, because I guess it's a case of looking to string together a couple deliveries, attempt to build that pressure, maybe force that fall shot and capitalize on a mistake from Barbados. does the fielding to her own bowling. Probably would have been stopped as well by mid-off getting around. But what is more important is the fact it's another dot ball for them.
Go backing up some more. Well done.
Oh, just straying in line there. Maybe gets away with it in terms of the fact that any bat onto it would have maybe taken it close to the boundary. Signal the wide by umpire Tuckett. And back to where she probably would want to be is Anissa Mohammed. So they've not really gotten off to flare Barbados, but at the same time, we're very comfortable in how things are moving at the moment. It's probably just sliding down the leg side to close out. Another over, one on the wide from it. It's 29 for 1.
Pitched outside leg as well. Kishona is on 6 from 20, and Kesia is on 8 from 12. And so 161 all out. That's a score made by Trinidad and Tobago. Chanel Saw, 68. Brittany Cooper, 32. Those were the top scorers. And of course, 4 wickets for Gordon and 4 wickets for Elliott. And now, trying to defend that total, Trinidad and Tobago, they've already picked up the wicket of Matthews for 10.
I actually had a chance to ask Hayley Matthews a question at the lunch break with regards to the surface out there and how it's been playing across the match. And she mentioned that it's certainly starting to dry out a bit, and she probably expected it will start to maybe take a bit more turn as we head into the back end of this. So it'll be interesting to see in terms of the type of purchase the spinners get for Trinidad and Tobago. And it looks as if probably a little injury there for the keeper. That one kept a bit low, and it looks as if it's the thumb that she's holding. It's certainly not an easy blow to take on the thumb for that ball to just jar in on the hand. So a bit of running repairs are required here, and over in number 8 for them, and the players take a chance to take on some fluid as well. As you know, it's pretty hot out here at Warner Park and beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. One of 3 matches going on in round number 1 of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. After this, we head into the T20 Blaze in maybe a week and a half's time. So a lot of cricketing action.
And this is the highest score in terms of the games that started today. 161 made by Trinidad and Tobago. We know that the Leewards were bowled out for 120, and that Guyana were bowled out for 78. And so Trinidad and Tobago getting to 161 represents the highest score in this round so far. And Barbados will be backing themselves to get to 162.
Yeah, certainly, especially after the fact that they lost the toss, and Hayley Matthews mentioned that had she won it, she would have looked to bat first as well, because she thought that they could have capitalized on this surface as well. So be chasing 162. They'll be happy with the work that they've done. They'll be happy with the start as well. It's just a case of letting it tick on, because for them, it's also a case of getting in some good early performances. They wouldn't want to get to 162 and probably be 7 or 8 wickets down, because they would have to go back and analyze why, you know, something like that might have happened in terms of how the wickets fell. So in terms of chasing out his target as well, they would want to ensure that should they get over the line. It's a case of maybe being 2 or 3 down the most, and I think that would give them some confidence heading into the rest of this tournament. Uppish finds the gap and finds the boundary. Oh no, some brilliant work actually being done to pull that one back inside, and they're scampering to complete the third. Good running by the pair, but a great effort as well to chase that one down on the boundary. It was actually to the point whereby it looked as if it was about to kiss that rope, and that's the commitment that you want to see, especially with low totals as well. Chasing down every run because it's important. Showing that intent is Kaishona Knight. It takes her up to 7 from 22 deliveries. A dot ball to close things out. In fact, maybe 1 left in this over. I see our scoreboard here telling us that it's over completed, but the umpires say that there's 1 left. Brilliant work being done at cover. The effort congratulated as well. They certainly know that they have to save everything here if they're going to have a chance in this encounter. 8 overs gone. It's 33 for 1.
Fielding has been good, and they're full of life out in the field, this Trinidad and Tobago team. They're talking away, encouraging one another. And just going back to the 5th ball of the over, you notice that Casey and Knight seemed to close the face of the bat a little bit early, and resulted in it just taking a leading edge and going back to the bowler. Not a catch by any chance, but just closing the face a little bit early, and she's going to have to pay particular attention to that. But the fielding has been good by Trinidad and Tobago.
It certainly has, and it's probably maybe due to the preparation work that has gone in, because I remember Anisa Mohammed mentioning the fact that they've been together as a unit for quite a period of time. They've been in camps. They've had maybe a couple practice games as well. You can certainly see that coming to the fore. On the flip side of things, Barbados, in terms of their preparation, it was slightly different to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. In terms of the preparation for Barbados, it's more so a case of being involved in the T20 plate competition going on currently in Barbados, running alongside of the cricket season there. And in fact, it was a case whereby they were actually playing against men across the phase of that tournament. Didn't necessarily get the results in terms of wins, but what it did for them was allow them to get that much needed game time and much needed game practice in. I believe they probably played maybe about 6 matches across that plate competition before coming across here. Going for the quick single, and they get there quite easily in the end. And then coach, or well, assistant coach Ryan Hines also mentioned the fact that they've done a lot of technical work as well before coming over here, and they're interested to see whether or not the girls can actually employ the technical skills that they've been learning right before coming over here and actually put them into the game. So 2 different modes of preparation ahead of this CG United Super 50 competition. Nothing to say that one is better than the other. Brittany Cooper a bit animated there. Probably thought that they might have gotten a single. They didn't. But yeah, it's just about stringing together those dot balls at the moment for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force sneaking through a wicket, getting somebody new to the crease. Oh, a missed field. Cannot afford that. A boundary to close things out. The skipper isn't happy, but it's a 38 for 1.
Yes, and good afternoon to you once again, Joel, and to all our listeners, especially those who might just be joining the broadcast here from Warner Park. You're listening to CG Women's 50 Overs Tournament, and that last delivery, which was struck and to point, and the point field, a misfield, and earned 4 runs, contributed to Barbados getting closer to the 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago. It is now 34 for 1. And really, the concentration we can see right away, Joel, is from the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. And their spin is going to continue from that, the Lozak Road end. And Anissa Mohammed herself, she operated from the northern or media center and from the Lozak Road end. But we can tell our listeners that the score at the moment, the total is 38 for 1. Here is the left armer around the wicket. In now to bowls, and 1 played out to cover. There is no run. Total remains 38 for 1, chasing 161, which was scored by Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago in response, 38 for 1 after 9.1 overs. Here is Steffi Sugram in now bowls. Sugram is on the length around the wicket. Left armer into the left-handed batsman. There is no run. There's a solitary slip. There's a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a long on the boundary, a mid-wicket, a short square leg, and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Here is Sugram from the southern end now. It now bowls, and 1 turns around the corner. They run 1. They're going to look for 2. Can they get 2? I think they will get it easily in the end. Running the first one quickly, and good running between the wickets. So 2 more to the total. 40 it advances for Barbados. They are chasing 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago. They are now 40 for 1. We are in 9.3 overs. Coming from the southern end is Steffi Sugram, left arm orthodox spinner, bowling to a solitary slip with the keeper standing up a point to cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a long off, mid-wicket, short square leg, and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. It now bowls on the pads, stroke down to the fielder who comes off the long on boundary. That looks like Anissa Mohammed. And in the process, the batters were able to get another run, going on to 42. Now the total for 1 wicket. We are into over 9.4. You're listening to CG Women Regional Cricket Series held here in St. Kitts. Matches at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and Connery Cricket Centre. Here is a delivery from Sugram. Left arm spinner and really beating the batsman. A good one. That one had turn and bounce. And so far in this innings, or throughout the game so far, we have only seen 1 delivery really keeping a trifle low. So consistently, the bounce here at Warner Park off the pitch has been very good, very consistent. Here is another delivery short of a good length, played down to short mid-wicket. There is no run, and that has completed over number 10. So after 10 overs, Barbados, in response to 161, they are now some 41 for 1, Joel, and the percentage of legal deliveries which is to be bowled, which is 240 to get 121 runs. There is no need then for the Barbados batsmen to bring any indiscretions, but just keep exchanging the strikes, and obviously the loose deliveries will come where they can capitalize and get in boundaries.
Yeah, certainly that has to be the approach for them. Just looking at the comparison in terms of where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas were at this stage, they were 22 for 2. So Barbados at 41 for 1, some distance away from where Trinidad and Tobago were. In fact, 19 runs ahead. So things, as you could probably say, relatively easy for Barbados at any moment. Probably, you would say, winning power play number 1. Obviously, they would not have wanted to lose the wicket of Hayley Matthews, who went really just trying to, I guess, impose herself and force things a bit more in terms of this contest. But having just lost the 1 wicket, they'll certainly be happy with the position that they're at the moment.
Yes, and at the moment too, when you look at the percentage of legal deliveries which has to be bowled, then the Barbados team in chasing 161, it would suggest then, especially to the batters who are at the crease now, that there is no need for any indiscretions, but just to make certain that they keep exchanging the strike, and obviously the loose balls will come along, and then they have an opportunity to get boundaries. But we have not seen a 6 struck yet in this encounter for both sides, but that is irrelevant at the moment. There is a bowling change though, and it's a medium pacer. We'll get a name for you. Going down the leg side, it's going close to the fine leg boundary. She struck it down. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? No, it is just slowing up. They run 1, they run 2, and that's all they would get, and advances the total now onto 43 for 1, and chasing 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago, Red Steel, and Barbados. Now the bowling at this end is Alexander.
Yeah, Kabina
Alexander, that's right. And right arm medium pacer over the wicket from the northern end. It now bowls, and delivery pitch on the off stump, played out to extra cover. There's a fielder there is no run. Heavily packed offside fielder, Joel, and it is obvious to the batsman that if most of the men to the left-hander is on the offside, it gives an indication to the batter that her line is going to be just about off stump, and so far it has proven thus far. Well, here she is moving away from us from the northern end now. Is Alexander, bowls on the off stump, straight again out to the fielders in that offside. So it is very good when bowlers can get their line right, especially where they have most of the fielders on one side of the wicket. And for Kerbiana and Alexander, she is right arm, medium pace, over the wicket, bowls. 1 going down the leg side, a stifled appeal. Well, obviously, Carl Tuckett would have seen the wicketkeeper going down the leg side with the intention to gather the ball, but it struck the batter on the pad, and there is no run. 43 for 1, 10.4. overs being bowled, 236 legal balls to be bowled, 119 runs required. Here is a delivery played quietly back down the pitch for the bowler Alexander to field to her own ball. So 236 legal balls, 119 runs. Where does the pressure come from?
Yeah, actually, in terms of looking at Alexander at the moment, I actually think she could probably play a similar role to that of Alison Gordon for Barbados in terms of how she's operating. The keeper is up to the stump, got a bit more pressure.
Yes, and that is something that is very good in terms of the pressure, quite rightly there, Joel, in that it suggests to the batters that you have to be careful how you're using your feet or the crease itself. But it also gives the ball a lot of confidence too. But that completes over number 11, over number 11, 43 for 1, 234 legal balls to be bowled, 119 runs. What will be your instructions to the batters, Joel?
Just keep it simple. Honestly, in terms of Barbados at the moment, it's just about playing what we call simple cricket for them. Rotating straight, capitalising on the bad deliveries, and that's probably certainly a message that the coaching staff in terms of Corey Colomer and Ryan Hines would have given them coming on to the field. On the flip side of things, it's a case of who can Anissa Mohammed turn to, one, in terms of dot balls, and I think, like I mentioned before, that Kabina Alexander probably could be that person. Just 2 runs coming off of her first over, but at the other end, it's a case of who can she turn to probably sneak through a wicket or two for them at the moment.
Well, and both batters at the moment should be aware when they look at the scoreboard and see what is required, that there is absolutely no need for any indiscretions, but we'll have to wait and see if that will come. A flighted delivery played back down the track, and the bowler is, well, it will change in a moment and we'll get that. But 43 for 1, we can tell our listeners, especially those who might just be joining the broadcast here at Warner Park. And it's from the southern end, the balls outside the off stump. That one had some bounce on it. And okay, we have it now. Ramnath is in the attack from the southern end. So Anissa Mohammed is swinging her changes. And so far, though, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, they have all been bowling to the field that has been set for them. Here is another delivery. Short, going a little across the left-hander. Seems like she's bowling off breaks, coming from that end over the wicket to the left-hander. Wait and see now what she would do on this occasion. A delivery that the batter is just coming forward, playing it out to short extra cover. There is no run. 43 for 1, 231 legal balls, 119 runs. So Barbados, they should feel a lot at ease based upon what is required and what is on hand at the moment. 43 for 1, 11.4 overs. Here is Ramnath in bowls. And another misfield. So we have seen one or two errors so far by the Trinidad and Tobago team, not causing them great expense, but every run counts, especially when you are defending a total of just 161 in a 50-over encounter in this CG women's regional tournament. Here is Ramnath from the southern end, one just being turned around the corner. The wicketkeeper herself had to go to short square leg to collect. That has completed the over. So after 12 overs, the Barbados are chasing 161, and they have found themselves now in a relatively strong position at 45 for 1.
I mentioned the fact that Healy Matthews talked about the fact that there could be a little something for the spinners coming on to the end of this match. And in fact, the scorecard coming in here whereby Women Islands, they've reached 80 for 1, and that means that they've now won by 9 wickets. Affy Fletcher of 48 not out to get the Windwards over the line in that match versus Guyana, I believe it is.
Yes, at Connery, yes. So that's a very good victory there. And thank you very kindly there, our good friend and fellow commentator, Carl Powell.
An inside edge onto that one was the only thing that saved Kaishona Knight. And this is where that pressure comes in. So just 2 runs from the previous over from Samara Ramnath. Now Alexander backing to bowl what is her second. A very tight, packed field as well. Just bowling as full as possible, not giving anything away. You just question whether or not that big shot is coming. That chance at the start of the over, Kaishona Knight looking to be expansive.
Well, at this particular moment, I don't see the necessity for any kind of indiscretions at this moment. Here is Alexander away from us at the northern end, being struck straight down the ground for 4. And that is a beautiful stroke. And that is one of the strokes I prefer in cricket, really, Joel, when seeing batters hitting the ball straight down the ground, because what actually happens is that you're using the full face of the bat. So that even makes that a more secure stroke to select. And the selection at that time was very good. She earned herself 4 runs, advances the total closer to the 50. It is now 49. We are into the 12.3 overs. 49 it is for 1. Here is another delivery from Alexander outside the off stump. The bats fishing at it at that occasion. Luckily for her, did not get a touch. There is a keeper standing up, a solitary slip, a short third man, a point, cover, extra cover, a mid-off. So heavy packed offside field. So it is obvious that Alexander is going to keep her line just on or about off stump. So I think at this particular moment, though, messages really shouldn't have to be coming from the dressing room. The two batters out there should be looking at the scoreboard and realize what is required and knowing discretion. Here's Alexander, though, bowling a delivery just on the off stump, played quietly into cover, or extra cover, that is, and there is no run. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 fielders on the offside. 3 and 2, 5. Yeah, 7 fielders on the offside. Obviously, her ploy is just on or about off stump. Here is Alexander now moving away from her bowls. And one being struck into the wide mid-wicket area. It's going close to the boundary. It's going to get there. And it does so now. 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs for Barbados. And that is what required from here on in. Waiting for the loose deliveries, exchanging the strike, and get the 50 goes up for Barbados. So now 223 legal balls to be bowled, and just probably about 113 or so more runs to get for victory.
You always saw that on the cards in terms of how Kaishona Knight was looking to approach this over. I mentioned the fact that the first delivery, you saw her in terms of looking to get after, and it's because she doesn't want Alexandra to settle in to a rhythm similar to what Alison Gordon was able to settle in when she was bowling to Barbados. So on that occasion, in terms of the first boundary, over pitch just a bit, crashed back down the ground. Then in terms of the second one that went to the boundary, she wasn't there in terms of the pitch, but because she was willing to go through with the shot is why she was able to get the reward for it as well. So not willing to allow Alexander to settle, because I mentioned, Alexander could actually be that bowler for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas.
Yes, and this partnership is proving good for Barbados. And here is a first delivery from the southern end, being bowled by Ramnath. Flighted delivery, the off spinner, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Keeper standing up, solitary slip, a point, a cover, extra cover, a long off on the boundary. A mid-on just under 30-yard circle, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket. Here is one down to leg side swinging. And for moments thought of going up for the appeal, but in the end recognized it wouldn't have made sense because it was going down the leg side. And Ramnath decided, the off-spinner, coming from the southern end, not to appeal. So 108 runs to win and 1 wicket down. So Barbados in a very good position here against Trinidad and Tobago. But a lot of times when after partnerships have been broken, not wishing or hoping for it, but it sometimes is a pattern whereby breaking a partnership, then we will find a lot of times that wickets continue to fall. But from a Barbados point of view, they will hope not, that this does not present itself today. And one being played out to cover, and one more legal delivery to be bowled in this over. Total 53 for 1. 13.3 overs have been bowled so far, chasing 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago when they batted first in this CG Women's 50-over contest. Here is one played out to point. There is no run. So Barbados large and in charge here at Warner Park. First encounter of this Super 50 of the CG tournament, women's tournament here. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground at Connery Cricket Centre. Flighted delivery from Ramnath on the off stump. That has completed over number 14. So after 14 overs, the total is 53 for 1.
Yeah, quite a few spinners in operation for Trinidad. And in fact, I do believe that they might actually have to be the ones to maybe draw things back, because I made mention of Karbina Alexander being someone that could operate probably in a similar role to Gordon. The only factor here, though, is that when Gordon was bowling, was a bit more moisture in the surface, so the ball wasn't necessarily coming on to the bat as good as it is right now after the sun has baked it. You see beautiful images there across to the sea, a boat coming across. But yeah, it's just a case whereby with the ball coming on a lot better, maybe it's a lot easier now to bat the legs of the medium pacer in Karbina Alexander, and the fact that it just might be a little bit more for the spinners, that the spinners might have to be the ones to kind of pull things back for Trinidad and Tobago. Just take additional pace off of the ball and hope that something happens out of the surface.
Well, obviously the pitch is playing much more conducive for the batters, more even bounce. No doubt it has gotten harder too, with the sun being hot here at Warner Park. But there is another bowling change here from the northern end, one being played out into the mid-wicket area. A fielder from short square leg come around to her right. And in the meantime, though, the batters were able to get another single. So that advances the total now for Barbados. And really batted well is Barbados. 54 for one. One wicket, that is. Down, chasing 161. Here is another delivery from
Karishma Ramarak.
Karishma Ramara, and played into the offside, and there is no run. So Mohammed is trying, switching around her bowlers, looking for another wicket, which would be very important for Trinidad and Tobago. But consolidation here by Barbados, playing that one out to cover, there is no run. So we can see thus far between these two, which has posted a valuable partnership. We will get that figure of the partnership for listeners just in a moment, as these two really going along nicely. And there's no need, as we've been saying consistently, for indiscretions. Here is one over cover. They run one. It's going to go close to the extra cover boundary. And I believe it crosses now. It hits the rope, goes into the boundary. So another 4. So Barbados are keeping themselves above the required run rate, earning another 4, advancing the total now closer to the 60s. It should be now what, 58 or 58? Yeah, 58 for 1, Joel. So Barbados in a very comfortable position at this particular moment. Well, the action continues out in the middle. Lovely day for cricket here at Warner Park all day so far, down the leg side. And really, obviously, from our vantage point, we knew that they was not going to get a leg before for that, but they get a leg by. But, and in any event, one more to the total, which draws them closer to 102, which is required now to overhaul the 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago. Here is another delivery outside the off stump, being played out to cover. That has completed over number 15. So after 15 overs, 59 for 1. What total was Trinidad and Tobago after 15 overs? We will get that too, but at this present moment, especially for our listeners who might just be joining us here at Warner Park, you're listening to CG Regional Women Cricket Tournament, and Trinidad and Tobago, when they batted first, they scored 161 and they were all out.
I think the interesting task right now for Anisa Mohammed is the fact that she's still hunting for wickets, and hence why we've not really seen her opt to use all the fielders that she can outside of the circle. They're still looking to go with 2 outside the circle, especially in what was that last over. On this occasion, opting for 3, even though she has the maximum of 4 available in this second power play phase. So still looking to have the extra field inside the circle to build that pressure, hoping for the wicket. As a widest signal, but what it has allowed Barbados to do is just capitalize on small moments whereby they take advantage of the fact that the field is still in.
Well, and it is a good ploy still too by Trinidad and Tobago, because for them to get back into this game, they have to take wickets. And here is a delivery outside the off stump. Almost a chance for a wicket there. The batsman did not get a touch. 60 it is now, and just 1 wicket going down. So 101 more runs to get. And really, here is an interesting encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and the defending champions Barbados, leaving one outside the off stump. And the 2 batsmen at the crease. Knight is on 20 or 40 deliveries. Well, it's 2 Knights. Are they sisters or cousins? Sisters? Oh my, and it happens also in men's cricket where you had a few brothers playing together in the same teams, and coming to mind is Ian Chappell and Greg Chappell, and you know, players of that caliber. But here is the women's cricket at Warner Park, and it's the CG tournament. The total advances now on to 61 for the loss of just one. So Barbados, the defending champions, in their first encounter here at Warner Park, finding themselves in a very good position, a full toss, but not making full use of it. Well, it was not above the waist, which would have been considered once the batsman is in an upright position as a no ball, but it was not above her waist, and there was no run. 15.5, final delivery of the 16th, being played down to fine leg, and the batters will get a single because the fielder have to come off the square leg boundary, and easy single there to Barbados, advances their total now onto 62 for 1. And we pause to our listeners because the refreshment cart is coming onto the field, but we can tell you the latest score here at Warner Park, 62 for 1 is Barbados, and they are chasing 161, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Well, a lovely day to start this tournament throughout in terms weather-wise, because at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, obviously fair weather too, and also too at the Connery Cricket Centre. Rejoining me now, it's our good friend and fellow broadcaster too, Carlisle Powell. So Carlisle, this tournament have started off on a very good note weather-wise, and play so far. Some teams would not be pleased. The Leewards and who it was, the Windwards?
Leewards all out for 120.
Yeah, they would not be pleased with that batting performance. And also to at Connery Cricket Centre where the
Guyana made 78.
Yes, 78.
And the Windwards already ramped to victory.
Yes, and both those two teams would not be pleased with their low-scoring encounters.
Not
in
at
their first
all.
encounter.
As we look at a cargo boat heading into the deepwater port here at Bastille, such a very lovely view. And we've seen the cargo ships coming and going all day. The car ferry came in, dropped its load, and is en route to its next destination. Then we saw a container ship. Now we see this is one of those from the Windward Islands bringing provisions and other stuff. As here at Warner Park, we can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and found themselves in a spot of bother at 27 for 3 before a good partnership between Cooper and Sow. Cooper eventually going for 32, which was the second highest top score. Sow getting 68, and Trinidad and Tobago being bowled out for 161, leaving some 6 overs and some balls on the table. Bowling and getting wickets for Barbados, we had Gordon picking up 4 for 36, and Elliott picking up 4 for 40. And then in their turn at bat, Barbados have responded strongly. They lost the wicket of the experienced Haley Matthew for 10. It was 15 for 1. The score has now pushed up to 62 for the loss of 1. And this partnership of some 47 runs is the second highest in the entire game so far. The highest partnership in the game being that of 60 between Cooper and Sow. And so 62 for 1, and so you're looking now, Victor, at another 100 runs for Barbados to take victory. They're the defending champions, and they'll be certainly backing themselves to get there.
Yes, and they're defending themselves like champions should defend themselves, Barbados. And really, the action continues out here at Warner Park. And in more recent times, Carlisle, as you would know it better than me and many others, that spin bowlers throughout the world at all levels of cricket, male and female, has been the dominant factor.
And have been getting wickets, whether it's the IPL or the other leagues around the world, or in 4-day cricket. As we see number 70, Ramarak, goes in, bowls this one short, played down to backward point and going, eluding the grasp of the fielder there, but they'll only get a single to take the score on to 63. Kishona Knight moves on to 25. And Casey Knight comes into strike. She's on 21.
Yes, and a very good friend of mine, Trevor Marty Huggins, he said, well, Eddie, it seems now that a lot of batsmen are afraid of pace. So remember they used to say that you had some issues with pace, but it seems like a lot of the batsmen not comprehending the spin. Well, here is another delivery, just on about off stump, played quietly into the outside, and the batsmen get an easy single in the end. And this is one of the things that players at the crease, Carlisle, should be aware and conversating with each other. The coaches shouldn't really have to send out message in this side of situation, in many situations. Players have to evaluate situations for themselves. And here is one, played quietly, down to point, and there is no run. Ever so often we see a player going out with gloves, and it's just to send a message, when I think both players in the middle should be able to decipher. No indiscretion, so many legal balls to be bowled. We can get to this total easily. But anyway, that's it how it works. Here is another delivery outside the off stump, being played to short extra cover. There is no run. Well, so far, for what I heard from one or two persons who have been listening, they said to extend congratulations to the team so far. We are doing a good job. Well, we can't hear ourselves, so thank you very kindly. And here is another delivery flighted and being driven down to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, what can be a different climax here? I'm not calling for it, but we know cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and any form of it can be uncertain. But one bowler can get a hat-trick and the game can give a different picture. Not hoping for it, my listeners. Here is one struck though, over mid-off said, who is inside the 30-yard circle. So good shot selection. It was flighted, and the batter realized that it was in the air momentarily, got to the pitch, and the shot selection was spot on, Carl.
Excellent batting by Kishona Knight. And we see this little bit of experimenting by the bowler Ram Harak, in that she's holding back the flight a little bit. And if she's going to do that, I would much prefer if she were to say to the captain, can you please give me the long off?
Yeah, because if you're going to try one or two deliveries in your over as a spinner, quite rightly, Carlisle, that you should have the fielder placed, because the batsman would see the opportunity to go over the top, and it is more easier when they're inside the 30-yard circle, and so it was on that occasion. But here we have a continuation from the southern end. One played out to point, and there is no run. So at this particular moment, I will say the defending champions, they are large and in charge. Some 93 more runs required for victory, and wickets in hand, even more bonus that way. And one, the fielder at short extra cover did not feel well, but a good direct throw. And I think for a moment, the umpire was in the appropriate position, but I'm not too certain. But as we look at the monitor, it seems like the batter was in her ground quite easily in the end, Carla.
Yeah, it seems as if she made it quite easily. The running was decisive, and that's the difference, in that they called early, and they were on their way very quickly. Score, 68 for the loss of 1, weighing over number 18.
Yes, and the play continues here at Warner Park, 17.1 overs. So Barbados have nothing to worry about as the circumstances present themselves, where another single is earned, advances their total now on to 70 for 1. And what a very valuable partnership by these two. And they should realize in the circumstances that they should try to go as deep as possible or close to the total. Well, a few wickets can give a different picture, but not on this occasion. The picture that is given is a forward defensive stroke, played out to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, the boundary in the last over brought up the half-century partnership, and these two have batted well together.
Well, and they would need to continue. The defending champions as Barbados coming forward, playing it quietly back down the track for the bowler to field. The umpire says the end of the over, and at the end of 18, is it? No? Is it the end of the over? Yes. Okay, pardon me. Yes, it is the end of the over. And of 194 legal deliveries to be bowled, and just somewhat 91 runs to be had. So, Carlisle, these two batters should feel very relaxed in the circumstances.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, I'd say advantage Barbados.
But you're a Christian. You're not supposed to bet, Carlisle. Don't break the rules of your commitment. And you see, Carlisle, you're so right. But I would like to see the evaluation of players at the middle, though, working out things for themselves and not necessarily not abandoning the coach.
I get your point, Victor. I had the opportunity to manage and coach at all levels. And even my under 13 teams, we trained, they knew me well enough, they knew the game well enough, that when we came to the St. Kitts Invitational under 13, I didn't have to send messages.
Okay, all right. Well, you hear it there from the man himself, Carlisle Powell. And no one can add or subtract, but what I can add is that I never had the opportunity for him to give me some coaching stints. But unfortunately, I missed out.
You're a little ahead of my time, Vic. And I didn't get to manage you at the Leewards level either.
Right. Anyway,
Mohammed is the new bowler, and she's making the changes, ringing the changes. This one is played uppishly but safely, bringing the fielder from off of the extra cover boundary and earning another single. This two are doing it quite patiently and quite well.
Well, and this is also to a learning experience for onlooking ladies who are looking at this match. There are not many, but at least even the players on both teams, that when you're in, stay in. Stay in.
This one is driven down on the onside of the pitch, brings long off from the boundary. They'll earn another single to take it up to 73 for the loss of 1. And just 89 runs required now in 88 balls. Casey Knight is back on strike. She's 24 from 48.
Yes, and
for this delivery, punching into the offside, another single. And that means that they have scored from all 4 deliveries in the over, as the score pushes on now to 74 for 1 in over number 19.
Yes, and Nessa Mohammed is such a quality bowler that even for her, if they can just keep exchanging the strike, that is all right. But for me right now, Carlisle, with just some 80-yard runs to get, I will bring in the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, invite the batsmen to go over the top, the batters to go over the top.
Mohammed again, and Kishona Knight is driving firmly straight back down the track, and it evades the diving grasp of Anisa Mohammed, and they'll get a single, and so ensuring that they've scored from every single ball this over. 75 for 1 in over number 19. 1 delivery left. Mohammed 1 for 22, and this is a 5th over. Goes up to bowl to Casey Knight. And given this one generous flight, and she's to the pitch of it, plays it perfectly down to long off, who comes off the boundary. Another single. Easy like that, Victor. It's 6 runs in the over. And so they are getting even closer to their target of 162 to win this game. The defending champions, Barbados, they are now on 76 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and when you're behind, like how Trinidad is, the advantage is now in Barbados, the defending champion zone. It might be a good ploy on the Trinidad and Tobago team to bring the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, extend an invitation to the batters to go over the top. Some indiscretions might come in because of the fielders now sucking up the 1s and the 2s, but with the field widely spread, it makes the job quite easier.
Delivery, which is punched down in the offside to extra cover, and there is no chance of a run. So Mohammed 1 for 23 from 5, and Barbados coasting along nicely, 76 for 1. Ramnath it is, and for this delivery, driven again firmly, finds extra cover once more, and Casey Knight remains on 26 from her 51 deliveries. And Kishona is on 33 from 55. Ramnath from the far end. And for this delivery, she is attempting to swing it into the onside. There goes a shout of an appeal. And from this angle, might have been pitch outside the leg stump. And so there is no chance of that being out, LBW. 76 for 1. Ramnath to bowl to Casey and Knight. And she's bringing her forward solidly. Third delivery in the over to find extra cover. No chance of a run. And after an over where every ball went for a single, this is a bit of a good recovery here from Ramnath.
It is.
And she's flighting this one, hitting the air, and goes off the hand of the fielder down there at mid-on. No chance of a catch though. It had bounced safely, and she did well, in fact, to knock it down and then to recover 2 runs from that delivery. Casey Knight goes up to 28, 78 for the loss of 1 Barbados, replying to 161 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Now for the last ball, the fielder goes all the way back on the boundary. And this one is played into the offside. End of the over, end of which we tell you that Barbados looking for 162 to win, having been asked to field first by Trinidad and Tobago. They are 78 for 1. 20 overs have been completed, another 30 overs to go. Only 84 runs are required from 180 balls.
Well, in the coaching position now, as the coach for Trinidad and Tobago in this particular moment of the match, a message should be sent out to the captain that, look, bring all the fielders within the 30-yard circle. You're trying to get wickets to get yourself back into the game if there is a chance of getting back into the game, whereby the batters may use indiscretions by trying to go over the top, but that is not so at the moment. Still a widely spread field, so this would even make it an easier task for the Barbados team to overhaul the 161 which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago. But here is Mohammed.
And for this delivery, it's short, pulled into the onside, goes bouncing down to mid-wicket. And there will be a single to take the score on to 79 for the loss of 1. Trying to get some scores from our colleagues down at St. Paul's. Troy Mills, McCall, and Al Edwards are down there. Haven't seen them post anything in the chat so we can keep updated. This one is delicately played by Casey and Knight down to short third man. And they'll have a single. Score goes to 80. 80 for 1 in over number 21.
Yes, and this is very intelligent partnership by these two, Kasona Knight and Casey Knight, really putting on, and two left-handers, good partnership, good shot selection, exchanging the strike. Here is Mohammed again, flighted delivery.
Hit in the air, but it's going straight. And not even close to the fielder at straightish mid-wicket because she played it well, picked the gap well. They'll get a single. And this is already the highest partnership of the entire game. They came together with a score on 15 for 1. It's 81 now for 1. And Casey Knight on 29 is taking strike. And for this delivery, good delivery, pitch about middle leg. She's coming forward suddenly into line, plays it on the offside. No chance of a run. And so Mohammed picked up the 1 wicket early. And since then, she has gone for 26 runs in her 6th over. And this delivery has the batsman nibbling it at it outside the off stump, seemed to pull away just late. But in any event, the keeper didn't take it cleanly. No additional runs though. 81 for 1 in over number 21. Yes. Barbados looking for 162 to take victory in this game. Mohammed gives this one generous flight, but it's played extremely well. Coming forward, head over it nicely, and plays it down to long off to pick up a single and take the score on to 82 for the loss of 1 at the end of over number 22.
And no discredit to this valuable and important partnership. Both batters are playing well for Barbados, but I think Anasa Mohammed has just missed the right prescription in terms of field placement, because with these two batters really set Carlisle, it would have been very interesting to see if the fielders were in, what would have been the batters' impressions in getting runs, in terms that the inner circle would have been keeping things tighter and then they will have to try to go over the top to score. But that is not the situation at the moment. I think that might have posed a different approach by the batters.
The approach by the Knights have been excellent, Victor. They have been picking the gaps. When the chances come for them to go for the big hit, they have done so successfully. As in this case, delivery which is flighted up middle and leg and struck down to deep mid-wicket. We're looking to see if it is a 6, the first for the game, or if it went for 4. And yes, it is 6. Extremely well played. Flighted up middle and leg, and she was getting into position, noticing that the fielder is down on the mid-wicket boundary, and hit this one down to a straighter mid-wicket and bringing up the first 6 of the game. So Casey and Knight getting 6 and going on to 36. Here is she now, coming forward, and plays this quietly back down the track. No chance of a run. 6 runs in the over already, only 2 balls bowled. And Barbados at 88 for 1. And I did say over number 22 completed the last time around. My error, we are now in over number 22. Here's a delivery which is driven down straight on the offside of the pitch, brings long off the boundary, and so she'll have a single, Casey and Knight, to take her on to 37, and the score to 89 for 1. Ramnath is continuing from the far end and will bowl to Kishona Knight as the captain Mohammed is tweaking her field again. And the chirping has gone as Trinidad and Tobago are a little bit under the gun now. Delivery which is having Kishona Knight come forward, plays it out into the offside. And these two, you remember, came together with a score on 15 for 1. Then they've taken it to 89 for 1. Here is Ramnath. He's shorter, pulled into the onside, didn't get it nicely, and so it just goes bouncing down to the fielder from mid-on. They won't have a run. And now for the end of the over, which is 1 ball away, fielder is being sent all the way back to the long-on boundary. So here is Ramnath to bowl to Kishona Knight. And she's getting a good delivery, plays it on the onside, goes for the bowler to pick up on the follow through. No chance of a run. And so good going by Barbados, Victor. They have measured the inning very, very well.
Yes, indeed. And really, what is significant about this partnership also too is what is happening right now, mid-pitch conversation between the two batters. Obviously working out what should they do from here on in, which it is, in my view, no indiscretions necessary. And really, the shot selection has been good between these two, which has been a lacking ploy at all levels of cricket in our region. But this is a very good sign that these two Barbados women, Kishona Knight and Casey Knight, in partnership, demonstrating what good shot selection is. And the shot selection has been spot on between these two.
As we look at another ferry heading over to Nevis, and that more than likely would have been the 3 o'clock departure, perhaps left a little bit late, but we'll be in Nevis in about half an hour's time.
Yes, indeed, and really going across on a nice sunny day, and no doubt the waters might not be too rough in that sense based upon the heat of the day, and we have had good weather so far throughout all the matches.
Sugrim it is from the pavilion end, and has Casey just wafting it out outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, no chance of a run. Before this, 3 overs for 10 runs, Steffi Sugrim. And she's bowling from the CA Paul Southwell Media Center end. And for this delivery, forcing the batsman backwards. And on the back foot, she makes some room, plays it out into the offside. Well fielded on the edge of the circle, and there is no chance of a run. So Sugrim has been miserly, yet to pick up a wicket. Only 1 gone in the inning so far. He's given this one good flight, hitting the ear. She's out caught. just a little bit wider, and there was Casey Knight not leaning into it, not getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it to the fielder there at cover. And she just had to make a couple of paces across to her right. Importantly, it breaks this partnership between the Knights, and Casey Knight has gone for 37 from 65 as Trinidad and Tobago get their second wicket.
Yes, and a very good partnership by Barbados has been broken, but a most valuable one in pursuit of 161 and 162 for victory. But I think KCR might be in just a little bit being caught on the crease and not using her feet to get fully to the pitch, because I thought for a moment that just 2 strides forward would have made a difference in the stroke play. But that was not to be. She was stationary at the crease and just leant into it, and the fielder at cover had to move paces to her right. And this would bring some relief back to the Trinidad and Tobago's team. And with a new batter coming at the crease, it is even more obvious now to Carlisle that they should try to bring the fielders in so that the new batter would not get a chance to exchange the strike to the batter who is in and try to build some pressure from somewhere. Well, I'm seeing a lot of changes now in the field placings, and I know that no one would really have a little obvious difference in what I'm saying, because with the new batter at the crease, it is important to bowl more deliverers now at the new batter and keep the striker who is in form, which is Kasona Knight, who is on 35 off 60 deliveries.
Aliin is the new batter and getting a delivery which is full pitch, plays it into the offside. Yes, no chance of a run out. What does the umpire say? She's gone. Oh, there was a mix-up there, hesitation, and now the trouble for Barbados is that the 2 set batters are gone. Good throw, the keeper just had to take the bails off. That she did, and this has breathed new life into the Trinidad and Tobago fielding setup, because they have picked up the 2 set batters. Both of the Knights are gone. Kishona just run out for 35, and the score from 89 for 1 has slipped to 89 for 3.
Yes, and it shows then that I commented earlier before, because the Trinidad and Tobago is behind in terms of the acceleration that Barbados have gotten off to a good start. But now that you're going to have 2 new batters at the crease, it is even more obvious now from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view to have the fielders within the 30-yard circle, because 162 is required for victory off of 165 legal balls to get 73 runs. So even now that there are 2 new batters at the crease, it should be more relevant to have the fielders inside the 30-yard circle and try to build more pressure on these Barbados batters for the remaining overs.
Well, my sheet says that it should be Holder, but this looks like number 11, which would make it Bruce. And I'm checking to see if I'm correct. Well, the number on the back is Bruce.
So it is Bruce.
Here is a delivery, given generous flight, hit out to extra cover, and fielded nicely as the fielder goes tumbling away to her left and effects the save. Just those 2 wickets have brought back some life to the Trinidad and Tobago feeling. You're hearing them again.
So distinctly, and I wonder if they could come in through our bikes. No, they wouldn't be heard through the bikes.
So grim. And this delivery is wide. Pitch wide of the tram lines and allowed to go through. And yes, it's Holder who is there taking strike, who was gone out to the crease. Holder it is. And so Sugrim, she was brought back to get a wicket. Got one for herself and then a run out off the next ball. So here is she once more, Sugrim. And for this delivery, just on the off stump, it's coming back in. It's hit on the pad. It's bowled, actually bowled. I thought that it was hit on the pad. Victor, it was the wrong one. I think she was looking for the conventional orthodox leg break. And this one came back in with the arm and crashed into the off stump before she could get a bat down. And all of a sudden, Barbados, who were going along merrily, have lost 3 wickets in this very same over and find themselves now at 90 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, and this is the beauty about this game of cricket. There is no other game under the sun like this glorious game of cricket and the game of glorious uncertainties. No doubt our listeners who've been listening and following the broadcast, it was appearing obviously, not that it is out of their range, they are still in a good position to get the required runs, but Trinidad and Tobago has played themselves well back into the game. And remember too that the captain herself, Anessa Mohammed, who is the leading and most experienced bowler in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup, she has more overs to come. So this is what's going to make this contest even more interesting now that 4 wickets is down. 162 is the target for victory, but Trinidad and Tobago will feel confident at this moment that they even have an even chance, just as Barbados does.
Definitely. And so we are seeing a new batter at the crease, and this new batter is
the bowler is coming right arm over the wicket.
will picking up the number on her back, which says that it is number, it looks like, is that number 78? 78, which is now Aline, who has come out to take strike. And so she is facing up now, and for this delivery, she's going back and across, plays it into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. And so very eventful over by Sogrim. 3 wickets in the over. Here is a delivery which is bringing the batsman back, pushes it into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. Alihin is on strike, and with her is Selman, and so the last wicket to go was that of Holder. Here is a delivery which is hitting the air just short of the fielder, backward square. No chance of a run. And the Trinidad and Tobago players are bouncing all of a sudden. That's what wickets can do for you. So here is Ramnath. It is from the far end after a very eventful over by Sogrim. Ramnath comes up, and this delivery is dabbed down to third man. They'll get a couple of runs because the fielder from point has to chase back. And so 2 runs to a lean. And this will take the total, move it off of 90 for 4 and up to 92 for the loss of 4 wickets. And we're in over number 24 of 50.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago would figure right now at this particular moment of the game that they have an even chance to play themselves right back into the game and try to restrict Barbados to the required total.
Delivery, which is pushing the batter back, plays it out into the offside, does a lean, and there is no chance of a run. And now for the last ball of the over, the protection goes out at deep cover and at long off. Here is Ramnath once more, and for this delivery, she's getting inside the wicket, turn it, hit to forward of square, and they are quickly through for a single to bring up the end of the over. 92 for 93 it is for the loss of 4 wickets, Victor. 24 overs have been completed.
Yes, and Anessa Mohammed, the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, she would be most pleased at this particular moment after breaking that very good and valuable partnership between the Knights for Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago have played themselves back into an even contest here at Warner Park, because Barbados would have to get 162 for victory. Well, it's not over till it's over, but our monitor is showing us 156 legal deliveries to be bowled. So still considering 6 wickets in hand, 162, 156 balls legally to be bowled. So This encounter here at Warner Park is totally different to the other two encounters at St. Paul's and Connery.
Yeah, Barbados were running away with it, and then an eventful over that saw a run out and 2 wickets, so 3 in total, and all of a sudden the game is back in the balance. Sugrim it is, who is bowling, driven firmly back down the track, and fielded nicely by the bowler. So Aline is on 3 from 8, and Selman is yet to face. Here is Sugrim once more from around the wicket, left arm spin, and it's played out into the offside, picked up at point, no chance of a run. And so just a couple of minutes ago we were saying that Barbados were doing it carefully and nicely, and then the glorious uncertainties of cricket. Here is Sugrim once more. And for this delivery on the pad, swept down backward of square. It's going very quickly, so it more than likely will cross the boundary, which it does now. And so that's 4 good-looking runs to Aline. And that will take the total on to 97 now for the loss of 4. And they require 69 runs to win the game.
Yes, and that is the ploy by the Barbados batsmen. Anything loose, they will have to capitalize and get boundaries, and so it happened on that occasion. Well, on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago could ill afford to be bowling loose deliveries now at this particular moment, but that eventually will come along too. But quite an interesting period of play here at Warner Park.
Target is actually 65. Sugrim. And for this delivery, wide of the off stump, punched nicely down to extra cover, finds the fielder, and so Aline remains on 7. And Barbados looking to settle just a little bit. Manisa Mohammed ringing the changes. 2 deliveries left in the over, and she has sent the scouts out at deep cover and at long on. Here is Sugrim. Comes up now, and for this delivery, it's played back down the track. She feels on a follow through. No chance of a run. Umpire Carl Tuckett sticks out the hand and says to umpire Abbott, let's agree that there is 1 ball left in the over. And she responds and says yes. Here is Sugrim to bowl to Aline. Doesn't continue, aborts the run and goes back to the top of the mark. 97 for 4, Barbados, looking for 162 for victory. And here is Sugrim, and for this delivery, it's punched into the offside because the gap has been left by the fielder going out on the cover boundary. They'll get a single, and it will take the score to 98 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, and really quite an interesting encounter here at Warner Park. Totally a different transition to what has transpired in the other 2 matches at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and the Connery Cricket Centre, but right here at Warner Park. Very enterprising, interesting, and encouraging set of cricket. At one time, it looked like Barbados would just lose just 2 or 3 wickets, but now 4 wickets down, 98 runs on the board, 162 is required for victory. 25 overs have been concluded, and we are at the halfway stage. What can happen eventually?
This one is outside the line of the off stump from Ramnath, and there was the batsman trying to play it away into the offside, missed completely, collected safely by the keeper. Aline is on strike as Ramnath gives this one generous flight, but played well. But the batter coming forward, reaching the pitch of the delivery, and just strokes it down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And so a single easily had. Aline goes on to 9, and the score to 99 for 4. Here is Selman, who has opted to bat without a helmet and is coming forward, stroking this one to extra cover, and there is no chance of a run. So one game already completed. That's the game Guyana versus the Windwards. Windwards making short work of that and picking up a victory. Here is a delivery which is played down to mid-off. Fielder is getting into position quite nicely. Fields, and there is no chance of a run. So Victor Eddy and Joel Manning have been with me for the entire game so far. And Joel will be coming back in to replace Victor at the end of this over. As we see the score remaining on 99 for 4. 2 balls left in the over. And we're in over number 26. Ramnath has picked up none for 20. And she's 1 ball away from the end of her 8th over. Bowling from the far end. And for this delivery, wide of the off stump, drags the batter wider. She misses it. Does Aline? No, that's Selman. End of the over, 26 gone. And we are seeing a score of 99 for 4. And Barbados again rebuilding, but they would be saying to themselves that they got this.
Well, an interesting period of play, and Joel will come in now and you all will discuss it. But whichever way it goes, though, this has been competitive, enterprising, and it has also been very entertaining for us as broadcasters.
Mohammed again ringing the changes and saying to her bowler, hey, listen, Sogram, if you can give me another wicket, I'll be happy. And so she has left her on, as a matter of fact, and it is Aline who is on strike. And for this delivery, given good flight, tugged away into the onside, brings the fielder from the mid-wicket boundary. They ran the first one hard, but they'll only get 100. They will only get a singles, pardon me. But that's enough to bring up the 100 for Barbados. They're now just 62 runs away from victory.
It was interesting to note, and just look at it in terms of where the teams were at that half-pace stage. Barbados being 98 for 4, and Trinidad being 88 for 4.
Here is Sugram, and Selman is coming forward solidly, stylishly, plays it away into the onside, and no runs. But 2 for 17 from 5 overs, Sugram. And she has been containing. Here is she once again. And bringing the batter forward. And she's using her feet nicely, Selman, to the pitch of the ball. And then just delays the shot, plays it along the ground, back to the bowler.
I think she's actually looking at the prospect of hitting it straight back over her head. It just seems as if that is what she's gearing up towards.
Sugrim again gives this one generous flight, but it's misdirected. It's down the onside. It wasn't spinning back in. It would have been interesting if it had some turn in it, but there was no turn, and so it missed the batter and also missed the stumps by a distance. Carl Tuckett signals wide. 102 now for the loss of 4. Here is Sugrim once more. Left arm spin. And again down the leg side, again called and signaled wide. And so now the runs required are even less. It's now 102. I think I was ahead of myself, adding 1 to the score before, not realizing that it had gone up. But 102 means that Barbados now need only 60. And here is Sugram from around the wicket. And she's bringing the batter forward, who drives it nicely in the air, but it was straighter than the fielder at mid-on, and so it went racing across the boundary for 4. And Selman gets her first run. She's on to 4, 106 for 4.
Yeah, you could have certainly seen that coming, especially in terms of how Selman was shaping up. You just knew that from the time it came into her swinging arc that she was going to throw her hands at it, especially given that the mid-off and mid-on were in the circle, and hence why you probably saw Sugram just being a bit fuller and heading onto that leg side, because she has the protection of that deep mid-wicket. On that occasion, just slightly missing the length, and Selman saying thank you very much.
And now we see the fielders being pushed back from mid-on and mid-off. to long on and long off. Here is Sugrim. And for this delivery, Selman is driving. And she only finds the fielder at extra cover. No chance of a run. And so the score is 106 for 4. We're into the 50s for runs required. And again, as she has done with a delivery to go, the fielder goes out to protect the extra cover boundary. Sogram bowls to Aline, who tucks it away on the onside. That's clever cricket, good thinking, good running. They pick up a single, takes the total on to 107 for 4, 27 overs completed. As again, we see another cargo boat coming into the port here at Bastille. They keep pretty busy down here at the port at Bastille. And so from our vantage point, it's such an excellent view. And the score is 107 for 4. Barbados looking for another 55 runs in 138 balls.
Yeah, just at that stage for Anissa Mohammed in terms of how she go about in terms of especially the field setting at the moment, because she's still hunting for those wickets and in recognizing the fact that Shakira Selman is looking to be very aggressive at the moment, or positive at the moment, just having to go with that back and forth decision making. So you saw that she kept the field in for quite some time, and I mentioned the fact that you can certainly see that Shakira Selman is looking to go over the top. She did exactly that, and that caused her to push back in the mid-on and mid-off towards long on and long off. And then there was a cover drive that was stopped at cover, and that still had the intent as well. And it was a case where Anissa Mohammed had to kind of balance and say, well, I'm looking for the wickets, but at the same time, I cannot afford for Shakira Selman to really get off and get quick runs here, because that certainly will take the game entirely away from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. At the stage that it is right now, if they are to at least pick up maybe another 1 or 2, the type of pressure that they could apply with 55 runs still needed is significantly better than Shakira Selman getting off and not getting down into the 30s or 20s.
And Barbados will know that they have a mission to rebuild. They were 15 for 1 as we see a delivery which is pushing Aline. That's not Aline, in fact, that's Selman. That's Selman who plays it away into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. 15 for 1, 89 for 2, 89 for 3, 90 for 4, and it's 107 for 4 now. And here is Ramnath going inside of a wicket, turning it into the onside. Ramharan, turning it into the onside, finds the fielder on the 45, and there is no chance of a run. So they're having a talk about it, because there was Selman thinking that they might have had a single. Aline said no, it was behind the back. They didn't run, and they remained safe. This one is played up to straightish mid-wicket. No runs, 107 for 4.
Yeah, just interesting here in this over now. Anissa Mohammed opting to keep the field tight. Just 2 outside of the circle.
Delivery, which is turning into the onside, is Aline. She wants a single. Seems to be getting a little bit antsy, as Selman said no. And she was looking at her as if, what do you mean no? But the call clearly is Selman's. It's played in front of her full vision. Here is a delivery which is bringing her forward. Again finds mid-wicket, and there is no chance of a run. So she seems to be getting a little bit anxious here, Aline. No need for her to get anxious. There are lots of overs left in the game. And Barbados will know that they're only looking for 55 runs to win off 133 balls.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here that they're actually looking as if they might offer Shakira Selman the single, long off and super going back for this final delivery.
And for this delivery, she's coming forward. It's struck on the pad. It seemed to have hit her outside the line of the off stump, but even more so, it seemed to have been high as well. And so the end of the over, and there's a good little battle going on here at the Warner Park. It's 107 for 4, 28 overs gone.
There's certainly a very good battle going on. I like the fact that they opted to push back the field for the final delivery. Yes, there was a possibility of Selman getting the single, but what it meant is that she could not complete that over, probably with the possibility of a boundary as well. If she was looking to have that scoring shot, because of the fact that you saw the 5-dot ball, so slight bit of pressure, even though in terms of runs to balls, that technically is not pressure, but in terms of a player who likes to get after the bowling, facing 5-dot balls, you probably told yourself the release shot might be coming. There's also that chance that it might come off. So just push back the field. If she's still willing to take that risk, let her take that. So it's good thinking cricket going on at the moment from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas, looking to keep that pressure on.
It's Sugrim from the pavilion end, and this one is driven firmly but finds mid-off, who goes down in the long barrier and effects the save. No chance of a run. So Steffi Sugrim, 24 runs taken off her for her 2 wickets, and she's in a 7th over. Bowling left arm spin from around the wicket, and for this delivery, pitched to just about middle and off, and it's coming from the inside edge, falling away on the onside for the keeper to take. No runs.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact quite earlier on commentary that I did believe that it had to be the spinners to be the ones to pull Trinidad and Tobago back into this game because of the case of taking pace off the ball.
Sugrim once more. And for this delivering, full toss, hit firmly, but only finding the fielder down at mid-on, and there is no chance of a run. So she didn't make good use of that. Tried to tuck it into the onside and got it from the lower half of the bat, and no run scored. 107 for 4 in over number 29, looking for 162 to win. And here's a delivery which is hitting the air, finds the fielder down at mid-off, on the bounce, no runs. And here is Anisa Mohammed as the air traffic controller, now advising, listen, we want you fielders to save the boundary. And so cover goes out on the boundary, long off goes out, long on goes out. As Sugrim comes up now to bowl a delivery which is played into the offside, and Trinidad and Tobago are content and giving up the single. They don't mind that. They don't want to be hurt by a boundary. 108 for 4. 1 ball left in the 29th over.
Yeah, sorry, just interesting because I'll be looking at the bowlers that they've used and the fact that they've primarily operated with spin going through these middle overs. As
Sugrim now bowls to Selman, who is driving firmly, finds extra cover, and it's the end of the over. Kind of get the sense that at 108 for 4, with 29 overs gone, that Selman seems to be getting just a little bit frustrated, but there is no need to be frustrated.
And that's the funny thing about what the mind can do to you, especially as a player who enjoys being positive. And even though in terms of the situation required, there is absolutely no pressure. Just of a player who wants to kind of get things over and done with. You always just sense that there could be that false stroke on the cards, and hence why these periods of overs, the last couple, in terms of the fact that probably only maybe 2 or 3 runs have come from probably the last 3 or so overs, tells you about the tactics at the moment. Wonderful stuff by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The only thing that would cap it off now would be a wicket.
Ramharak is looking to do that. This one is played delightfully into the offside. A short delivery wide of the off stump and played down to the square boundary on the offside, picking up a delightful 4 by Aline. She goes on to 15, 112 for 4.
Yeah, it was also good about that shot as well with the transfer of weight by Aline, using the full depth of the crease, because it wasn't that short of a delivery, but by using the full depth of the crease, getting deep is what allowed her to play that shot. Just needed to pick the gap between point and cover and did exactly that.
Now they have left out the sweeper on the cover boundary. And here comes Ramharak once again. And this delivery, she's hitting again in the air. This one will bring up another boundary. It goes down to the cover boundary this time and picks up a 4. Successive 4s here by Aline. And the total goes to 116 for 4.
Yeah, another time she gets deep into that crease is what really caused it to be a back of a length delivery, great execution in terms of the timing, because she didn't look to overhit that one as well. Just look to time it beautifully over cover, back-to-back boundaries for her. That gets the score ticking along, and that pressure that was built up has now been significantly reduced.
8 runs in 2 balls, 116 for 4. Aline is on 19 from 23. And Ramharak is settling. Anissa Mohammed is again changing the field as this delivery is played into the onside. Finds the fielder on the 45 who misfields, but it is nicely covered by the fielder coming from forward of square, and there is no chance of a run. 116 for 4 in over number 30. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago made 161. Here is Ramharak, and this delivery is played into the offside. There's a fielder short on square, and there is no chance of a run.
Yeah, just looking to rotate the strike now is Aline. You can certainly see it in terms of the fact he's just looking to drop it and run. Probably just getting a bit too much in terms of the weight on that shot just now.
Delivery which is short and played away into the offside again. They'll get at least a couple, as they have now completed 2 runs, and this has been a most productive over for Barbados. 118 for 4 as Aline has moved on to 21 from 26.
Yeah, from the time she hit that first boundary, you always knew that the plan to Trinidad and Tobago would have to change for this over, because it's a case of wanting to start the over well, but from the time you had that first boundary, and then brilliant use of the feet again in terms of the depth of the crease to get the second boundary.
Here is Ramharak once again, and this time she is going back, pushing it into the onside, finds the fielder at straightish mid-wicket. End of the over, it's 118 for 4 Barbados, and they are closing in now on the total of 162 to win this game. Just another 44 runs away.
You probably just get the feeling maybe it might have been 1 over too much from Ramnath, and you can kind of understand why Anissa Mohammed has persisted, because it's a case of she wants those wickets. They've been keeping them tight, but beyond that, you kind of start to get accustomed to the bowler as well, the longer they are in operation. On that occasion, Aline, I guess, recognizing the lengths that Ramnath has been looking to bowl and looking to keep them quiet on. As I mentioned, the fact she's been using the crease nicely in that last over, because they weren't exactly that short in terms of the length. So maybe it could have been just a slight case of just 1 too many in terms of the rotation of bowlers there.
And she's continuing with Steffi Sugram. She's in over number 8. And she's left arm spin from around the wicket. And she's coming forward is Selman, driving firmly down to mid-off. Not fielded cleanly, but still only 1 single. And this is good in terms of getting Selman off the strike, because she seems to be getting a little bit antsy. Seems to be ready to finish the game. And the last over was a big one. And Barbados are clearly in command of the game. So what they don't want to do is to lose wickets. Aline is on 21. She's back in strike. And settles over her bat now. And for this delivery, she's driving firmly, not stopped by the bowler. They'll get 1. And so the score will push on to 120 for 4.
Yeah, the funny thing about small totals is that you never really want to play around with them either in terms of allowing time to pass. So it's still good to see the intent being shown by the pair of Selman and Aline, who have now reached that partnership of 30 from 44 deliveries. But certainly you don't want too many periods whereby you're not scoring much runs to pass by, because then if you lose 1 or 2 quick wickets, then you find yourself in worse spots of trouble.
Here's the delivery, which is hitting the air just wide of the fielder at mid-off and going down to the boundary for 4. Clearly not a chance. Wide of her, over her head as well. And here is Selman picking up a boundary. And you can see that she is itching to go. But that boundary has pushed the score to 124 for the loss of 4, and we're in over number 31.
Yeah, certainly. As long as it's in her half, you can see that she's going to take on the fielders at mid-on and mid-off. They've now opted to make a slight switch and go for the more experienced Leanne Kirby at mid-off, and that probably could be a good move as well, because I noticed in terms of when the fielder set off, it was quite late in terms of the anticipation of that ball coming to her.
Sugrim once more, and this delivery is punched into the offside, finds the fielder at point, and there is no run.
Yeah, might find better results on a length like that. Can't get too wide, certainly, but anytime she gets close to Shakira Selman, she is going to go through with the shot.
And the fielders are in. They're on the edge of the circle. Here is a delivery which is wide, hit firmly down to mid-on. And again, closing the face of the bat and tugging this one across to the onside. But no run scored, 124 for 4.
Yeah, probably just looking to hit it too hard on that occasion. A lot of the bottom hand coming into the shot there as she rehearses it once more.
And here is Sugrim once more with the last delivery of this over. And it's worked into the onside, down to long on. They'll get another single, 125 for 4, 31 overs completed. Selman is on 11 and 22. The score flicked over so quickly that that I didn't get to see the score of, well, Aline is on 22 and Selman is on 11 as we take a drinks break. But clearly, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first would have been looking for more runs. And then, to add insult to injury, they left 6 overs on the tins. And so Barbados, in response, are looking very, very comfortable, despite the loss of 3 quick wickets on 89, 89, and 90. They are looking very comfortable with a partnership now in excess of 30. And seem to be within touching distance of winning this game.
Yeah, looking towards what we might consider cruise control here at the moment. Barbados position at 125 for 4, just 37 runs now needed for victory. As long as they can just keep batting, playing what we consider to be quote-unquote smart cricket, then they should get home relatively easily. But still not out of the woods yet, because obviously you do know what could happen in terms of maybe 2 quick wickets, and we saw that happen with 89 for 2, 89 for 3, 90 for 4, and what that can maybe do to you. It's something that we don't have back home in Barbados Mountains. The viewers that are watching via the YouTube stream can see those pictures now. Our highest point in Barbados is Mount Hillaby, and nothing in comparison to what we have over here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But in terms of that total of 161, it's definitely not a mountain for Barbados. And coming off of this break, because they usually talk about the fact that breaks are breaks in concentration more often than not, and maybe if Trinidad and Tobago coming off of the back of this little water break can maybe prize out one, probably might need to make a bowling change as well in terms of Ramnath coming from that end. Not that she's bowled bad, but just been a case of they've gotten accustomed to how she's gone about things. So it's a case of just changing it up here at the moment. Not sure if they might want to bring back a seamer given how pace on the ball might go for them. But yeah, just looking to maybe change it up here and take one quite early. And if they can, maybe that one might bring 2. But if not, if they go for a period of maybe 3-4 overs without taking a wicket, then certainly Barbados would find themselves at the cusp of being home.
The pitch has flattened out nicely. There is not the kind of bounce that we saw the bowlers getting in the when Trinidad and Tobago batted, nor are we seeing anything shifting laterally. So it is actually better for batting second time around, and so Barbados could be saying thank you to Trinidad and Tobago for winning the toss and taking first knock.
Yeah, definitely getting the better half of the surface here at Barbados. That's not to say, though, that it wasn't necessarily a good batting track for Trinidad either because certainly, as I mentioned, you know, it's a case of probably just in the beginning phase of it, having to just be a little selective in terms of the shots that they would have played at the start of the morning. Then as the pitch dried out, as the ball came onto the bat, then you could become to get a bit more expansive. The problem, though, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in terms of their innings was the fact that they lost wickets in clusters at regular intervals, is what you would say. Just that one recognizable partnership. But outside of that, the wickets were tumbling and they could have never really accelerated coming on to the back end of the innings. However, should have this have been the position for them in terms of 125 for 4, that is the type of platform that they could have certainly looked to elevate themselves off of. So Barbados currently in a fantastic position and pretty much, as I said, you know, almost cruise control, but coming off of the break, and it looks as if they're going to make that change. No, when I question if they would bring pace back on the ball, it looks as if the medium pacer is going to come back on in terms of Alexander, Kerbina Alexander. So it'll be interesting to see what pace on the ball does now. Can they pick up one? And if they do, what does that mean?
And as we know in cricket, sometimes one brings two. And so Trinidad will still be hoping. But these two have put on a nice little partnership here, taking the score from 90 for 4 to 125 for 4. And so that's a 35-run partnership, which is actually the second highest partnership of the entire game. And Barbados will be looking for these two batters to continue much longer. Selman is on 11 from 21, and Aline is on 22 from 28. Aline has gone about her business quietly, but she has certainly not been sluggish. Here is Alexander, delivery which is just wide of the off stump. And again, Selman is having a dart at it, and it goes through for the keeper, not to take it cleanly, but effectively, in that there were no runs scored.
First glance, I just wondered if maybe it might have taken the bottom edge of that bat from Selman playing outside of the off stump. No real heads went down, so probably not.
Alexander from the far end, and for this delivery it's even wider, very wide of the off stump, but very well taken by the keeper who is standing up.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic take. But I guess you can almost understand what she's looking to do, especially given that she has the one fielder out in the offside on the cover boundary. Probably not looking to get too straight because, as you mentioned, the ball is coming onto the bat nicely. She's bowling a very full length, and it means that Shahir Selman can hit her straight back down the ground if she gets a touch straighter.
Here is she once again bowling wide of the off stump, and the play down into the offside brings the fielder into play who is down on the cover boundary, and there is no chance of a run, more than one.
Yeah,
and so the score goes up to 127 it is. 35 runs needed in 112 balls.
Yeah, you would have to think that that is probably going to be the modus operandi, the plan for Alexander, just to be relatively full outside of that off stump. Look for Barbados to kind of force any shots that are looking to play. I think back to the wicket of Anisa Mohammed, how she was just straighting outside of the off stump and an easy catch being offered up to point. Maybe something similar could come into operation here. They're actually reinforcing the offside field as well. Once again, telling you probably the type of lines and lengths that she'll be looking to bowl outside that off stump primarily.
Here is Alexander once again, and it's outside the off stump, just toying with the line there, but it's inside the line, and so it's not called a signal wide. And there is Selman questioning the umpire. I like to say to players on these occasions, pay attention to your batting, let the umpires do their work. And Alexander it is, Kobiana, and bowling from the far end. And for this delivery, it's played into the offside. Fielder from Gully runs around to her right, effects the save. Score remains on 127 for 4, with Barbados looking for another, that's 35 runs to win this game in 110 balls. So they have time, they have overs, they have balls to go. As Kabina Alexander comes up, and this one is chopped into the offside, down to short third man. Fielder is running back from gully. They'll get a single, and that single will take the score to 128. And this kind of bowling, though, Joel, it might be effective in some circumstances, but surely, if all of these overs are bowled, Barbados will win. Then the Trinidad side needs to take wickets.
Yeah, they do, but at the same time, you still need to kind of build that pressure, not allow them to get away. So I actually think this is a fantastic over in terms of bowling to the plan that they have set at the moment. Just 2 runs in the wide coming from it so far.
And this delivery is tugged into the onside. Good coverage by the fielder at straightish mid-wicket. Running across, providing cover. Goes through to mid-on. And it's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, the score is 128 for 4. You'll hear Joel, and then you'll have the voice of Victor Eddy.
Yeah, the funny thing about these small totals is that from a bowling side, you really want to get it as deep as possible, especially if the wickets aren't coming, because it's just in those moments in the latter stages of the game that you maybe find batters and the mental side of things probably just getting the better batters and 1 or 2 fault shots in trying to, accelerate and get over the line. However, if here at over number 32, they're able to just continue on very easily, pick up boundaries, pick up 2s and 3s, then there's no real pressure that can be built in the game. Pretty much is gone from you. So even if they aren't picking up wickets, if they can just, as they say, bowl to one side of the field, keep that pressure on, take it as deep as possible. A Sugrim to continue. Oh, this one goes up over the head of mid-off and crashes in to the boundary ropes. So we're talking about keeping the pressure on, but Barbados, they are looking to bring this home and bring it home quite quickly. That one given some air and had a swing at it. Probably didn't get the best of connections, but got enough to get it to the boundary.
Well, and also recognizing that the fielder was inside the 30-yard circle, now posted back on the long-off boundary, where we are seeing now action is here at Warner Park, and what would eventually happen? Flighted a delivery again, played down to short mid-off, and the fielder crawling along on her knees, fielded well. 132 for 4 at this present moment, 32.2 overs. So Barbados right now large and in charge. But what can 1 or 2 quick wickets do here in transformation of this decision outcome of the game? Outside the off stump being hammered to point, there's a fielder there. There is no run. Probably it might be just time where the captain can reintroduce herself back into the attack as the most experienced and successful bowler in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup, but that is not to be at the present moment. Barbados batting well along here now. These two would know that they will have to carry it home for their team. A delivery flighted, played down to short mid-off. There is no run. The keeper standing up. There is a slip. There is a point, a cover, a deep extra cover, a long off. A mid-on, about 15 paces away from the boundary. A mid-wicket and a short square leg. And in comes Sugram, bowls. And one played into the pads of the batter, goes out to short extra cover. There is no run. One legal delivery remaining in this, the 33rd over. So 132 for 4 for our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast here from Warner Park. It's Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago, when they won the toss this morning, they batted first and were all out for 161. Here is another delivery, pitch just on about leg stump, being played out to short mid-on. That has completed the over. So after 33 overs here at Warner Park, it is 132 for the loss to 4 wickets. Barbados trying to get to 162 for victory.
Coming back quite well in that over was Sugrim, being struck for the first delivery, spreading the field, but still keeping things tight. And the 4 runs, the only things being offered, only runs being offered in that over. In the end, it works for Barbados, obviously, given the scenario, but certainly pulled it back quite nicely. It did Sugrim.
Yes, and these two batters would realize, well, no indiscretions and just keep exchanging the strike. When the loose deliveries presents themselves, that they make full use of them. And I think Barbados right now, if they are 102 legal balls to be bowled to get some 30 runs thereabout, so
A bit of test on their hands here now for Alexander, operating with a 7-2 offside field. Two fielders back, being third man and sweeping on the cover boundary. Everybody else ringing on that offside field. A telltale sign once again of where she's looking to operate. It's just going to be one down to third man. So you would have to say that so far Alexander has operated in the manner that Trinidad and Tobago have wanted her to. Obviously, she'll be hoping that it could be a case of building up a series of dot balls.
And then also getting a wicket if possible. But anyway, here is Alexander bowling short, being hit in the air. It's going down to the wide long off boundary. It will cross the boundary now. So 4 well-earned runs. And at this particular time, that was a necessity for Barbados, advancing their cause now on to 136 for 4. 162 is the target for victory.
Yeah, the length there was what was different in terms of the over that she bowled before this, and then the first delivery that she bowled as well. Everything was full from her on that occasion, though, getting the length wrong, as we see there, just fractionally short and lashed over cover.
4 more out into the wide long on area. So boundaries are coming and getting closer to victory is the defending champions Barbados, and this is a very valuable partnership in the circumstances between these two. 51 of some 63 deliveries is the partnership. So Joel, a most valuable partnership for Barbados here by these two batters.
Yeah, obviously looking to keep things tight, but then that boundary obviously just getting the better of her. And then she was trying to, you can see what she was trying to go full again. In the end, it ended up being a full toss. And Aliyah Aline haven't been at the crease for all of 39 deliveries. She's been batting well, and she will accept any gifts on offer.
And that's it, 4 more into the wide long off boundary on this occasion. So 3 4s in this over thus far. And really, these two are doing the job for Barbados Pride, the defending champions of CG 50 women cricket in the region. And the first encounter, 2023, Barbados are on the verge of getting their first victory, some 17 runs away and 6 wickets in hand. And here is Alexander from the southern end, outside the off stump, being played to cover, but good diving effort there by the fielder. Even though did not pick up the ball cleanly, the batters were able to get a run in the event of that stroke, so advances their cause now closer to the 150. 4 wickets are down, 146 it is for 4, 33.5 overs. We are into the 34th. So the overs doesn't matter. A lot of legal balls to be bowled. Here is Alexander being driven down to wide long off. The fielder is down there. She comes off the boundary. But in the meantime, the batters, they earn another run, getting closer to the 150. It is 147. And 162 is the total for victory. And what a most valuable partnership. A good shot selection between these two batters for Barbados also too. And that has been a hallmark of the innings, where I thought on both teams, seeing it today from Trinidad at first who batted, the shot selection of both teams was very good, but even better, the Barbados as the defending champions, and they are proven why they are the defending champions. And now, Anessa Mohammed coming into the attack. Probably, I will believe, Joel, probably 2 overs a little too late, because the thing is, after getting those quick wickets, and she having overs at hand, but find herself now into the attack. But let us see what would happen. It's Mohammed from the northern end. She stops, misses her run. The keeper is standing up. There is a short third man, a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. A mid-wicket on the boundary, that is. And here is Anessa Mohammed, short outside the off stump, flashes at that one, misses through to the keeper. Good bounce by Mohammed, a very productive spinner. She has just the 1 wicket, 29 runs, and this is 6.1 overs for her. So here she is now trying to pull back things, but how can she do it? Wide, outside the off stump. The batter reaching for it and played it out to cover, and there is no run. 147 for 4, 162 is the target, 96 legal deliveries to be bowled, 16 runs to be had by the defending champions Barbados. The sun has left us momentarily, but no threat of rain. Here is one outside the off stump, being played down to cover, and there is no run. So 15 runs actually now required, and the equation of the ball is 93, and 6 wickets in hand. Barbados, the defending champions, on their way for their first victory in this 2023 CG West Indies Regional Women's Tournament, being played out into the deep and down to long on, to be exactly. And in the meantime, the batters, they get a single. Another run advances their cause on to 148 for 4. 34.4 overs have been bowled, and this partnership has done very, very good. I think it's the third partnership of the game. I'm subject to correction, but I think that is so. But here is Mohammed sporting, Anessa Mohammed, that is the number 14 on the back of her jersey from the Northern End Flights, that delivery being played out to cover. The extra cover had to move paces to her left, but in the process could not prevent the batters from getting another run, getting closer to the 150. It is now 149 for 4. 34.5 overs have been bowled. So the defending champions closing in on their first victory, 2023 CG Regional Women's Cricket Tournament, played back down the track. Anessa Mohammed, the captain, has just completed the 35th over. So after 35 overs, it's just 15 runs to be had by Barbados Pride. And I think they have calculated it well when they went out there, apart from the early wickets that went down in the middle, where Trinidad and Tobago felt that there was some light at the end of the tunnel. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners, wherever we are bringing our deliberations that you're tuning to here with us from Warner Park, and especially to two of my friends, especially in Antigua, Hugo and Tyrone Pacer-Williams, and so many, so numerous to mention, but those two specifically, we have held a very good relationship. So special good afternoon to you folks, and hope you all are enjoying the cricket. Well, the leewards went down badly, so also. And here is it at Warner Park, though. The defending champions really playing like champions and defending, getting another run, and brings up the 150, Joel. So the 150 is on the board. So we're just looking at 12 runs now for victory for the Barbados Pride, and how well they have played all around.
They certainly have played well, batted well across various periods, minus that moment where quick wickets fell for them.
Here is the delivery outside the off stump. The batter was trying to hit it through cover, missed, and true to the wicketkeeper, boys. 150 it is for 4, especially for our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast. We greet you with the news that Trinidad and Tobago, when they batted first, they scored 161. Here is another delivery outside the off stump. The batter is getting on the back foot, playing it down to cover. Alexander is in the way. There is no run. 150 for 4, 35.2, and some 87 legal balls to be bowled, which most likely is out of the equation. Just 12 runs to be had, and here is one just played gently to point, and well judged single. And getting to 151 is Barbados Pride, and very impressive start by the Barbados Pride, and they have really demonstrated today in their first encounter here at Warner Park against Trinidad and Tobago in the CG Regional Women's Tournament why they are the defending champions, and they are defending proudly in this first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago. Here is a delivery, flighted and being struck to short extra cover, and there is no run. 35.5 overs being bowled, and 151 is the total at the moment. 4 wickets are down. 6 wickets in hand. So Barbados fully in charge. Here is one play down to short third man. There is no need for a single or attempt for one because it was played quietly to a field at short third man and there was no run. So, Joel, Barbados, defending champions today, have really played like they are the defending champions.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that I would have had a chance to chat with the coaching staff at the start of this morning, and they talked about the fact that they have been doing a lot of technical work. So the girls have been playing in what is considered the T20 plate competition back in Barbados, but in terms of when they've been together as a group, it's a case of them been working on the technical skills, and I would like to think that these are the technical skills that they've been talking about, one, especially in terms of application at the crease, and I think that maybe this is the signs that the coaches are looking for, especially at the start of the tournament.
Quite rightly so, and I would like to also share those same sentiments that is what the coaches should be looking and expecting of, what they implemented in the post-mortems in preparing coming here to this tournament. But here is Anessa Mohammed trying for her team, Trinidad and Tobago. Probably a bit too late now, but as the batters received another single, advances their cause on to 152. I'm calling it off before it's actually off. 152 for 4, 162 it is for victory, so 10 runs shy of that. Anissa Mohammed from the Northern RCA Paul Southwell Media Center in now bowling. Right arm off spinners over the wicket, being hammered to point. It's going to get close to the point boundary. The run 1, the run 2. It doesn't look so because a fielder coming around from deep extra cover on the boundary, but in the meantime could not prevent the batters from getting 2 runs. So 2 more runs to the total. Advances now on to 154. It is for 4 off of 36.2 overs. And Anessa Mohammed, 1 for 32, 7.2 overs. She has bowled so far, and I felt as the most experienced bowler, just after those wickets went down, it might have been a better proposition to come into the attack. But that was not to be, and there is another run. But most likely when they reflect upon their post-mortem of the match, they might take that into consideration, that if that event occur in other matches, that she will have bowl out most of her overs and try to get more wickets. That was not the case though, but nothing can be subtracted from how the Barbados batters applied themselves, the shot selections, the running between the wickets, and kudos to the coaches, staff, and the team itself overall. The defending champions really defending here at Warner Park. Flighted delivery by Mohammed, being driven to a short mid-on position, who did not field it cleanly. Parried it to long on, and it looks like Alexander coming off the long on boundary, retrieved. But in the meantime, the total advances now on to 156 for 4. We are 36.4 overs being bowled. So Barbados have just 6 runs for victory, and here is Mohammed, the captain, right arm over, flighted that one, being played quietly down to long on. Alexander will come off the boundary, but in the meantime, another run to the total, 157 it is now, so some 5 runs away from victory here at Warner Park in CG. 50 overs, regional women tournament, the defending champions, Barbados, are really defending, and in defense of none, they are really consolidating their position. Flighted delivery being struck again down to Alexander, coming into the picture again off the long on boundary. And in the meantime, Joel, another run, so Barbados is getting closer for victory, and when they get there, what a good way to start the tournament. And everybody of the Barbados contingent, coaches and managers, physiotherapists, and even the listeners back in Barbados would be very pleased to hear how the defending champions have defended their first encounter so far here against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park.
Yeah, certainly would be good signs for everybody back in Barbados. What's even better though is the fact that the experience has stood up in terms of the test. So Aliyah Aline, very experienced in terms of her cricket. Shakira Selman as well, both have gone on to what we would consider to be the highest level for women. And it's always nice to see when those players stand up in your side in moments like these?
When it is very appropriate and necessary. And here is the batter there. Is that Selman? Yeah. Trying to hit that one down to long on, but only got it to a short mid-wicket area, and there is no run. So 158, 162 is the target for victory. 4 wickets down. Here is another delivery being played quietly down to short mid-on, and there is no run. The keeper standing up. There is a short third man, a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a man on the a fielder on the long-on boundary, a mid-wicket, short square leg, and a mid-wicket deep on the boundary. Struck down to long on. They will get an easy single. Actually, just what we will say, just jogging it, because there's a fielder had to come off of the long on boundary. And in the meantime, another run to the total, advancing it now to 159. Just 3 runs away. Would it come in a boundary? We'll have to wait and see. 159 for 4. Here is the delivery flighted. And the batter is not taking any chance. No hurry. Lot of legal deliveries to be bowled. And some 74, which is out of the equation, because just 3 runs to be had now for Barbados and 6 wickets in hand. And the wickets in hand shows a convincing victory for Barbados. Here is one played down through the short third man area. The run 1, the run 2. Alexander have to move paces to her left, to her right, sorry. And she could not prevent the batters from getting 2 runs. So the scores are level. They are 161, which Trinidad and Tobago scored when they batted first and they were bowled out. All the wickets went down. So just 1 more run for victory. The umpires and players are trying to, as we can see, Carl took it at square leg on his system, trying to reach the third umpire to find out how many more runs it is for victory, and no doubt would have gotten the indication that is just 1 more run for victory here at Warner Park. CG Women's Regional Tournament. Barbados, the defending champions, are in the driving seat. Not yet for the victory. Struck on the pad. So we have to wait for another over, Joel. But obviously, how well Barbados have played, and Trinidad and Tobago would figure that they did not get enough runs, or also too that they were bowled out before the 50 overs were completed. So upon reflection, when they go back to the drawing board, they can look at areas where they will have to improve in their next encounter.
Certainly, I think both sides actually will look at areas in terms of where they can improve. In terms of a Barbados aspect, the way that the wickets fell and how quickly that spell of 3 fell for them. But then on the other side of it, Trinidad as well. Anisa Mohammed still need to wait for that to 1 more that's required. But on the side of Trinidad as well, just looking at how they also lost their wickets and the periods at which they lost their wickets as well, certainly will be a concern for them, and they will want to improve on that in what is a very short tournament here.
Here is Anessa Mohammed, flighted delivery, struck down to short mid-wicket, and not as yet. Fielder is in the way, and there is no run. But I thought, though, in this innings, and taking nothing away, and no one can subtract anything away from how the defending champions have played, but I just had a little different concern, as here is Mohammed, the captain, bowling, and now the final run has been scored, and Barbados has defeated Trinidad in the CG 50 overs encounter right here at Warner Park as the defending champions. So even though that Anessa Mohammed came on late into the bowling attack, I thought where she missed out, if it was going to make a difference of the outcome, that when the wickets went down that rapidly, that she should have come into the attack and finish off our overs. But all around, Barbados have demonstrated here today at Warner Park that they are truly the champions, and they played like defending champions today. And really, no one can discredit their performances with the ball and in the field. And all around too, I think on both teams, what was good to see in general, the feeling I thought overall was good on both teams, apart from one or two little lapses. But what was even more evident with the batting, especially for Barbados, the shot selection was spot on. So Carlisle will come in along with. Oh, okay. We will wrap it up, Joel. But give overall to our listeners, especially those who might just be joining us, Joel Manning, what has transpired and what we can see or look forward to in your view going forward. Well, Carlisle Powell is gonna depart now, and I will, on behalf of Joel Manning of Barbados, we are pleased to have with us as part of the panel. But Carlisle Powell will go across to our sister island, Nevis, his home island, and we wish you a safe passage, Carlisle, and we'll see you tomorrow at Connery, where, on Wednesday, that is, because it's every other day. But Joel, our listeners would like to hear from you. You have been and you will be our guest throughout this tournament. It is my pleasure meeting you for the first time and doing deliberations, and look forward to more meetings in this capacity. So give our listeners your final views of the start, the nature of the pitch, and all that transpired in the encounter here today at Warner Park.
In the end, a comfortable 6-wicket win for Barbados women, and they certainly can be happy with how things have gone for them, especially in terms of some of the starts that they've gotten. So Kaisia Knight with 37, Kaishona Knight with 35, and then the pair of Aline and Selma at the crease, 48 not out and 21 out, will certainly give them signs that they can work with going forward. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, well, it's just a case of probably just not having enough runs on the board, but I felt that they bowled quite well in periods throughout this game and applied a bit of pressure to Barbados, who could have actually gotten off to by far better start and could have run away with this game as well. But all in all, a fantastic opening round of cricket here at Warner Park, and certainly a lot more to look forward to. Off day tomorrow, and then cricket again on a Wednesday in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup.
So on Wednesday, all being well, you'll be slated to be at which venue? Right here at Warner Park. So for all our listeners, we hope that you have truly appreciated and enjoy our deliberations. So on behalf of Joel Manning of Barbados, who will be here throughout this tournament as our guest commentator, we are delighted to welcome him to the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and do hope that he'll take back fond memories of the Twin Island, and he will have an opportunity to go across to Nevis and explore that little beautiful island of Nevis. So on behalf of Carlisle Powell and Joel Manning, this is Victor Eddy, yours truly, handing you back to your respective studios, but finally telling you that Barbados, the defending champions, defeated Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, when they batted first, they scored 161, and Barbados did it in grand style, only losing 4 wickets. So a pleasant good evening to everyone, wherever you may be, and hope that you did enjoy our deliberations to us back to our respective studios throughout the world.